All right. Good morning, everyone. How are you all doing? It's been almost 24 hours since the start. We're about a third in, which is pretty dope. Tim is getting some breakfast and some coffee. I got up like 3 hours ago. I had some other stuff to do. So I've been awake for a while, since 7 a.m. A little bit rough, but it's all right. I got this nootropic drink that Tim got me, so hopefully I'll be all right. How's everyone doing? I'm about to have a chat with Peter and see where we're at. And yeah, basically. All right, I think Tim's back. All right, excellent. Tim is back, so we're gonna hop on a call with Peter soon, and by soon I mean like now. And I'm gonna see what Peter's been up to, because I don't think either of us really know. So that's kind of cool. Yep. Yep. I'm about to. I'm just setting something up real quick. Yeah, I just want to see if I can get chat only on my. Yeah. Okay, let's just. That's better. Don't know why I didn't actually render anything there. Oh, it's down the bottom. It'd be nice if it was dark mode as well. It's not bad though. Yeah, it's not bad. All right, cool. Yeah, I was just setting this up stream. So now I have, you can't see it because it's overexposed, but you'll have to trust me. It's like a little web page that just shows me chat full screen. So I can, in case any of you are interested for whatever reason, it's like studiocherno.com/chat.html. But that's just gonna let me have chat like here on my iPad, so I can actually use my two monitors. Tim, why are your eyes always red?
Because I never sleep enough.
Because he never sleeps enough. In case you didn't hear that. Alright, so, Peter. Peter's getting called. Let's see if Peter picks up when I call him.
He won't.
Because...
He won't. You have to type it in chat.
You reckon? You tried, yeah? This is what he's doing.
Yeah,
oh, he picked up.
36.
Nah, he picked up. Tim thought you wouldn't pick up. Alright, let me quickly stop the music.
Did you turn to not disturb off on Discord?
Who?
What?
Not Peter.
Yeah.
No, I had Discord open.
Oh, that's lucky.
Alright, so, we basically... Oh, is that blueberry?
Mm-hmm.
That looks like, I don't know, it just looks like some blueberry yogurt dumped in a bagel.
It is. Plus some blueberry.
It's kind of cool. Alright, I guess I'll get the whiteboard so that stream roughly knows what's going on. But basically, Peter, like, tell us a story. Like, what have you done, and what do you think of, do you have any idea evolution, iterations, and what's new?
Okay, so I'm gonna share my, so if I share my screen with you, you'll see it, yeah?
Yeah. Do you want my
Okay, good.
stream to see it as well?
You can show it if you want.
Well, we'll see. We'll go with the whiteboard for now.
Yeah. So I've been working on quite a few things. Actually, I'll have to re-add the enemy manager script real quick because I accidentally removed it from here. Enemy. But yeah, so I've been mainly working on pickup systems, and like making sure we can pick up guns and the coffee and we can drop everything off and that kind of stuff. Here, I think this should work now. So if I just hit play, oh, hang on, I have to re-enable a setting in the camera controller because I was working on the root motion movement, in which case we cannot have this. So, okay, here we go. So, I made it so you can, first of all, like, if I kill this dude, he will drop a gun.
Uh-huh.
And I can go and I can pick it up using the X button on a controller.
Yep.
And you get the ammo from the gun if, you know, and we'll probably want to check gun type eventually. And the enemy can actually shoot back, and you do lose health, which I don't know if we want, like, to make it so that the player just dies, or if we want to make it so that you get shot and you lose coffee.
Yeah, maybe it would be more fun if the player was wearing, like, armor, like, you know, what is it, Beskar? Mandalorian armor. And so basically...
yeah, Beskar.
Yeah, and so basically you don't, like, take damage, but of course it knocks you back, and thus you spill coffee, and that's really the... I think that'll just be a little bit more interesting than just a health bar or just health. That's like every game does that, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I want to really reinforce that the asset you're protecting here is the coffee.
Yeah. Which, you can see I have a coffee, and I can pick it up.
Oh, excellent.
And
Oh, you're
he's
holding it. Oh, awesome. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. Now, currently you do not lose coffee if you get shot.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to run that past you, but you can drop it off.
Does our guy have
pressing...
hands, or we just wanted it to float?
No, I don't think he has hands.
So he'll just float kind of like Rayman style in front of you, like the Rayman glove or whatever. Yep.
Yeah. So, and funnily enough, you can actually end up, if you get it just right, you can shoot the coffee off the board. Which, I don't know if we want to keep that.
Let me quickly show. Streamer just wants to see, so I'm gonna show them. Yeah. All right. Stream can see now. I was gonna just show them on my screen later when I play this, but I guess since you've added so much stuff and it's detailed, it might as well. It's funny how they float sometimes. I kind of like that almost. I mean, the quality's bad.
Yeah,
in Discord,
it actually adds some difficulty because you can't shoot them when they go up into the air.
That's right. Yeah.
Because you can't aim up or down.
Yeah. Did you like what I did, by the way, with the camera? How you can kind of tilt it a little bit?
Yeah, I actually quite like it.
Because I wasn't sure if I wanted to keep that fully.
I think we should keep it.
Because then we have to actually put in some effort for the horizon, basically. But I might just do fog for that.
Yeah, could be fun. But yeah, so you can actually end up shooting weapons that the enemy dropped off the board, like I did there, which... I don't know if we want to keep it. I think could be kind of interesting. Like you're shooting and you kind of can't just go blasting wildly because you might end up losing all the loot.
Are we gonna have a flat ground? We might not.
No, yeah, I don't think we will have a flat ground. I think there definitely needs to be. So what I was picturing was obviously like in the beginning. I think where you start is in the, you know, the cafe tent. So there's like a tent somewhere on the battleground where the coffee's made, and you have to get to the general's tent. So it's kind of like it's like capture the flag in a way, right? It's from one point to another, but there may be just like some kind of tents that Tim could make. And so that's kind of your spawn point. So obviously my point is there will probably be structures in this environment. And then I guess what I think, because you didn't do any like terrain generation or anything, right, Peter?
No, I've just been working on...
Yeah, that's fine.
Basic gameplay.
Because what I think I'll do this stream is I'll basically grab some Perlin noise, generate like a landscape, maybe even like some cliffs and some ravines with water, or just something. I just want to kind of have fun with this a bit. Maybe even spend today the whole day, like 12 hours, just generating like a really nice landscape, because I think that'll be cool. And then Tim can probably make some assets, like apart from the ones he's already making, where there's like some tents and some structures and maybe like some trenches, you know. I don't know what else. And then, yeah, that's kind of going to be my plan, I think, for today. Just dressing this all up. And because basically you could say already the gameplay loop in a way exists. It's just very not polished and not kind of fun because the enemies don't really have much strategy to them. But, you know, in terms of like you have the coffee, you can pick it up. You can put, can you put it down?
Yeah.
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 If I go pick it up over here. You can press the B button, and it will just plug it down,
I can see
it's
that.
Actually, like a physics object.
Yep. Well, I could probably, to make it more obvious, I might even add like an arrow that just goes like this down, kind of like an arrow that's like pointing down to the coffee, like a, you know, like a cartoon arrow or something. That's just like, dude, you left your coffee here, and maybe even some text on the screen that's like, you know, protect the coffee or whatever. How, like, one question I did have is, how do you think we should show like the coffee spilling? Like, should that actually be physics based, or should that just be arbitrary? Like, when you take a hit, you lose X amount of health.
I would love it if it was actually physics based. So
how would we do that?
And well, I'm thinking
it
doesn't have to be anything complicated technically. We could literally just make it so that instead of blood coming out, you just see like a couple of coffee colored cubes flying out from the kind of coffee cup.
I was trying to open this and it was already open. That's hilarious. No, I spilled it on me. Hopefully that doesn't
because I think, I don't know, it would be cool if we actually had cubes in a cup and you could actually see the level decrease, but I think Tim did some testing with that.
No, I didn't.
Basically you didn't?
No. That was for the dead player.
No, right. It was the player death that you did.
Because that was over 2,000 cubes.
Yeah. I mean, if we just have a couple hundred cubes, maybe 100.
Yeah, maybe 100.
In a cup. And, you know, every time you get hit, we just pick, you know, the top, the like surface level ones, and apply an upwards force to them. Like an outward force. I think it could be interesting.
We probably need like a coffee health bar, right? Some indication.
No, well, I don't know. I don't want to do it like boring and just have a health bar, you know, for the coffee. Because I mean, I don't know. That's why I think it would be cool if somehow. This doesn't really make too much sense though, especially in this perspective. But, you know, if you did have, theoretically, if this coffee cup was huge and you just had like, I don't know, 100 cubes in there. And then obviously as you get knocked back, like just that motion, or if you walk too fast or whatever, they will spill out. Like, I think ideally that's what we would go for, because I think it would be really interesting, because since I'm going to add like terrain and stuff, it won't just be flat. You know, if you jump too much, if you roll around too much, if you just like sprint too much, like that physical, if you like suddenly stop and change directions, that I think that could be such a cool mechanic and something unique, because the coffee would spill out a bit. And so you kind of have to be really careful, and you possibly have to put it down if you're planning to be an acrobat and fight enemies.
Yeah, because there definitely has to be like a good reason for putting down the coffee.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking. At the moment, like, you just shoot normally, obviously, but my idea was that, like, shooting would be wildly inaccurate, you know? It would be like hip firing a sniper rifle, you know? Because you're carrying, you can't use two hands to fire the sniper rifle. It's just like a one-handed thing, and you have to, like, you know, it's not going to be comfortable. So therefore, as soon as you put down the coffee, your shooting is so much more kind of accurate and so much better. But obviously that leaves the coffee vulnerable, but also you have the freedom to jump around, take cover, do like whatever, crouch, I don't know, do whatever, without having to worry about like, okay, I need to move slowly, and I need to not jump too much, and I need to not like rapidly change direction, causing them, you know, the liquid. Chat, are we back? Are we just, Okay, good. We just restarted the routers because I don't know, it was the weirdest thing. The stream disconnected and you couldn't hear us, but we could hear you perfectly. Like for
Oh,
a
nice.
while. And so we just kept saying like, what happened? Did something like, can you hear us? Blah, blah, blah. And then you just reply in a crystal clear voice. But the stream's 100% offline. It was the weirdest thing. Your internet was so strong that it got through to us, even though ours was down.
Yes.
Um,
Okay. So there is one more thing I want to show you, and that is root motion movement.
Yeah, that's what Tim was just talking about. Yep.
Yeah, and Xerox helped me out massively with this. So we have our little dude, and he's just walking using root motion right now. Now, he doesn't currently smoothly rotate if you, like, combine the rotations.
Yep.
That's what I'm going to do next.
Cool.
But, like, it's working.
Uh-huh.
So, and I'm really happy with it.
Yeah.
Although there's something interesting, like, and I think it might just be due to the animation. It's like, it's kind of stops every now and then. Like, very briefly, there's like a slowdown. And I think it might be when the animation resets,
Right.
Yeah.
potentially.
I'll need to
Which-
re-export it to fix that.
I mean, I don't know. Like, actually, I mean, might be worth a go. 'Cause it is very obvious.
Yeah. Well,
But
I can't really tell from like this. Can you tell when there's a massive slowdown?
Well, I guess like, you'll pull it in a minute and see on your computer.
yeah,
IRL would be
When-
better.
No, I can see it. Yeah, I can see it. Okay.
yeah. When you're
Yeah, I
actually,
can see
like,
it. On
playing with
side
the
view is
video.
very obvious, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't say I love the player model. What happened to the gorgeous legs?
They were never part of this one.
Ugh, but everyone voted for them. That's why everyone voted for B. The only people voting for B. It wasn't because of the sphere that you had.
But yeah,
I don't know, Peter. What do you think of the player model?
Look, I think it could have been different. Like, I don't hate it, but also I know just how painful
It does
was
look
to
like a-
actually get it working.
This.
Monopoly House.
So
Yeah, but the animation and the skeleton is different from the actual geometry.
well, I mean, yeah, like if it's not too much, like sure.
I just honestly think it could massively be improved by just changing the proportions. Like, you don't even have to change much. Like, maybe make it more like a cube and make the legs fatter and shorter. And I think it would immediately look better. And, like, the hat should maybe be taller, because it looks flat from certain angles. It almost looks like a normal map from a lot of angles. And it looks like, I don't know, some pressure plate / colonial profile for a kitchen cabinet.
Okay, well, at this point we have a decision to make. Do you want me to use the feedback or all the feedback that you just gave me?
Leave that for last. We have a player
That
model.
was my entire day. You're looking
Yeah.
at my entire yesterday day.
But I
I
mean,
could
you-
spend
you-
another day
Yeah.
doing
Well, you
this.
don't have to redo it from scratch. Like, the
You
animation
would.
you can keep.
Well,
You'll just have to
animation,
redo the weights.
Animation was the quickest part of the whole.
Really?
model, Yeah.
Yeah,
It's getting to
like,
the
he had a
animation.
real hard time actually getting it to work with like the mesh.
I redid the animation.
Why was it so difficult to get it to work?
Weight painting
Oh,
for
well,
it to work. Like
that's just, yeah, so Blender authoring is basically it.
Blender authoring.
Hazel was fine, right?
No, Hazel was. Well, I didn't do anything in Hazel. It's Peter and Zurex did it in
Yeah,
Hazel.
Yeah,
I
I,
just
okay.
can, I
imported
can
it.
tell you, Hazel was not fine.
Okay, there you go.
Spent I think 0x spent maybe an hour.
But why? What was wrong with it? Like, because obviously we have plenty of root
well,
motion examples in Hazel. Why was
well,
this different?
It was partially because okay, so I don't know, Sarah can correct me if I explain this incorrectly, but part of it was the bones were parented weirdly in the Blender file, so when it exported like the legs,
Yeah, it wasn't parented to the root,
when
Brian, I think.
yeah, and so they just went gliding forward. Well, the body was here.
Yeah. Tim, didn't you set
this
up
is-
an? Oh, that was different. That
This
wasn't
is
for
why
this
I
root
did it
motion.
correctly the first time, and the skeleton just would not get exported. Like, I tried
Yeah.
for an hour and a half to export the skeleton with the correct root bone that just sits on the ground. That's the one that's going to be used for root motion tracking. And I just could not do it. So
Yeah.
I just went to
And then
basically
there was,
a different way of doing it, yeah.
Yeah, there was another issue where like, the player basically just shrunk, with one of the animations, but that wasn't. I don't think that wasn't like due to Tim exporting it incorrectly. I don't think it was the masks in the translation mask in the actual animation.
Ah,
controller
yeah, that's
that
the
were
thing. Yeah,
incorrect. Yeah.
Xerox really
Uh,
should write some good documentation for this, because like he's explained all of this to me, but I have forgotten it all. I have a recording of it though, I
Yeah.
think.
But yeah, and like Xerox had to basically put together a hack in the engine to make this animation animation.
Yeah, I saw
Mesh
that. I
work.
saw that. I pulled the engine code and read through it a bit. Yep.
Yeah. So it was not smooth.
Yeah. Well, whatever. Like we'll leave that to last.
Yeah.
Like, I'll tell you right now, I don't
I'm
have enough
okay
time
with
to
having
change
this
this. We're not
Yeah.
going to change
this
this.
model if like we have a model. If we have time to touch up on it, sure, let's do it.
I think what you could
But-
have done, and I feel like this would have been a better move maybe from the get-go, would be to just use like someone else's model. Because like first of all, we don't have to make all the assets. It's just that if we use other people's assets, we reference them. But also what that means is we can, prototype faster, get something up and running, be like, this kind of style works well. Okay, Tim, now commit a day to making a model in this style. Because the problem is, like, again, like this, it's kind of like, if you don't plan it enough, you commit to something, and then it's like, actually, this needs to be changed, and then you've already lost that time. So I feel like that would have been a good strat.
But I don't know, where would you find a model?
Just
in-
go to
in
like
this
go to
style?
Mixamo, grab like, they've got so many models there, already animated with root motion. That's how we got it into the Hazel Sandbox examples. And then you could even play with the scaling to make it a bit more squished or whatever. But they've actually got like dwarf style models, and that's kind of done, And then see how that fits into the world. What do we like about it? What do we don't? You could probably even play with the textures quickly to just do some previs basically. And then after that, it's like, okay, this is what it should look like. You could probably have even just taken the animation from Mixamo instead of hand animating it, right?
But animating was not the difficult
That wasn't
part,
difficult.
yeah. The difficult part was getting to the animating, which is...
But once you have a
UV
skeleton,
unwrapping,
once you have a
UV
skeleton from
unwrapping,
Mixamo,
texturing.
you can use Blender's tools to just immediately do the weight painting for you and then just tweak
yeah,
it.
but that's rubbish.
Is
It's-
it?
Yeah, like tweaking it is what takes long about it. This is
Maybe 'cause
tweaking it,
it's
I automatically weight
such
paint
a-
and then I tweak it.
Maybe because it's such a like
No, Blender's weight painting tools are just rubbish.
specific. Yeah.
They're just so bad. Like, I don't get it because what's it called, vertex painting tools are much better than weight painting.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Cool, Peter. So what are you heading off to sleep, or are you going to do anything else?
I'm gonna basically try and get this player controller to do smooth rotation.
Okay.
Which shouldn't be hard.
Should I work in that scene, or do you want me to try a different scene?
So I'm working in the root motion movement scene.
Oh, so you have
not
your
the
own
main
scene. Okay.
Yeah,
So I can work in the main scene.
You can work in the main scene.
How-
That's perfectly fine.
But all of your pickup systems and the enemy stuff, do they work in the main scene at all?
Yeah.
Yeah?
That's where I
Because
was
that's all
playing
in
before,
scripts,
so-
yeah. Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the main
Uh,
scene. Okay, I thought everything you showed me was that root motion scene.
Oh, yeah, no.
No, of course, because that main scene doesn't have the player model. Yep.
Yeah. So.
Cool.
I don't know. I might have commented out the set rotation and like pushed that. I don't remember. So if.
Okay, that's fine.
the
Yeah.
player was in space. Yeah, there's been some problems with null reference exceptions because stuff kept getting nuked.
Yeah.
I think it's a bug like with the scripting engine somewhere. Yeah, so like here I think it's the gun. Yeah. Sometimes you just have to re-add it.
That sucks.
Yeah. I put it on a to-do list for.
Are you sure that's
fixing
because you
it.
just didn't forget to you forgot to hit save? So you're still getting null references though.
No, yeah, but no, it's because I tried doing spawning particles, so I just
Okay.
because it's static data.
Ah, that's right. Yeah.
So now it's all good.
But I made it clear, I think, on or like, well, no, that was an engine crash anyway.
Yeah, and if it hits a null reference exception, the script won't like terminate properly, so it might not call the detach.
Yeah.
Or destroy like properly.
That yeah. Well, that's why I did it on the in the on create.
Yeah.
Because that will definitely be called. All right, cool. Well, sounds good. Then I'll get to work on the main scene, and then yeah, let me know like if you commit stuff and.
Yeah, I'm just gonna check
how you
that
go.
I don't have anything that I need to. I do actually. And that's not important. That is. I'm just gonna discard that because I was working on gun types, but then I did root notion. That's whatever. Yeah. Stage that too. And I'll stage those 2 lines. But yeah, I think that looks like it might be good.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna commit this.
Yeah.
I do have an engine fix as well, so you'll have to pull the engine.
I've already pulled the engine. This is a new one? A new thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
It just fixed some offsets not being accounted for in the character control.
Have you already pushed that?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
With that stuff you said about prototyping the art, essentially, I just don't think that's something you'd ever do during a game jam. Like deciding the art style, like halfway through the first day, I think is like. Well,
but you can't, like, how do you know though? You can't commit to a certain art style without playing it first and being like, this fits, this works.
Well, like decide it in advance of the game jam, basically. I don't know, because you can't just spend half the first day.
No, but it takes less than an hour to grab something from Mixamo and chuck it into the effect of what Peter's done.
Yeah, but by the time you settle down on it, by the time you're exporting all the
yeah,
stuff,
but you can kind of just tweak it a little bit, get the view that you want without like, but the thing is anyone can also do that. Like, it doesn't have to be you. Like, because otherwise, I don't know, like, obviously doing something for a day and then having to redo all that work during a game jam is even worse. So that's kind of my point.
Yeah, but like redoing it is just not an option. We can ship the game with the one model that we have. Like, if I'm going to be redoing it, because I'm going to redo it today and probably redo it tomorrow, and then maybe we'll be happy with it, But like, I'm telling you.
So the solution is just to make something that we don't like.
Well, this game, just in general, is going to be forest level art, not going to be dichotomy level art. Because dichotomy had like 5 assets that I spent making 2 days. There's like 20 assets, 25 assets I'm going to make, texture, animate some of them. It's just not enough time in the day to do all of that. And like, it's up to us, because we had cubes in dichotomy.
The other advantage though, but we wanted to make something voxely here.
Yeah.
Which is similar to cubes. But the other advantage to prototyping it is that like we can actually, like, Peter could have, for example, set up the root motion and got everything working. Like, as in, because if we need like the coffee cup to actually be on a bone that's on the player because it's in the hand, that could have all been basically done. And then it doesn't, like, as long as basically the skeleton doesn't dramatically change, the actual, like, you could just have an empty skeleton. That's why, mostly, like, if you look at like Unreal Engine, people will do all their prototyping just using the default mannequin model. Because like you can just kind of get to work on that, and then we know it's going to be a human, so the actual vertices around the bones, they don't matter, they're just visual.
Yeah.
So it's kind of nice to separate it. We really should have like a default biped kind of model just in Hazel that we can just chuck on for this, because I feel like obviously having, like, yeah, it's gonna be common to be like, I want a humanoid character.
Yeah. But the thing is,
yeah, it's the same kind of thing. Like we maybe want to like spend some time writing up some actual like character controllers that we could just slap on
Mm-hmm.
and like tweak.
Yeah.
but yeah, the problem
Anyways,
here.
I've pushed my engine stuff, by the way.
Okay, cool. I'll fetch, and we'll see. Did you push the? Yeah, you pushed the game as well. All right. Let's see. No, that is the main scene. Okay. Well. I have to pick up a gun, so I can still shoot with no gun.
You can? You shouldn't be able to.
Well, I can't anymore.
No,
Yeah.
you're out of ammo. That's why you couldn't anymore.
Ah, yeah. So I start with 10 ammo, and the muzzle flash is just in the middle of the player as soon as I start the main scene.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, because it isn't for me.
Ah.
So it might not have push. It might not have like. There might be some script
Yeah,
settings
yeah,
that
yeah.
mixed up.
Well, I have a gun. Maybe I shouldn't have a gun. Should the player
I
have?
mean, if you don't want to have a gun, then
Should
just
the?
delete the gun from the player.
Well, yeah, but should that? Like, do you have it without a gun? You start without like a gun entity on the player.
No, like the player entity starts with a gun right now, just like in the entity itself.
Ah.
Um,
Well, I've got one, but like I guess visual, like what seems to happen is I think maybe I do have a gun, but it's just inside the player for some reason.
Okay. You might need to come on.
Oh, am I? No, I
Look,
mean I don't have
In the
any.
gun, there's the held player offset, which arguably we could just use the local translation as the offset.
Yep.
So you can probably just change that because this was left over from when a previous design of the item system.
It's being weird. Like I can't. It's like selecting the whole thing as if it's one. Like it's a Vec 3. Yeah, it's a Vec 3, but it's highlighting all the fields.
Oh yeah, that's because it's not set to a drag flow 3. It's set to like an input flow 3, meaning you can't drag it by default.
Ah, that's weird. Why?
I don't know.
Okay. So player, controller.
Alright, I'm gonna go.
Do you but you've got it set to something or no?
I do. It's basically set to match the values that are in the transform component.
Ah, I
so
see.
like the translation.
So do you like, because the other thing is if the player doesn't start with a gun, then obviously how do you get your first gun? I guess maybe the coffee tent has a gun that you can just grab.
Yeah.
Or maybe even has a selection of guns and you can grab any gun. So it's kind of like when you can pick Bulbasaur, Squirtle, or Charmander in the beginning of Pokemon, you can pick your little gun.
Yeah, because you can just put down like a gun item instance that has the prefab for whatever gun the player should actually hold.
Yeah. And what is it to pick to pick up? E, X?
F.
F.
Pick up on a keyboard. And X
I got my
on
coffee.
a gamepad.
Ah, yeah, that's right, yeah. I remember you saying X. Cool. It's a forest in a way just because you have the enemies running towards you and a gun.
Controller movement.
Yeah.
Working smoothly.
That's funny.
And I don't know. We'll see. I might head off to bed after that for a while.
Cool. Alright. Sounds good. Ooh, flamethrower. That would be a fun weapon. Just spewing out flame particles that hurt
Yeah.
It would be nice to have a particle system, because at the moment, unfortunately, every single particle is an entity, and that is not great for performance.
Yeah.
Although, actually, what I'm doing that's a bit bad at the moment is I'm pretty sure... Oh, maybe not. No, I'm not. I don't think I am. I was going to say, I thought every particle had a script, but it doesn't. Alright, cool. Well, yeah, let me know how you go, Peter.
Yeah.
Alright, see ya.
Alright. See ya.
Okay. Now, let's see here. Where's my music? Alright. Okay, so I guess we wanted to kind of do some level generation, I think. Where should we start with for that, though? Actually, let's quickly just check out the root motion scene. Player control testing? No. Why do I not have the asset? Ah, I do. But then I'm playing as the cube. Ah, it's so weird. I've got some interesting differences to what Peter was showing. I mean, something is null here. Well, that seems to work. I guess the camera needs to follow the... Oh, because it... Wait, is it because there's two players? But they're... I mean, yes, there's two players, but... It's not like it's looking up... It's not like it's looking it up by name. And this is Peter's scene entirely. I don't think I should have any changes to it at all. I don't know which player it is. Oh, actually I can just drag it in though. This one. Okay, now I'm this, but I can't move. Something's still null though. What is this? What's null? Enemy.cs line 45. So that probably means that enemies and maybe enemy prefabs. Oh, this is all, yeah. Gun pickup prefab, like what? Ah, that needs prefabs. Why is that not set? Gun pistol pickup, I guess. Enemy gun prefab. Ugh. What are these supposed to be set to? Let me just send Peter this and find out what he... this supposed to be? Yeah, I'm not sure why those values are being reset to null, but they are. Okay, my camera's gonna shut off for a second because I'm gonna unplug it. Okay. The stream volume should be pretty fine. I think I'm just not talking much. Because I'm pretty much at like max volume. It'll distort if I go any higher. And the music I've made quiet because so that you can hear me talk. Alright. So, yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna work in this scene anyway. Can I make these a bit smaller? Let's go to scenes and main scene. So this is kind of where we're at. So my plan. Yeah, I think I want to start with basically the level generation. The terrain generation. So we have hexagonal tiles. One thing I was playing with last time we were doing this was... Well, last night, I mean, was... Where's my level generator? It's still called dummy. Let me rename that. Sick of that. Alright. Yeah, we were playing with Y positions. So basically we had it set to this. Which looked really cool, right? And let's see if this still crashes the engine. Oh, good, it doesn't. Peter fixed it. Well done. So, yeah, we had this kind of cool, you know, aesthetic. I like this a lot. Obviously, it's a little bit nonsensical in the sense that, well, like, well, yeah, the player doesn't collide with them, which is, we need to fix that, but that might already be fixed, so I'm not going to worry too much about that, at least. I will have to probably worry about it, but anyway, the problem with this, obviously, is that it's every single hexagon that we see here is completely random, like between, you know, I think 0 and 1 meter. So that's not great. And of course we can increase that range, like especially if we want higher hills, we can increase that range you know, let's just say from 0 to 3 meters, and then it's going to look even weirder. Well, I mean, this is too tall for the size of the model, but the point is that this is just completely random. And even though it looks kind of cool, it's not really practical. Instead, we want to have, you know, varying degrees. So instead of kind of having them at different heights like this from a side view, we kind of want to, you know, make valleys and do all of that stuff. And we can do that just by using noise. And it's pretty easy to do. And I think to some degree, Hazel does have that already. So let's just see if we can use it. I think we can just do noise Perlin or something, for example. And then give it an X and a Y coordinate. So if we just replace what we have here, and I don't know, I don't know if we'll be able to use this properly, but if I basically take, let's keep these around just for debugging, but if I basically take this kind of noise, and we can get a value from our X and Y position, well, we could even do translation X, translation Z, right? And that's translation Y. And so if we try this, if this works, we get nothing. Okay, so I don't know if that worked properly. We haven't used this class in a while. It might just not work. Seed is just 8 by default, sure. Maybe you need to set this. I thought that by default it was pretty okay though. Maybe we should try to actually instantiate the class. And then I can just do noise.get. Maybe that will work. I don't know if... No. Just getting 0. Which is weird. Am I actually getting 0 or is it just tiny? Oh, okay, I'm not getting 0. It is just tiny. It's also between... Okay, so it's times... So if I do... So let's just get the noise value maybe. And then I can do noise value times 0.5 plus 0.5. Actually, let me do that here. So that will just make it actually be from 0 to 1 instead of from -1 to 1. And then I can multiply it by, I guess, how much I want. But it's weird because I didn't really see it be anything. Yeah, that's not correct either. Let's not do that. Hang on, let me just do this. But that looks perfectly flat. It does have different Y values though. I guess they're just not like, yeah, they're just not big enough. Well, actually, you know what? Let's not do the times 0.5 plus 0.5. Let's just multiply it by like an amplitude. So let's just try 3. Like there'll be a little bit of, oh, did we crash? Oh, we did. Wait, that's a GPU crash. And I think I have Vulkan validation on. Oh, no, I don't. Okay, let's turn that back on. So I can cache those, because the new renderer does still have some small issues. Yeah, it's like Warzone is kind of what we're going for. I guess they are at different heights. But again, it's weird because it just seems like, nah, but this is a big difference. So I don't know why we're not seeing that. Look, these are at massive differences. What? Ah, it's just very gradual. Yeah, it's very gradual. Cause see how deep I am now? Okay, so this is too gradual. It needs to be way more sporadic. So yeah, we can either increase the amplitude or we can just play with the actual noise settings, which I guess I'll do. So let's see what we have. So we have frequency octaves. It'd be good to get it as a texture. I guess that kind of is what we're doing though. But yeah, it'd be good to kind of see just what it does. Because we could try playing with this. I guess I could just regenerate it, maybe. So let me do this. I want to play with this, obviously, to get it looking how I want it to look. So I want to basically grab like all of these parameters, right? And then this will just let me play with them. And I don't even know what the defaults are. So let's maybe see what the defaults are. Actually, maybe I can just see what the defaults are in the actual like C++ code, because that would be a lot faster than trying to pull them out from C#. I guess it just sets it internally though. I thought they would be set by Hazel. Maybe not. So in that case, I guess we will pull it out. That's all done now though. Okay, so let's just maybe... Alright, so we got 0. Let me just quickly copy that down. 0, 0, 1, 3, 2, and 0.5. So these are the defaults. I'm missing that one, but let's set them to this. Yeah, so if we look at Hazel, which is on this monitor, so yeah, so now if we look at the level generator, we should see, I didn't actually pull our values, maybe because we already set them. That's weird though, usually does. Okay, so if we run that, that should be our world. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I'm gonna make a keyboard shortcut in the level generator to regenerate the level, and then I'm gonna make a private void generate chunk or something like that. That will just, yeah, generate it. And basically we'll just do this. So we can start with one, but we're gonna do if input dot is key pressed, and let's do G for generate. Generate, and so basically this will just let us, now this has to actually also clear the existing ones, so if I'll have to keep track of them some way. So private list, entity, tiles, when we instantiate them, we'll add them to that list, and then what we'll do is we'll run through all of them. Let's clear this. We'll run through all of them and do destroy and clear it. Okay, so now we should be able to regenerate this, which shouldn't really look like anything at the moment. Oh. Whoa. Why did that take so long? That takes way too much time. Damn. That takes so much time. I wonder why. Very weird. Yeah, because it definitely shouldn't. Like, maybe this is also taking a lot of time just to destroy them. Well, actually, to be honest, we probably shouldn't, like... Yeah, I don't think we should recreate them every time I destroy them. That's a bit dumb, isn't it? I don't know why I did that. Let's do private void create initial tile set. And we're basically just going to go through and create, like, map height and map width for now. And we're just going to do this, and honestly, like, well, like, we can, I guess we can place them if we really wanted to. So we'll kind of do this, which is what we did the first time around, I think. Right? And then that's nice because, of course, we are regenerating them, so we don't have to re-add them or anything. We don't have to reinstantiate them. All we need to do is go through tiles, x plus y, or x plus z times map width. That's our tile. And then we just do tile dot translation equals translation. Now, I'm not gonna worry about generating changing the color of it. I could, I guess. That's a little bit difficult though, because they're literally different prefabs. So we'll leave it as is for now. I deleted xpos. But the idea is we'll do this, and then this, and this should be much faster. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even noticing it. Unless it's not working, but we'll find out in a minute. So this will, let's just do, can we do, what's a quick way to seed? What's a quick environment tick count? Yeah, that's what I was looking for, something like that. So that will just seed it differently. Yeah, so there you can see it change now every time I hit G, which is cool. All right, so why did I do that? Because, so let's go to the enemy spawner for one, and we'll just be like, do not spawn. Maybe we should have a boolean here as well. Spawn equals true, and then return. So that way we can stop it from spawning enemies if we wanted to. So if I hit play, you know, we can spawn some enemies, but if I go to the enemy manager and I uncheck this, then we shouldn't get any more. Let me kill this guy. We shouldn't get any more enemies. Okay, good. So now what I can do is, if I go into the level generator, I got my parameters down here, right? So I got my frequency, octaves, whatever. I can play with that, and then if I hit G, you can see that just like that, I can, yeah, just update it. Now, actually, I don't even have to click, which is nice. I can just literally, you know, play with all of these things, and just hit, you know, G. So this is kind of nice, I guess. Octaves. I actually don't remember what these parameters are supposed to do. What if we, like, let's start by zeroing them all out. And then I want to play it. So, yeah, so you definitely need frequency. Okay, that looks kind of cool. So, see, now we're getting, like, some mountains, which is kind of what I was thinking of. Keep hitting escape. Well, I have to hit escape, but escape also deselects the entity, which is a bit annoying. But, yeah, so let's play with the gain a little bit. So, what does that do? Because it's also going to be different, right? And maybe one thing I could do as well is the camera. Like if I wanted to, I could just make the camera a bit further away from the player or whatever. So that way I can look at the terrain a bit more. Okay, so that's kind of what we're dealing with. Very hilly. Like the thing is, like obviously I'm just starting by generating noise. But you know, you usually will, like, level generation isn't just like, let me just tweak some noise parameters and I'm done. We'll probably have to generate different kind of levels of noise and layer them on top of each other and have some logic. I might even look up maybe what a good guide to doing this would be, just so that way I can, because like for example, if I wanted it to be an island, I could basically multiply it with a mask that fades out over time and goes to 0. So that way I could create a shoreline. I could enforce a shoreline, you know, around this. And there's so many things you can do. So I'm just kind of playing around with this just to begin with, but this kind of looks nice. Let me try 1 octave instead of 0. I don't know what the difference really is. I think that's how many times it will generate a multiply on top. Maybe 70 octaves. Doesn't really seem to do much visually. Then we've got this lacunarity, which I'm not going to pretend to understand what that does. Again, looks kind of the same, strangely. Frequency and gain seem to be doing the most. Like, also, I guess there can be, like, well, frequency, yeah, frequency is going to control the resolution, basically. So you can see if I do frequency, this creates a much broader resolution. And if I do something really low, it's going to be super smooth. I'm also not really controlling the amplitude too much. So this is just like, you know, some basic kind of hills. Nothing too fancy. But then I could multiply certain regions, you know, with, I guess, something a bit higher like that. That's probably too much, though. Maybe like this, you know, 0.112 or something to create something more dramatic. Because I feel like part of me would want to have some, yeah, like this looks kind of cool. Like I want to have cliffs like this. But also, you know, it's not just the, because at the moment, okay, so let me just, I'll keep these settings. I think I just copy this, but I actually don't know if that'll work. And I think this can just be 0 because I'm not really using it. But also gain does something, right? What does gain do? 0.2 versus 0. Nothing really. I mean, the only thing that seems to be doing anything is frequency, which is a bit sus, isn't it? Maybe I'm just wrong in something. Anyway, let me take a screenshot of these parameters so I remember them, even though the only one I really need to remember is 0.15. But I also want to see if I paste this in. Does that? No, that doesn't actually work, funnily enough. So, yeah. What? Wait. But look, that doesn't generate anything. Huh? Have I done something stupid? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I set all these. Unless these are broken. But it doesn't really look like they should be. Because I can't say I've tested this. All of these noise parameters before, but they do exist, so kind of makes me think like they should work. So let's see what this actually does. I mean, it looks like it does set. Yeah, I mean, it definitely does do that. These all seem to work. And obviously that other thing works, right? Yeah, there's all these different noise types we can use as well. But it's a bit annoying, isn't it? Like, I shouldn't have to redo it. But even so, like, I mean, every time we hit G, what is it doing? It's doing this, and it is setting all of these, and then we generate from it, right? So why would that not work? Isn't that so weird? That's so weird. I mean, it's just flat out not generating anymore. And G doesn't do anything. This is really, really, really strange. Like, really weird. Huh. Yeah, like they're not appearing here. So that means that it's like it's literally not running through this code. Did it have something to do with me pasting and that ruined something? I don't know how that would have happened. Let me just reset it up maybe. Oh, that's annoying though, but too late, I guess. Wait, is player or player 2 the one I care about? Where's my player? I think it's player, surely. Yeah, player. I don't know what happened there. That was bizarre. All right, let's go to player, blood particle, blood particle. We'll try the same parameters, but now I have to add my prefabs, my hexagon. Doesn't really matter the order. Yeah, it's not generating anymore. Man, this is weird. Let me just, I guess, debug? I don't know. Yeah, it's not, it might not be hitting that breakpoint. That's so strange. What? It's like literally not doing this. Let me do it, chuck in a log. Oh, here we go. Null reference exception. Line 90. But that, I didn't see that before. Was that happening before? Line 90. Oh, player. Well, no. Oh, look, and it reset everything. What? This is very, very weird. Okay, now it's working. Alright, so yeah, so I kind of liked that, these cliffs or whatever, but it's so weird how it doesn't seem to actually, like, this stuff doesn't seem to do anything. Right? That doesn't seem right. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe that doesn't apply to Perlin noise? Alright, let's change the noise type, just for fun. If I go here, because it's Perlin, but if I make it like simplex or something, or simplex fractal. Be nice if I could set the noise type from C#. Maybe I'll make that happen. Okay, well that's a different result for sure. So let's maybe play with this. Okay, that looks the same. I think this one is just more sensitive, it seems. I mean, that... Does that look different? I don't know. Should really get it to stop spawning enemies. Wonderful. Can't delete enemies like that apparently. Make a flat floor and apply noise to colors. Well, I mean, the grid is basically the floor. I can still see the difference. I could definitely do it by height, though, the colors, which I might do later, but that might be better. Let's go to the enemy manager and just not spawn enemies, because they're a little annoying. Wow, this is... Yeah, so that's like, yeah, I don't know. It's really weird. I feel like it's not working, but I don't know why. Like, the variables should be correct. Yeah, 2.5, 6.5, octave 6. That's what I set it to, right? Yeah. So, okay, well, it's definitely being set into the library. Maybe it just doesn't apply to those things, but it's weird. Oh, Peter wants a call. Sure.
Yo.
What's up?
So I've pretty much got the root motion movement smooth now.
Okay.
At least when using controller.
I'll show the stream.
See how we
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, that looks really nice. How is it with the mouse?
I had to, with the mouse, it's like, if you just do the whole W, it's completely smooth.
Yep.
Obviously, we
with that, yeah.
Kinda, which I quite like. And you can do 45-degree angles.
Oh, cool. Yep.
So I quite like that. Now, I had to decrease the dead zone for the movement axes.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was like snapping at weird angles on occasion.
Yep.
So decreasing the dead zone made it a lot smoother.
Mm-hmm.
But do you want me to effectively take what's in the player controller and just put that in here as well? Or do you want to take care of that?
I think you can do that if you want, because I'm not going to touch. I'm just doing level generation stuff, so I'm not going to touch any player mechanics. And definitely not before you go to bed, because that'll be soon, I imagine.
I don't know.
Well, either way, I'm very deep into like terrain generation right now, so no player stuff I'm doing.
Yeah. In that case, I'll just take care of it real quick.
Cool.
It should be relatively easy to do so. All right. Cool. Yeah. Take that. Yeah. Anyways, that's pretty much
Okay.
what I wanted to check. So.
Sounds good. Keep me updated.
All right. Yep. Will do.
Wait,
See ya.
one thing I had as well was, so with this level generation stuff, yeah, I'm thinking of just like combining. I don't know, like, we need. So there's two questions I have from a game design point of view, I guess. One of which is boundaries, right? So do we just put up like maybe some barbed wire fences around the area to stop the player going far, hills, an island? Perhaps maybe this is taking place on an island and you can't go off the island. Island might be nice because it's just like, you can just make the multiply the noise like by a small value depending on the radius, and then everything becomes flat and it's water. Whereas like with barbed wire, it's like barbed wire fences, I guess you can see through them, so we might have to do some like static meshes off in the distance, or like some matte paintings, kind of flat paint 2D images or something. But there'll be fog anyway, I guess. But yeah, so that's one thing. Any thoughts on that?
I think an island would be really cool to have.
Okay. And then the other question was, yeah, like, do you have any, I know you did some map generation stuff last time. Do you have any resources or like good kind of suggestions? Like, because I'm probably going to end up generating a bunch of different noise types, multiplying them together, you know, trying to create things, and I don't know, like, if there's an easier way.
I didn't actually use noise for
Okay,
voice.
so that was just really basic. Yeah.
Yeah, I literally just
Sure.
picked a random position and then did an overlap check to see if it overlapped with anything,
All right.
and if it might place a tree.
I might do some research then, because I've never really done like actual complex terrain generation.
Yeah.
Besides like noise.
I
So
know, it's not really tutorials, but I know Sebastian Log has some. Has like
Yeah,
a video where he
that's
does,
right.
different,
maybe we'll
like,
watch some of those
modes and
videos. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that could be like a good starting point.
Yep. I might check those out on stream. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Cool. Alrighty. Well, see you later.
Yep. See ya.
Okay. Ah, sorry, stream. That was probably echoey because I forgot to mute. Oof. Sorry, I always do that. I forgot to mute the desktop audio. All right. Now that I've woken you all up, does anyone in chat have any good suggestions for some like terrain gen resources? I guess like at the moment we're generating like, maybe we should start, since it's an island especially, why don't we start generating from the middle? Like the origin is not like, because at the moment like this is the origin, right? Like over here, and then we're generating out like that in the positive kind of Y direction and the positive X direction, or the positive I guess Z and X or whatever. But we could make it centered around the origin, and I think that would be a bit nicer, both for the math, because then we could easily use a radius without having to offset it. But then also, we'd start in the middle, you know, and not like somewhere weird. Although we might want to start somewhere weird, but we'll see. Yeah, maybe actually, maybe it would make sense if we start here, and then our goal is to get to the other thing, like to the other side. Maybe that would be nicer. Okay, so let's just try and shift it. So what we'll do is I guess yeah, let's just do float ZP equals Z minus map height divided by 2. Doesn't really matter which ones we use, I think, here. But I guess once we have that, maybe we should just use that. And then where do we do this? So ZP, X plus uses XP. And X plus Y times that needs to be, yeah, that. Alright. That should be it, I think. So now we should be in the middle. Yeah. Alright, seems legit. Let's see. Now that I've done that. Yeah, so we obviously, like, I mean, we have some kind of radius here. Like, we're not really, like, yeah, we could pretend to have some kind of radius here. Now, we could say the radius is just the half the width or height. So obviously, like, at the moment we're generating a square, right? And we have the width and we have the height. But what we can do is we can also just use it kind of as a radius, which would be half of that. And then just be like, let's apply that uniformly, which would mean that we get, you know, a circular shape, obviously, because it's also, like, this distance is obviously greater than the half the height, but if we constrict it to the height, we get this. So what that means is that if we do float, in the generation I'm in, float radius equals map width, for example, divided by 2. Let's do times 0.5. What we can do is we can say that this translation y, right, the further this tile is from the middle, so basically the closer it is to radius. So radius is going to be, radius isn't quite going to be the, yeah, but we could just do, it's not quite going to be the minimum, but we could do, so if I do translation, oh, should I just do, okay, let's do this, vector 2, I don't know, this probably would be simple from a code point, but might be a little bit worse performance. But basically, if we get the length of this vector and we subtract radius from it, right, because I want to do it in that order, and then we clamp it to 0. So mathf dot min 0, right? Then we could say that is basically, like, we can multiply this with the translation y, I think. And then that will mean that it will basically start off at its real height, and then, but this is going to curve it down, and we probably don't want to start, you know, from there. But let me just make sure that's right. So if the radius minus the length from the middle, as long as it's centered around the origin, I guess that will work, but that's obviously going to give us a linear fall off from the middle. Well, let's just see what that looks like. I kind of want to, oh, I was going to say, I kind of want a free camera. Oh, okay, that is not what I wanted. That's like the opposite somehow. How did that happen? Oh, well, okay, yeah, I need to, ugh, that's not what I wanted to do. Where am I? Yeah, because I wanted to divide this. I think what I wanted to do is probably divide the length by the radius, or the radius by the length. Radius by the length, right? No, but that's gonna be 1 then. Right? What am I doing, man? Morning maths is just the worst. I need some paper or something. I can just use the screen. Okay, so let's just say maximum radius is 2. Our length from the middle is obviously going to be like 0.5, you know, 1. I want to basically do a graph initially from 1 to 0, based on that. So if I just take the radius, which I kind of did. Oh, okay, I think I can take the radius, subtract it from the vector, divide the whole thing by the radius. That's probably what I wanted to do. So take the radius, subtract it from the vector, and divide it by the radius. And that should give me a value between 0 and 1. Let me just make sure that's correct. Especially because I clamp it. No, that's all negative. Wait, is that the right thing? Why is it? No, but it can't be negative because I'm... Oh, man, I meant max, I think. Right. Yeah. So you can see kind of what that's doing. It's flattening it out. The only problem is that I don't really want it to... Like, what's happening at the moment is it's flattening it out kind of linearly around the thing. I probably want it to just do a little curve or something at the end. And so I want it to start from I want the fall off to start from a given area, right? So, and this is also like, this is not chunk based yet. It probably will be just because we might want a larger play area, but not necessarily more tiles or whatever. So we'll see. But, yeah, what we should do initially is, I think, so yeah, we'd basically, let's see, radius minus length divided by radius. I really should just graph this, to be honest, because otherwise, let's just graph it this, because it's just really difficult to visualize, especially in the morning. We can use like Desmos or something for that. Okay. So we kind of have this at the moment. Oops. So let's do. Radius minus length minus radius. So we'll do radius minus length divided by radius. Which gives us what? Radius. About length. No. Okay, here we go. Yep. So there's our graph, right? It goes from 1 to 1. So, like, if we just take this and we multiply it by 2, and then we clamp it to 1, what that does is it creates a steeper fall off, but you can see it only starts halfway through. Because if we clamp it to 1, and obviously this is clamped to 1, then that's the region of the graph we're dealing with, versus obviously if I don't multiply it by 2, then I get this graph instead, which means that from the beginning it starts. So we can multiply this by a higher number and then just get a steeper linear fall off the closer we are to the end of the island. So if I even do like 3 or 5 or whatever, you can see that's like the very end. So maybe let's just try 4. It is a little bit arbitrary, this value. Like, it might make more sense to define it as a unit of measurement. But I think this will work. I've just got my... Oh, do I actually? Maybe I don't. I didn't clamp it. Yep, sorry. We have to change this to a clamp and make sure that that is between 0 and 1. So it's basically not going to start the fall off here, but then towards the end of the island, we should finish up, which that doesn't look like it worked, because that's going up. Or is it actually? Because it also means it'll reduce it to 0. No, so that's correct. That might just not be enough space. Oh no, it's not correct, because look, that's below 1. What? Shouldn't that have worked? Looks like it worked on this side. Should I could move faster. Actually, I've got my free cam I can just use. Yeah, this little dip is a little bit concerning because everywhere else seems to have worked. Oh, well, no. So this side didn't work. Why? That's very strange. Yeah, I mean that. Oh, hang on. Ah, I probably need to do that. No, hang on, that's not what I meant. That's also not what I meant. What? Do I have to add it here? What? Do I have to do a multiplication? No. That's weird. 4 divided by R plus 4. I mean, a 4 plus would have worked, but it's still, that just rotates around that. So it should, maybe it should be R plus. And that's not quite right. Yeah, because I need to scale it along that as well. Because this, the problem is, yeah, the radius. I think. So yeah, so if the if the radius increases, it obviously controls that. Did I need to do that here actually? What if I just do this? No, that's still bad. Yeah, because there has to be. But it doesn't quite increase by that factor though. Because that controls the steepness now. Math. Nah, but the thing is, I kind of need it to be between, like, here's the thing, I need it to be between 0 and 1. So maybe well, that's why I had the divided by though. Oh, whoops. But this is weird because isn't this, if radius is 1, isn't this the same as just y equals negative x? Like this has some kind of, because r is, oh no, it's 1 minus x. Sorry. The radius isn't 0. And that would be divided by 0 anyway. So this is just, yeah, 1 minus x. So surely if I'm just doing 1 minus x, can't I can control the steepness of the but that's, yeah, that's not gonna be normalized. So I don't get why radius. Oh well, yeah, because that's not gonna increase. Yeah, I'm reading the chat, but you guys aren't really helpful. Sorry. I feel like I'm overthinking this. No, the grids are definitely not going beyond the radius. The grid isn't. That being said, though, can't I just do... So if I just do radius minus length, right? So that means that... So if I go back to having r minus x, right? So the bigger my radius is, you know, I'm still getting a fall off towards 0 based on length. So this is actually more or less perfect. So all I really want to do isn't all I really, and I need to start there. Yeah, all I want to do is kind of just make y bigger. So if I had like a slope or whatever, then I can do that, but to compensate, I need to make the slope bigger. But that's obviously not right. Yeah. How do I limit it again? I forgot how to limit it. It's like, can you use like curly brackets or something? No, it doesn't. Oh yeah, that does work. Okay, good. I don't really care about that side. And why am I doing this again? Ugh. Now I'm just confused. Cosine? Like, what does cosine have to do with any of this? I should really avoid doing this stuff in the mornings. I'm just not good at it in the morning. The other thing I could do though is like if we actually, because the other big problem here is that I want to be able to obviously clamp this down. So let's go back to what we kind of had actually. So we'll keep that, and we'll get rid of this and that. Ugh. And then I'm gonna clamp it to this, right? So this is kind of what we had. So S is not used anymore, right? So if I want this, I mean, that's basically done, I think. Oh, well, no, actually, sorry. That's based on the radius. So slope, if I did that. So that's kind of what I want, right? And then the radius... Am I trying to, like, does the radius matter, though? I don't think the radius matters. Right? I could just normalize it. If I just normalize it and say that radius is between 0 and 1, well then that becomes x though, because there's two things here, isn't there? No, but no, there's not though. Ah, yeah, there's not. That's the thing. I keep thinking there is, but I don't think there is. Okay, so that's obviously just translating that now. So minus x is good. So So this is, I think, what I want. Right? Because the reason is that this situation, yeah, like V length is always going to be, this is like the, how close am I to the edge? So this is like my normalized distance kind of, in a way, yeah? Because we get the length of the vector, and then we divide it by the radius, because that's the maximum possible value of it, according to us. Is that what I want? So if this is just like 0 because we're at the origin, then that will be 0 obviously, and then it goes all the way up to 1. And if it exceeds 1, which is possible because we're dealing with a square, so like anything in this range would be greater than 1, we can just make sure it doesn't go above 1 by setting a minimum like that. So this basically will go up to 1. So if this is now from 0 to 1, right? So now that I have that distance, I don't care about radius anymore. That was kind of my problem. I was thinking about the radius too much. And I think I should just be able to use S as a way to basically, somewhat arbitrarily, but I should be able to use it. If it's 1, then you get a linear fall off from the beginning. But the thing is, if we, can we also clamp Y? Yeah, we can, I think. You can see what that does is as I drag this forward, it's letting me be like, when do I want my island fall off to begin? Do I want it to begin at like immediately, or the more I increase this number, it's gonna wait and then it's gonna begin my fall off. And then I could, like, if I wanted to, I guess I could, I don't know if, I could curve it. The problem is there's like not that much room to curve it. So I could curve it a little bit. Might be better to just do that though. What's happened here? So I could have it start at like, let's just say 1.3. I guess we could try this. So then that would be this distance, this weirdo distance thing, which we will clamp as well between 0 and 1. But this becomes, so S is our slope. So we have to define some kind of slope, which we'll set to 1.3. And then this is going to be S minus S, and then X, which is distance normalized, squared, right? And then that should be it. Am I logging anything else? Because I really don't want to be. That doesn't need to exist anymore. No, I'm not. Let me just actually be like dist equals that as well. Okay, I'm pretty sure that didn't work for some reason. Because see, this is still, I did build that, right? I would have, right? Insufficient disk space. This problem again. I forgot about this. Need to clear some stuff. Let me show you my face while I look at sensitive files. Whoa, I have 80 gigabyte of Jolt captures. Peter. What has Peter done? 80 gigabytes of Jolt captures? Let me just show Peter this. Couldn't save screenshot. Free up some disk space, then try again. Damn it.
Really?
I tried to send a screenshot to Peter of where my disk space has gone because 80 gigabytes of it is inside Jolt captures. And it didn't work.
But you
I'm
can't
surprised the
just copy
stream
to
is
clipboard?
working. Well, that's what I did, obviously. Like,
Oh, there's not enough space for
Well-
the clipboard.
well, I don't know why it doesn't just store it in RAM, but I don't know, it's weird. Probably delete
That's
some
weird.
garbage from here. Okay. Before I delete that. Alright, now we can delete it. Silly Jolt. 80 gigabytes of captures, go away. What do you think this is, 2050? Well, we have infinite hard drive space? Don't think so. Alright, now let's try and compile this again. Catastrophic failure. That's Visual Studio exception though. Come on. Come on, man. I'm gonna have to restart you. You piece of garbage. Ooh. Well, I don't think that's the reason why it didn't work, unfortunately. Would it be terrible for me to quickly this is kind of funny. I want to debug this, but this log is annoying. So here's what I want to do. I'm gonna basically grab the orange hexagon. I'm gonna add a text component to it. I want to update it. Actually, let me just first move that text component up. No, let me not do that, maybe. Because I'm not going to be able to see that. Let's add a text entity to it. Get rid of this thing. Don't know what's there. Let's move this up. And basically the purpose of this is so I can log on each hexagon. So if we, I'm just gonna do it on. I'm just gonna make all the hexagons orange, so I don't have to do this for every single thing. But what I should now be able to do is basically when it instantiates this and it gets like, it's obviously got the entity tile here. I can do tile get component text component dot text, and that's gonna be this distance basically. So I'll just convert the float to a string. Can I just... There'll be too many decimal places though. Can I do like... that or something? I guess we'll find out. Can someone double check the syntax for this? For how to... using C# string format? How I get decimal places sorted? Thanks. Alright. That's what I wanted, right? Yes, except I'm gonna have to not instantiate all of them now, because at the moment it's instantiating. I need just the orange one, because that's the only one that works. So that's number 2. So let's make this 2. And let's see what happens. Probably take longer, because now there's all this text to do. Or not. I mean, they're definitely all orange. Oh, error. Input string was not in correct format. Okay. I guess that's not it. Oh, no, hang on. I need the 0 first, don't I? It's probably that. No. I'll Google it. Ah, it's all weird. Yeah. It's like, 0 and then it's 0 dot that or something weird. No. Null reference exception though. Why is it null? Why is it a null reference exception? Is this like? Is it not happy with? Oh no, sorry, I'm wrong. We have to get the children. It's this because it's not. It's a child entity. It's not on the thing. No, that didn't work. We probably exceeded it. There's probably not enough room for all of them. Let's just quickly change the max quads to like 100,000 so that we have enough space to render. Because I don't know, I really should change the way the renderer works at the moment, but because it should just flush and rebatch it. But lots of stuff to do, eh? Lots of game engine-y stuff to do. But I'm looking forward to this. Like, I hope that I'll be able to make a nice level gen situation today. It's only like 12 PM, so got time. Is 100,000 enough? Hopefully. Yes, it is. Okay, it's lagging quite a bit actually, but you can see that now I have my numbers. And you can see the fall off, and you can see it clearly does not reach 0. But anyway, how much better is this? It does in the edges. Huh, that's weird. What about the other side? No, the other side's even. So the radius, looks like the radius is kind of too big. And you can see the island. Anyway, how much better is this than logging? Why is it so slow though? Is it really... I guess rendering... Because what are we doing? We're just rendering a bunch of text. That's what's new. But why is that so slow? Like, would that be so slow? Because it's not like we're doing this every frame. Like, we're rendering it every frame, but we're not. Yeah. Yeah, so the radius seems to be too big. Which is weird because... Like, you know... I can't even stop it. It's not registering my clicks. Good work. Yeah, I do wonder why that's so slow, but actually I don't have to wonder for long because we have, we can just, oh, okay, it stopped finally, but I think I hit play again. Let's just terminate it. I can just take a look with Tracy and see why it's so slow, but that's not the point. The point is, I don't care that it's slow because it's just for debugging for now. So bro, what is wrong with my math? Apart from everything. I thought this was gonna be... So the length of that vector, radius, and the radius is what? It's map width times 0.5. Now, we are going like up until map width here on the x, but then we're subtracting half of it. Which kind of implies that the edges should be at radius. Does it not? Okay, new plan. Clearly this is wrong, but please tell me instead what the... Let's do this and that. So I want to know, out of the radius, what are we? Could I have rendered the hexagons as different colors based on the distance value instead of rendering text quads? Yeah, I could have, but I actually wanted to know the numbers, obviously, because colors are a bit arbitrary. Oh, Vulkan validation error. Again, maybe too many quads. Yeah, I think it's too many quads. I really should make the batch renderer be able to do that. I mean, we could... Why don't we just reduce the map size? That would probably be best. 32 by 32. Shouldn't really matter, obviously. But yeah, I definitely should make that work. It's just not. And like, I don't know, at the moment, again, the hexagons are obviously individual entities. I would love to not do that because that would just be better. Yeah, this is so much smoother. All right, so this is, what is this exactly? Okay, it's too big for one. So let's go into our orange hexagon and make that text like way smaller. This stupid thing could just go away, really. Like 0.2 maybe. No, that's too small. Let's do 0.4. Okay, that's better. Let me get into my editor camera, which is this. Okay, so wait, why is the radius different? I must have done something wrong. Oh, I did 0. I'm just not used to using C# thing because in Hazel, when you log things, you don't, like, we use FMT format and you don't need to specify the index. Like, you can just, instead of like being like, you know, my parameter is at 0 or 1, you can just do that. And so that way it's just like, depending on where it appears, it will get the right index. But here you have to actually specify an index, or at least in this version of C#, which is a bit annoying. So 16 is the radius, that's correct. That is half of 32. And yet this doesn't reach 16. Oh, is it because it's at the origin and that's 16? No, but no, because this is 1 meter. This is all 1 meter. It's a bit more than 1 meter. I mean, that's the only thing I can really think of, right? Is if, is basically if it's just not quite hitting 16. But 12.9, that's 3 meters away from 16, isn't it? Like, that doesn't make any sense. You could definitely fit more tiles here. In fact, doesn't this look, this has got to be the same amount of tiles, but that's super strange. I wish I could select this guy, but I can't. Like, I don't know which one he is. Okay, well this guy will do, maybe. No, that guy won't do. Well, this is minus 32 minus 27. So that's obviously, yeah, it gets to minus. But see, even this, minus 32 minus 27 on Z, right? Like, minus 30 would be here. It's supposed to generate all the way up to here. I'm pretty sure. Like, look, this is exactly 32, 32. But it's like it stops short. And I don't really know why. Or at least up until 31, maybe. I guess it's not inclusive. But 31's here. This is like, look how much far back. This is 27. And it goes to minus 32 on X. So why is it not doing all of the Z stuff? Maybe I've got a bug somewhere. But it doesn't really look like it. Like, this for loop should be being run 32 times. Wait. Ah, is it? No, well, it should be 32 hexagons, yeah. But wait, I mean, this looks like 32 hexagons. This doesn't, I guess, because it's skipping. Which would actually make sense. So see, this goes to exactly 16 and this flattens out perfectly. But I guess I've just screwed up the width a bit, which is the Z. And I think that's because you can see that they're not, they're a bit intertwined or whatever. That might be why. But that's also weird because I'm clearly trying to do the same amount of hexagons. But I guess because they're staggered, I think that's why. Because they're staggered, it makes them like they're almost overlapping. So it is still 32 hexagons, but it's kind of like this, I think. But I'm pretty sure I don't have any overlapping hexagons, do I? Like, as in, would this be one row? Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so that's definitely 32. So they're all 32, but then here I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's why, I guess, because this counts as a row, not this. And I guess that makes sense because if we look at the, I guess the X offset, you can see if it's an even row, yeah, it gets a 0.5. Okay, I see. So that's why. That is why. Now the real question is, what do we do about it? Well, I guess that probably means that, like, so what was the value here? It was like minus 27. So I think the reason why it's like that is because 32 times 0.86 is 2752. Yeah. So basically, this just happens to be our distance. This is like our Z distance. Z tile offset, we'll call it. And so because that's our Z tile offset, I think we should probably multiply the radius by that. And that will create a smoother landing for the yeah, there's some weird stuff during, yeah. Can I just do this though? No, I can't. I don't know why. It's reloading assemblies during play is a bit broken in this branch as well. Okay, so now, yeah, so now see we've limited it to 13.76, which means this smooths out perfectly. And then, yeah. Okay, so there you go. So that I think is correct. So now let's stop our weirdo debugging, and then I can also go back to this. And then I can also go back to my orange hexagon and remove the text component from it. Hopefully I won't need that again, but there we go. All right, so you can see now we smooth out, which is kind of cool. So we have these kind of edges. Now, obviously, like if we go back to our graph, we could make it smooth out a bit, not at the last minute as well if we actually wanted to. So let's see. So this is what it does at the moment. What would we, how would we facilitate that? I guess, would we increase this? Wait, when I say not smooth at the last minute, yeah, I guess I wanted some buffer. So I guess you would just have B as like a buffer. And then if you increase that, it's like it, but it also, that also causes it to start sooner. So it's not quite as good as it seems. And then that just ruins everything as usual. But yeah, you could do that, I guess, to increase the slope. Or we could do that. That's not, no, that's not. That's the same thing, yeah. Well, of course. Yeah, I don't know. What if we multiply everything by B? Then that just does, yeah, that's just the same as S, obviously. Alright, whatever. I don't know if we necessarily want that. Like, we could just chuck in B here, and that kind of works. At least a little bit. So that's just before the second S. So maybe I will do B and just do that. Like, at a little bit, and that will just kind of flatten out. So see, you kind of get a more flat area. Now there's 2 tiles here that are flat rather than just nothing. Okay, so let's expand this a bit. And I would like to maybe take these and bake them into, you know, one kind of mesh. Because at the moment, they are instanced. They're, yeah, like this would be, it would be great to do a custom kind of, you know, situation for this. Because at the moment, they're all entities and they don't need to be, and it's very bad for performance and it means we can't go too much. But 64 by 64 is fine. How many is that? I should probably know that. 4096. So that's not too bad. Like, we can handle that. Doesn't take long to generate or anything either. But, you know, and that can be one chunk, technically. And I guess we would technically, well, no, we'd make each chunk smaller, like 16 by 16 or whatever. And then we would, and then we could, what would we do? Yeah, we'd make each chunk 16 by 16, and then we would, just make a lot of them so that we could unload them and load them and stuff like that. And then for the horizon, we'd have some fog as well. But I don't know, I don't think this performance is great. And it's probably the CPU that's just having to process 4000 STs like this and calculate like world transforms for them, because we're still doing a few things that are silly. Where's my scene render panel? We can take a look though. Well, the GPU is fine. It's like 6 milliseconds per frame. But I'm guessing that the frame time's, yeah, 30 milliseconds. And most of that's probably going to be... No, this stuff seems to work. But most of that's probably going to be going through all the entities. So, yeah. Alright. Now, I want to turn off capturing for physics. That's what Peter said to do. Capture on play. Yeah, go away. I'll save the project just in case. Alright. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Now, we're gonna, I guess we can play with, I mean, that's not pretty cool, it's not bad, but I would like to actually have it generate rivers and, you know, do some cool things, maybe. Which it's not at the moment, so I think that's what we'll move on to next, and I might actually look at some tutorials or, I don't know, something to get some better structures. But I guess maybe before we do that even, it might make sense to generate like the map. Oh, could you imagine if every time it unloaded a chunk, it regenerated it when it loaded it again? So that way when you return, the terrain's different. That would be kind of cool. I'm tempted to do that. But otherwise, if we didn't want to do that, we would just generate the actual noise value for the huge map. So if your map was like, I don't know, a kilometer by a kilometer or something, so 1,000 units of in-game units, 1,000 meters, you would generate 1,000 by 1,000 floats, which is your noise value. No, but just one noise value. And then all you have to do is basically do this kind of, not instantiate, but set the tile values to what they are per chunk, and we could do 16 by 16 chunks, basically. So that's how we would do it. I think we can do that next. It's very, very easy to do that. Zoom it is what I use to draw on the screen. It's quite good. Zoom it. I really like it. For streams and for videos, and well, just for life, really. Okay, so that's what I think we'll do. And then obviously, like, we could do something, like at the moment we instantiate whatever on earth we want, but we could obviously kind of Yeah, I think, okay, we could obviously change the, like, make the blue ones, like, it's kind of like water, so have that be, you know, if there's a certain, we could make 0, like, the water level, for example. I don't think we have to have, like, multiple water levels, but we could make 0 the water level, and then that would mean that anything that is below 0 effectively gets kind of clamped to 0, and that way we don't really have, because I don't think I'm going to make underwater sections or anything, and I'm not going to do overhangs or anything complex like that. But yeah, so that's what we're going to separate the noise generation, and I'm really just need to go to the bathroom for like 2 seconds and I'll be back. Nothing major. Okay, I'm back. So quickly explain what the plans are for the game. Yes. They are basically it's set in like a war zone. You're like some soldier or whatever, and you need to deliver coffee to the general. And it's kind of physics-based a little bit. There's enemies trying to attack you. You can't fight very well and can't shoot very well if you're holding the coffee, but you can put the coffee down, which makes the enemies attack the coffee. But you can fight better, and you need to get to the general and deliver the coffee, but also the coffee itself is kind of physics-based. So if you like jump around too much with like while holding the coffee and dodge and change direction, and you're a bit aggressive, then you'll like the coffee will start to spill out, and if obviously you spill too much of it, you lose. That's the game basically, and it's kind of hexagonal, you know, looks like this at the moment. You can kind of shoot. It's kind of third person-ish. You can tilt the camera a bit as well. And I'm working on map generation. Tim is working on art. If you go to studiocherno.com, you can see all of our streams at once. And Peter is currently working on sleeping, I believe. Actually, is Peter sleeping yet? Maybe he's not. No, I think he's live. Yeah, so this is studiocherno.com. I just made this early in the stream, actually, like yesterday. But you can see all streams at once and my chat, because I had to choose a chat. So it's kind of cool to see everyone, I guess, working at the same time. All right. So let's see. Yeah, so we're gonna separate the Perlin noise from everything else. So let's do generate noise values or something. So we'll do this first. And this will basically create, well, the thing is, I guess, yeah, let's just make this a float array. I guess I can do that. I don't know, is that good? Maybe I'll just make a normal flat one, actually. I think I'll do that. That might be faster. I don't know. I forget if this is... I think this is contiguous in memory. I'm pretty sure. It just means that you can address it kind of by 2 values more easily, maybe. But yeah. No, this is all procedural. Doing some procedural stuff. So let's just do noise values. New float. Map width. Well, the map width and height are probably going to be identical, but yeah. And then this, so what this will do is, I mean, like, literally, let's just copy this. Like, it just does the noise. So, if we look at what we need for the noise, it's kind of simple. This is the noise value, so obviously everything after it we can immediately discard. And then for the noise value, it needs kind of this situation. Which, now that that's like this, we can, and we don't need those variables anymore, we can just simplify it to this. That, I believe that, yeah, that does matter. Although not really, because we could just generate a noise value for each coordinate. It doesn't need to be this weird thing. In fact, that's probably messing it up. It's making it less uniform. But I guess this matters in a way, so let's maybe just put XP in here. And also this Z tile offset, like, does that matter? That's probably making it less uniform as well, so let's just go with ZP as well. And then, yeah, we can use that same coordinate later. Okay, so that's kind of what we end up with. And then that obviously goes into our noise values, X and Z. And that's all that does. So now we're basically done with noise, and we shouldn't use noise anymore, so we can get rid of it and generate chunk. And then based on where we are, instead of doing noise get, this will just do noise values, and it will sample them at X and Z. So let's see if that works. Hopefully that should work the same way as before. Yep, exactly the same. But the benefit now, really the huge benefit now, is that we could be like, no, we want way more noise, right? So generate, like, you know, this is just doing map width by map height, but because we're going to introduce chunks, we can be like, generate a map that's like several kilometers large, basically, with a noise value for each tile. But then not actually create all the tiles at once, basically, because that's going to be slow. And that's going to be impossible, actually, depending on what scale you do it. Okay, so that's cool. Glad that's in there. Next up, then. Oh, and we have an amplitude for the noise as well, which,
yeah, I tried to
yeah, we can think about if we want to actually keep 3 or whatever. So at the moment I'm working on terrain generation. I'm generating like a bit of an island, but I'm also going to make it actually be chunks now. So I guess we need to private void. It's not really generate chunk, it's more like set chunk, but let's do this. So we're basically gonna make this be chunk width and height. And again, let's make it 16 by 16. And then we also need to have a private int x chunk index, y chunk index. or Z actually, chunk index. So this is basically where we are. Could just have it be one variable to be completely honest, but we'll see how we go. And so now kind of what I can do is, so this dictates kind of what chunk we're on. And then we have this kind of collection of tiles, but we're going to have that per chunk. Now, we probably need 4 chunks, I would say, like as a minimum, obviously. Because if you look, like 4 chunks means that if we're in any given spot, as long as the chunk is bigger than what we can see, which is not going to be, but let's just say it is, then, you know, we need 4 because if we're in a corner, we obviously need the corners of the chunks to line up. And like we need different chunks here so that we can, you know, not see empty space. So 4 chunks is kind of the minimum, but we could also, like, if we have the resources for it, we could also decide to, you know, do basically, I guess, 9 chunks, because then that would be kind of like having a chunk. You're in a central chunk, and then you have chunks all around you, and then as you step off, that chunk gets, you know, you shift the chunks. So I feel like 9 chunks is probably, let's go with 9 chunks. Of 16 by 16 maybe. So that's a 3 by 3 kind of chunk situation. And basically what we'll do is like, so let's have a chunk here. So struct chunk, or maybe this should be a class. Let's make it a class. I don't know. We'll see. Class chunk. Maybe I should make this not part of this, but the chunk itself is going to have the tiles in it. But this is a reusable chunk, and we'll create these up front. So this is kind of reusable, instantiated, add init. Like this is not, it's going to be reusable basically. I don't know if we want to make this a property. Really doesn't need to be, but this is more, I guess, C# style. So yeah, and then we're going to create, I guess we're going to have a list. We can just have a list of, or this will just be an array actually, an array of our chunks. And there's going to be 9 of them. 3 by 3 we'll say. Beautiful. So, and then map width and height. I mean, maybe this can be more like based on chunks, but no, I guess it should be like this because this is tile based-ish. Yeah. So if I do want to basically say that I want a certain amount of chunks, so let's go with like, we kind of said we wanted, but 64. Well, we can kind of push this because this is 4 by 4 chunks at the moment if we want. Let's make it like 6 by 6. So I want 6 chunks. Let's just make this chunk size. What do we need? Width and height. They're going to be square. Well, actually, they're not quite square, but because they're not square in terms of meters, but they're square in terms of tiles. And yeah, this we'll see. Okay, so that's good. But yeah, but we have 9 chunks. Okay, so the thing is, yeah, so this is going to need an X and a Z index basically. And then what it's going to have to do is figure out where we are in the world. So the X offset is going to be X times chunk size. And then that should kind of, that's going to give us the tile index of where we are at, which is good because that's obviously going to give us, I don't even know if we need to do that. It's going to give us an offset, yeah. And then we're going to go through the chunk size and basically set the chunks up. But they're going to be at an offset, obviously. And that offset is exactly what we have our variables for. So CX, so that's chunk X, chunk Z, and I guess I'll refer to this as Z. And we'll do, so yeah, so we need to be able to sample this. Now, immediately, like, you know, if we're outside of the world, like, we should really check that. So if the chunk index, I guess, times, well, I mean, it'd be nice if we didn't have to do this. Because at the moment, the world is not in terms of chunks. Oh, but also, maybe if we're halfway through a chunk, it can just not generate it. Yeah, because that way we can have partial chunks, which might be cool, I don't know. So, let's do this. Let's do, so we need to access two things. So first of all, we need to know which chunk it is that we want to replace, basically. So we actually need like a chunk index. That's important, and that's going to be 0 through 9, basically, or 0 through 8. So that's kind of what we're at, right? And then we need to, yeah, so we need to sample the noise for this tile. So that's just going to be that. That's easy. Well, no, actually, it's not going to be that. It's going to be this. I'll call this XT because this is just in terms of like tiles. That's the indices, basically. So that gives us a noise value. Now, as for where this should exist, like in the world, that is just going to be xt plus x times the size. And the size is what we do basically here. So I think that's going to be important because it's hexagonal as well. So, and yeah, this whole situation I won't worry about maybe for now because the offset should take care of that actually. So we need even, we need x position, and our z offset we need as well, which is 0.86. That should probably just be a constant up here or something. Put this up here. I don't really care. Why is this an error suddenly? Oh, because I moved that. That's fine. That's not suddenly. Alright. Yeah, so where was my Z at? Okay, that's just that. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, so now we can actually gather the translation. Now, the translation is going to be... this, but now we need to calculate the actual position. So basically, yeah, we need to x tile offset, I'll say, or hex offset, just to really indicate that it's because of the hexagonal nature of it. And then the actual x world, well, that can just be here actually. But basically this will be it should be, oh no, but we need this plus 0.5. That's important, isn't it? This was the annoying thing in the first iteration of this system, actually. Although maybe not. Because the thing is, we can't just multiply it, and then this is the location of the chunk, which, that by the chunk size, we're not even, yeah, so we're using that for the sampling, that's correct. But then this is fine as well, that does the placing, but now we need a world space offset for it. But the thing is, I think that's kind of like difficult maybe. Although maybe it doesn't have to be. Maybe it's just like this is just that. But that's not really quite right, is it? Maybe that also needs to be times 8 times this. I think it is actually. I think I think that might be better. That might be okay. But for this, I'm a bit confused because, well, it's because it's gonna be, because that's staggered. No, but it's 1, isn't it? Or Z is 1. One of these is 1. Yeah, so I feel like this is just going to be that. But then you need to do plus X. I don't know, man. But then we're not using this, so that doesn't make sense. Or plus this, sorry, because that's the same thing. Okay, maybe it's that. I don't know. We can always just try, basically. And so now what we can do is, because we have chunks and we have chunk index, we know which chunk this is. So this is the chunk we're working with. So now we can go in and basically do what we did in generate chunk. Which... but generate chunk. Yeah, why would we not have done this immediately? I think we probably should have, right? Because why would we redo it? We wouldn't. Okay, so that needs to be fixed, I think. But long story short, this is what we do. So to get it's just chunk.tiles, right? To get the tile we want. And then yeah, we have a noise value, but that also implies that we don't generate the whole map up front, which I don't know, maybe we should. Maybe we can even multi-thread it. And have all these, because this is just math, we can have all the noise generation stuff happening in the background. Potentially, or for the rest of the chunks. Anyway, but okay, whatever. It doesn't matter though. Like for now, let's just not care about that. Let's just grab this. So what is this? This is the translation that we have already. So that's, I guess, this translation, right? This is, yeah, a little bit... Wait, create initial tile set? Is that what I'm trying to do? No, it's not. But this is doing radius. Okay, we won't worry about the radius yet. We kind of have to, but we'll half worry about it. What could go wrong with that? Yeah, let's just not worry about it too much for now. So what I'll do is we'll grab, basically, yeah, we'll just set the translation of this tile to be the translation. So we'll just try and do this for now. Set chunk index, CX, CZ, whatever. Create initial tile set. Does that need to happen? Probably not. So this expects it to be already created. So here's the thing. That's fine. But not anymore, actually, because what we're gonna do instead, I mean, it's kind of simple. It's kind of similar, isn't it? So let me maybe not delete all of that. We really just have to create them, I think. But the thing is, we don't know which one to create, like, because maybe it would depend on the, whatever, we'll figure out a way to change them, I think, later. Because my point is, at the moment, like, we can't change the material. We could just change the individual material, surely, to make it different, you know, colors or whatever. But yeah, let's just not do that for now. So let's do... Basically, yeah, it's going to be this, but we have to do that for each chunk as well. So for chunk in chunks, we have to basically be like chunk.tiles.add, and it doesn't really matter. We just instantiate it. They're basically all on top of each other, but it doesn't matter because we're going to go through them again later. We're just creating the actual entities first. Although, yeah. So that's going to create 9 sets of 16. But the thing is, 9 times 16. So what did we have before? Like, we had a map that was 64 by 64, which was 4,000 entities. I'm just worried I'll exceed that. So if we have 16 times 16 times 9. No, that's less. Okay, good. So we have 256 entities, basically. 256 tiles per chunk, and we have 9 chunks, so that's less. That's good. because 16 by 16 performed way better, but that's 256. So yeah. Well, but even 32 by 32 was fine. So what's that? That's 1,000. It would be nice if we had less, but whatever, it is what it is for now. Can always optimize it later. Famous last words. Alright, so... Oh yeah, and the noise value here. So I think we just did noise value times 3, basically. But that's basically, yeah, that's how we did that, and that was for a given chunk. So if we do create initial tile set, which I think we're doing, generate noise value, create initial tile thing, what does generate chunk do? That did the actual generation, which I'll just comment that out for now. We won't do that anymore. Instead, we'll do, basically we'll go through all of our chunks. We'll have to do that by index though. And we'll do chunks I dot. Oh no, not chunks I. Yeah, we could have just taken in the chunk actually instead of the chunk index, but whatever. Set chunk I. Okay, C, X, and CZ is like the offset. So let's. I guess we can just probably just do I divided by I mod 3, I divided by 3. So we're kind of doing a two-dimensional thing here. That's going to be... But this isn't really going to be around the origin anymore. Is that fine? It doesn't matter, does it? Like, we can make it around the origin maybe later. That would just mean we do -1, basically. Yeah, I guess we can try negative... Because that's like, CX and CZ, that's really just used as a tile offset. What's important, yeah, so let's just try this, I guess. So now we have the middle chunk being here, and then we have one chunk either side of it, right? If I've done that correctly. I should have. Yeah, because it's going to be 0 to 2, 0 to 2, yeah. -1, and it's -1 to 1. Maybe. Okay, I'm a bit scared, but let's see if this crashes or not. Yep, well, it didn't crash. Null reference exception. Alright, what's null? 112. This. Yeah, what is null? Ah, M chunks. I don't think I actually created the chunks, did I? Yeah, I probably need to actually create the chunks. $115. You're still upset, are you? Okay, I might just connect the debugger. Let's see if this works. Alright, null reference exception. So what's null? Chunk is null. How? Why are they all null? Oh, create initial tile set happens up there. You know what? Since you're the one doing this, why don't you actually set chunk to something, or does that need to be done beforehand because it's not a reference? I don't know. I don't know. But it makes sense that this function should handle it. No, I'm debugging or whatever, no. Oh, Hazel just crashed. Collect garbage. Tried to collect garbage. That does not look promising. There's a lot of bodies. How much are we creating? That's too much. Why is that so much though? Am I doing too much map sizing? Probably. I think this will probably crash. Why though? Create initial tile set. Oh, that's wrong. Yeah, that's way wrong. I'm surprised it hasn't crashed yet. It's supposed to be, whoops, supposed to be chunk size. Because otherwise it's, yeah, it's way too much stuff. Okay, well there's all my hexagons. So index out of range though, line 80. This. Extend ZT. Out of range, you say? Oh. Yes? I mean, I don't know if that should be out of range, but I definitely should have added something because that's obviously constant. It should be plus X. But why is it already out of range, though? Where are my noise values? So these noise values, right? They're map width by map height. So that actually should be... Oh, it's because I went negative. Yeah, see the thing is, that's not negative. That's why I didn't want to do it that way, I think. Yeah, look, I am just gonna do +1 maybe. This is a bit dodgy, but I'll write something here. Wait, does that make sense actually? Because the thing is, oh, for chunks, yes. No, of course this won't, because we're gonna keep moving forward. So what this actually should be is, in this case, if we start in the origin, it'll be basically how far are we away from the origin away. So like, if we have, because it's an index thing as well. So we have, in this case, we have 6 by 6 chunks. That's the size of the world. So const int map width chunks is 6, right? So that's like the tile width. I'm getting a little confusing, but that's the, yeah, so since that's the case, since we have 6, 1, 2, 3, which we probably should go with an odd number, then I guess you'd add 3, right? And then you'd subtract 3 to get to the middle. And this would be map width chunks. So you have 7, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're in this one in the middle. So you'd go 1, 2, 3 back. So you're subtracting half of that, rounded down. And then you'd add, yeah, you'd add it back. So minus that divided by 2. Minus, I guess, height divided by 2. A little bit confusing, but well, whatever. And then you'll add that on. So this is fine. You add on half. But actually, no. That's wrong. That's just for the sampling. Oh, but we only use this for sampling. No, we don't. See, that's the problem. Ugh, that's really annoying. So, yeah. So we only want to do this for the sampling. So sampling X is that plus that. Let's just do that maybe. Oh, but then no, it's actually this that needs to be changed. I hate everything. This is getting too complicated. Rubbish. Okay, and that clearly didn't work either. It did crash. But that, isn't that like right? A lot roughly correct at least. Yeah. No, the syntax highlighting is not from Visual Assist. This is my own theme. Okay. We might want to run through this with the debugger attached, I think. Would probably be the best thing to do. So this is 0, correct. because our chunk is -3. So now it looks like we have where to sample from, which is 0, and we have an actual world kind of position of the tile. So in terms of tile coordinates, we're at -48 when it comes to the world. Now that being said though, I don't know why we're creating those tiles though. That's why they were away from the play. It's fine that we're making them, I guess. That makes sense, because we shouldn't be creating these, but we've just decided to do, and we're only doing 3. Okay. Yeah, okay. No, let's not do that. Let's stop this. What we should have done is, this is cool that it's doing this or whatever, but the thing is I don't care about it, because this is just an arbitrary chunk index. So let's actually still do -1. Right? Which that will result in a different area of the noise generation, basically. And also this, let's just make this mod 3 still, because we're trying to do 9x9 chunks. Mono. Oh, yeah, 9x9 chunks. No, 3x3 chunks. Okay. So the positions are a bit worrying, but we should have, and it's because it also crashed. It's going to take a while. 91 was bad. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised because this is so Doge. Yeah, like you can't do that by map width. This is chunk width, man. What are you doing? Or chunk size. Let's just quickly see if that... Okay. That's not bad. I mean, it's very bad, but it's not bad. You can clearly see all my chunks. The chunks themselves are at different levels, and also they're massively overlapping. Let's have a look at why that might be. So I mean, I don't know if it's because of the Z or what it is, but because where does this, yeah, so we get that offset, which already has X in it. It's either X or it's X plus 0.5. I feel like we're correct on the X-axis. So let's actually, for now, just to simplify this, let's set translation Z to 0 so that we can just kind of generate them along one axis. Well, no, that's clearly not the right offset, which is strange because I believe the correct offset, isn't the correct offset, oh, that's wrong already. What? This used to be right when I set it up, I thought. What? When did this happen? Now they have to be 2 meters apart. Oh, everything's doubled. What? Weird. I think that should be I mod 3. No, this is correct. So I mod 3 to get the X, I divided by 3 to get the Y. Or the Z. That's weird. This is weird. This must be something different. Which I guess would mean that everything has to be kind of multiplied by 2 now. Which is kind of annoying. I don't even know if this would work properly. No. But also, that's not the X offset, is it? So the X... No, that is the X, actually. So they have to be at a distance of 2 from each other now. That used to be 1. I don't know what happened. But it looks like they have to be at a distance of... yeah. And then... Meanwhile... So that means these have to be 1 away instead of 0.5. And then the Z is double. Yeah, everything's been doubled somehow. That's a little bit suspicious though. Okay, anyway, we're focusing on the X. So, XT, if it's even, we do the plus 0.5. Because we've decided to do that, yeah. So this now is, yeah, but it gets doubled because this becomes 1 instead of 0.5, but we do double it. But we're also doubling the 0.5. Yeah, I guess that's correct. But this doesn't work, so clearly it's not correct. So why is that wrong? Is that another one that's hiding? Yeah, it is. Oh, well, because they're all on top of each other. Because I did Z. I made Z the same. Z's all 0. But why is that wrong? Yeah, so the offset is now ×2. That does kind of ruin a few things though, because now, yeah, so we have to basically double that. And then sometimes we have 0.5. Is that fine though? So if that's 1, it'll give us 1.5, which gets doubled to 3. I guess that's correct. This does seem correct. And XT is just like ultimately that's going to be the position of the chunk. Yeah, but see, I guess maybe this needs to be multiplied by 2 as well, and that's why. No. What's weird is it doesn't seem to be actually moving it. Like if I don't do this, this is the only thing that sets that, right? Yeah. So then why? When I double it even, it still doesn't like... And let's also set Y to 0. It's weird because I clearly made it a lot bigger. I made it 2, right? And it's still close together. So that's really weird. Look at this. Like, how is that happening? Or is this like just crazy? Let's just put a breakpoint in and take a look, I think. Like, am I just very, very wrong here? So minus 80 is our first X value. Even is true. X is 0. X offset is 0. XT is minus 16 times 2, so minus 32. Plus 0, and we get minus 80. Wait, why do we get minus 80? Why is that minus 80? It's 2 times minus 16 plus 0. Is this just the debugger being weird? I think it might be. Why is it minus 80? That doesn't make sense, does it? 2 times xt, 2 times minus 16, that's minus 32, plus 0. Minus 78, minus 76. They're clearly 2 meters apart. Let's jump to the next, like, Z row or whatever. Minus 79, minus... Ah, I am a fool. Oh, I'm a fool. Alright, it's because we need to offset it, obviously. Ugh. Okay. If we're truly doing it this way, then it would look very different, because what would happen is this basically stays the same, which is double as well. Which, let me just do this for now and I'll fix it later. X, yeah, the X offset can remain, but it's because, yeah, they need to be staggered. So that's fine, I think. And Z will, if I do that with Z, does that work? But why am I doing Z here? No, I don't think you need that. I have a feeling it's just this, but I might be wrong. Okay, mono crashed again. I don't know why mono. Yeah, the debugger seems to crash mono sometimes, which I think we know about that bug. I'm pretty sure. Okay, that didn't quite work. But my point is, I think, yeah, these are all just, they just happen to be staggered. So one of these, see, it's supposed to be up here, but it's not, because it's not shifting on the Z axis, and this is the X axis. That's what I think is happening. Oh, no, this doesn't make sense, actually. Wait, but neither does this, because this is just times xt. So where's x coming into play? Oh, x is in x hex offset. That's why. So this should be z plus that, maybe. But that also seems like, yeah, not enough distance. Oh, but it used to be, because now it's times 2. But because of the nature of z, it might just be also times 8.6. Yeah, I think it is. So that's times 0.86. Because Z was always a bit... Yeah, there you go. That's perfect. Alright, sick. And I think that looks like more than 16 by 16 tiles. So that's got to be all of our chunks. Now, what we could do is we could draw chunk boundaries. That would probably be good. I mean, I could even... I guess we should generate that. Let's do this. Let's do this. This will be good. I think this will be nice. We'll create just like a cube. We'll make it like super tall, I guess. And maybe I'll make it 0.5 by 0.5, so it's a bit thinner. We'll make it like, sure, 30 meters tall, and we'll make it, well, let's make it kind of maybe 20 meters tall, actually, and we'll make it around 0. That should be enough to see. And let's make it, let's give it a material. We'll give it the muzzle flash material, or is that too? That's a bit annoying. Let's give it chunk marker. Yeah, I just want to do like a little, just like a bright kind of material that just indicates like, hey, this is the chunk, basically. And then we'll make a prefab out of it. Actually, let's delete that. I'll make a little folder called debug. Just mention it's a folder. We're used to not having features. Alright, so there's our chunk marker prefab. And then the idea is, that's a 0, 0, right? Yes, 0, 0, 0. So now the idea is I can instantiate one of those at each chunk marker. So, private void debug create chunk markers. And then basically what I'm going to do is, for the size of the map, right? So we've got map with chunks and stuff. For in y equals 0, y is less than... I should really use Z. Y is up. We can just do instantiate prefab chunk marker. Instantiate chunk marker, and the translation will be new vector 3. Let's see. So x wait. How does this work? 0.86 is the it's because it's not uniform. Anyway, let's do, wait, because the problem is, like, what's interesting is that, yeah, I guess we'll have to multiply it by that. So let's do I guess this should be height technically, but they're the same. So we'll subtract half of that. Yeah. And that, I guess x stays the same, but then with this guy, we need to apply that 0.86 offset. Because the Z, chunks on the Z are gonna be a bit smaller. It's not a square, because it's not that, yeah. So, I think that should maybe work for our chunk markers. I forgot to set the chunk marker. Of course. Why did that not work, man? Oh, no. I forgot to multiply it by chunk size. That's the chunk index. And then the chunk size is this. And so let's do... I think that should work. I guess so, but it's a bit... Is that really 16 by 16 tiles though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like what? Weird. I should really, yeah, make chunks as parent entities. That would be nice as well. Yeah, I'm gonna have a lunch break soon. This is the index, correct? Correct. Wait, but yeah, and then chunks. Oh, no. It's because we have the stupid ×2 now for tiles. Because this is the thing, guys. Tiles used to be exactly 1 meter across. Like, as in, if you wanted to join 2 tiles on the x-axis, it was ×1, basically. And if it was on the z-axis, it was times 0.86. They were a little bit closer together, or 0.87 or whatever. But now, everything's doubled for some reason, and I still don't know why. Maybe Peter did something. So, I think these are our chunks. When?
You were showing me, you were like, no, it's probably too small. We'll double the tiles and now 1 by 1 meter.
Did I?
Yeah.
I don't remember. Oh well. So what? Let me actually look at it from above. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Good. And then this way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So this is on a 17, yeah. So I think that's correct, because again, remember, they're not uniform. I mean, if we wanted to truly know, and this is what the entire map should look like, but we're just focusing on an area in between, and then we've got the chunks around us. The thing is, though, if we really want to be good at this, which I think we should, every chunk should have like a root entity which I think we can just create, or we could instantiate a prefab maybe. Because can we still create entities? Yeah, I think we can. We can just create an entity. Like, we don't have to create a prefab. So yeah, so if I do this, when I create the chunk, you know, let's just do, no, not here. No, create initial, yeah, here it is. New chunk. Cut out a constructor, I guess I will. Chunk. We'll give it an index. So root entity equals new entity, basically. Name. No, sorry, it's not a new entity, it's create entity. Great. This isn't an entity, so I can't access that API for some reason. No, it's static. Yeah, I thought so. It's scene.create entity. That makes sense. You stupid thing. Alright, so is that good? Probably. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I want, when I do instantiate, for not this, but for my initial thing, instantiate, I want to do instantiate child, and it's going to be from the root entity of whatever chunk I'm on, right? So that way they're nicely grouped and organized, and you'll see why I'm doing this as well. But actually, this just isn't working. This is an interesting bug. So it can't find one of the things here. What happened? A 0 argument constructor for... Oh, it needs... Yeah, that's a bit dodgy. We should really not do that. But apparently we need a default constructor, or it just will not. Could go for a banh mi. They open today, it's Sunday. Do you guys like banh mi's? I do. Okay, so now we have, you can see all of our chunks here. And then each chunk contains our hexagons. Now, one of the reasons why I did this was you can see now I can easily select the chunks, and I can see the chunks, which is fantastic. Actually, multi-selection is really good for this, because before it didn't used to do that. So it's nice that we can just easily kind of go through, you know, all of our chunks. But also what I can do, for example, is like if I wanted to, I could obviously grab this, and if I go to show gizmos in play mode, I can just move that chunk away. And that's nice because I can investigate what the heck my chunk marker, where my chunk markers are, because they look a bit like they shouldn't maybe be there. They should probably be in between the tiles or something. Because it's a bit weird, isn't it? But I guess it doesn't really matter. Well, no, actually it does. I need to be able to know where the chunks are so that I can generate new ones, right?
Did you say you can go for a bomb?
Yeah.
I should go fix them up though.
Yeah? Nah, I kind of want to walk though. I think it'd be good to get outside a bit. Check this out though. I got chunks generating. So these are just the chunk boundaries. But what's really cool is multi-selection, because it highlights the whole chunk.
Yeah.
So I quite like that.
That's sick.
But yeah, now I can just, yeah, this is all kind of generating. These are chunks now, which is good because, yeah, we can have an infinitely sized world, kind of.
Let's go. At what point do we start getting in trouble with
most important position.
Oh, not in this game.
Not in this game.
No, it's not gonna be that big. Go on 10 minutes?
Yeah.
I just want to wrap up I want to do some more things like add some height now. So instead of setting translation Y 0, I can now actually set it to something and watch it fail. Okay, so that's a bit weird. It's like it's not, but it is sampling. Because it's sampling from, this is why. So this is like the offset, and then we still need to do plus X plus Z. Otherwise, we're looking at basically the first value for each chunk. So you can see now we have a smooth terrain that doesn't really look like it's made up of chunks that are joined together. But obviously we know better than that. We know that they are just, you know, chunks that are kind of joined together, right? Which is pretty cool. But they transition smoothly is my point. So, yeah. I really don't like these chunk markers. They're annoying. They should probably be a lot thinner, shouldn't they? Point 2. No. Maybe even 0.1. Okay, they're thinner now. They're just a little guideline. Like, I don't really think we need them. Sure. So let's not create the markers. I want to take a nice screenshot for the thumbnail of the YouTube thing. That's kind of cool, right? Although it's nice to see a bit of a top-down view, maybe. Get rid of the icons. Because every day I've been showing, like, every part has a different screenshot of the live stream I'm in. Every thumbnail. So this was like yesterday's. And this is today's. So it's changed quite a bit. We lost the outline effect. Because you guys liked it more without, but also I liked it more without, so it's fine. Now we have this and some generation and a better character maybe. I don't know if better is the right word, but a different character. Because it's still a box on my thing. Okay. Just gonna update this stream thumbnail. Oh wait. No, I did the wrong thing. I forgot the rest of it. Whatever that will do. Okay. Cool. All right. All right, so yeah, so we've got the chunks kind of working. I guess the next real step is to, when you move, to be like, I need to request a new chunk. Oof. How do we do that? I mean, it's pretty easy, I guess. You could just be like, all right, if I'm like, you know, like, first of all, tell me where I am. Tell me what my chunk index is. Like, where is the player? Yeah. That's kind of easy. Like, if I want to know where the player is, I can just be like, tell me the player's, like, translation, the X and Z translation. Player chunk, vector 2. And then just... The thing is, it's because it's centered around the player. I don't know if I like this whole centering. Maybe I shouldn't have centered it around the origin, because that just makes everything so much harder. But anyway, if I do player chunk, because otherwise I would just basically be like, the translation should just be kind of divided by the chunk size. But I guess this is going to be, like, the X would be divided by basically 2. Oh, wait. That's the tiles. No. Could I just divide it by the chunk size? Probably not, because... Yeah, they're not exactly uniform, and they're in terms of tiles, and tiles are 2. So this would be maybe that, and Z would be that. Because of that, like... Whoops, because of that Z offset. So I think this tells me, why are you not happy? Oh, sorry, it's a vector. So that's maybe my yeah. So let's do player. I was gonna maybe get the text, the debug text component. I don't know if we have one. I thought we had a debug text. We do. Find entity by tag. This is just for debugging. Debug text. Get component. Text component. Dot text equals string dot format. What is it again? It's 0, 0, or XX. It's so annoying. Yeah, here it is. No, it's not XX. It's 0 dot hash hash hash. Oh my gosh, I can never remember that. And we'll have to do player chunk dot x, player chunk dot y, and this will be that, comma that. So this should give us the chunk index, but again, we have to also, from that, I think, subtract half of the map width chunks, basically, which is lol. Alright, well that's giving us like, no, okay, and then we floor it, obviously, yeah. So let's do that, and then player chunk.x equals, you know, mathf.floor or whatever. And that gives us the, and we can just cast it to an int later, but this is just for the debugging. Okay, so let me go back to it. So this is my chunk apparently. -4, -4. Does that sound right? No. It should be -3, I think. Okay, that looks good. Like you can see when I move off the chunk, it's like it thinks I'm on a different chunk. That might be a bit dodgy. Maybe I don't need to. Oh, no. That is correct. Because the chunks start at 0. So actually, where's 0? No, I think this is correct. It's just, remember, it's not rendering all of them. If I bring back my debug create chunks, create chunk markers, I think you'll find that I am correct. So if I go, where's 0? I'm trying to go towards 0. Which seems to be here. Yeah, so you can see this is 0, right? And then this is going to be, oh, but wait, was it negative? Oh, it was negative. Probably should be positive, right? Yeah, it should be. Because it's a negative chunk index. But this is 0. And it looks a little bit off because you can see it thinks that I'm outside for some reason. Oh, I am. Never mind. I'm just dumb, I think. It transitions to 1 around here. And what's my location? 128 apparently. Huh. Yeah, so 127 is like the cutoff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's correct. But yeah, why is it negative? Like, oh, because the translation is negative? Wasn't that positive 120? Did you guys not see that? Was that not? Am I in negative territory? No, I'm not. What are you talking about? What? The player's location here is positive 32. It's minus 4 on Z, but it's positive X right now. Oh, but I'm subtracting half of the thing. Ah. Because it's centered around the origin, that whole thing again. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna take a break, have some lunch. And we'll get back into it. But, yeah. This definitely needs some work. But basically the next step is like once I figure out the chunk coordinates properly and everything is tight and like works well, I can just start like loading in chunks and unloading chunks, and it's not really loading in, it's just like basically moving every single piece from one side of the board to the other. You know, that's kind of all it is. To kind of like, you know, if we're always in the middle, as soon as we step onto this chunk, it means unload this chunk and instead like load in the new chunk, which would be, you know, here. Whoops. Here, right? So you're kind of just shifting it across. And that's why it's nice to have kind of a 3x3 grid, because then you can just say that, you know, like if this is my 3x3 grid, nice aspect ratio. If this is my 3x3 grid, then as soon as I move from this tile to this tile, that means immediately cut these off and make a new blob over here, right? And the same for like, you know, whatever. If I move from here onto here, then it's kind of like drop all of these and add all of these, but you kind of separate it by axis. So that's kind of what's going to happen, all right? I'll leave this up. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Actually, you guys won't know if I write stuff, but yeah, I'll just having a lunch break and I'll be back soon. Enjoy the music.
Round me up the coast, boy. Wanna hear the ocean roar crash over me. Then ride it home, dance it up in moonlight. Hold me tight and don't let go. Watch over me. We are all stardust, stardust, stardust. Left behind, left to find one another, another. Face the sun, fear no one. 'Cause we are all one. We are all one. We are all one. We are all nothing innocent. Clear the sky. You paint my world, I'm in for the ride. I'm a queen of kings. You sway like hearts and I do the can-can. Scream like I never screamed before. You play me for fun and I call shotgun. You baby give me more and more. Come on and love me like you never loved no one before. And tell me that you never felt like this before. I go in for the kill, boy. I go down for the thrill, boy. Love me like you never loved no one before. You, we make the world our own paradise. We know how to win simple minds. We paint the sky with purple and fire. We're a symphony. You sway like hearts and I do the can-can. Scream like I never screamed before. You play me for fun and I call shotgun. You baby give me more and more. Come on and love me like you never loved no one before. And tell me that you never felt like this before. I go in for the kill, boy. I go down for the thrill, boy. Love me like you never loved no one before. You sway like hearts and I do the can-can. Scream like I never screamed before. You play me for fun and I call shotgun. You baby give me more and more and more and more. Come on and love me like you never loved no one before. And tell me that you never felt like this before. I go in for the kill, boy. I go down for the thrill, boy. Love me like you never loved no one before.
Alright, I'm back. What's up, guys? Did you miss me? Oh. That was a tasty lunch. How's it going, stream? Okay, so I guess this would be a nice opportunity to do a bit of a refresher on what we're doing. Those of you who maybe joined later, or I mean, that's the good thing about YouTube streams is you can rewind them. But we're making a game, and like, I don't know. Tim and I were talking about this over lunch. Like, I don't know. It feels a bit bland at the moment. Like, I feel like it needs some good ideas, and I also feel like, you know, when you're doing Ludum Dare and when you're doing game jams, it's like you want to find a good middle ground between enough content but not too much content, because when you start making it more complex and more like complicated, you wind up well, apart from it being more work, it almost reduces from the game. Like, less is more in a sense, you know? You kind of want to be able to find a good middle ground of like, this is a simple concept, and it, like, I'm very much in favor, I think, of like living or leaving like a lot of the game elements, almost like the fun of the game depends on the player. You know, that's why I feel like it's so easy to just make a multiplayer game, put it on Steam, and then everyone loves it. Because it's like, it's almost like a multiplayer game that you can play with your friends. It's kind of like BYO fun, you know? You bring your own fun to it because it's just a place for you to hang out with your friends and be on a Discord call and just have a good time. And the game is good, like it needs to facilitate that, but it's not the thing that causes it, right? It's like, you know, if you go in, I don't know. I was going to say going out to a restaurant, but I guess eating is fun as well. But, you know, if you go out to a restaurant, it's a lot of times it's like the people you're with. That's the important thing, you know, and the eating is like secondary. But like for most people, it's probably primary. But, you know, it's nice to kind of go to a restaurant and that it gives you like a venue for you to hang out with a friend and spend some time socializing. And so games can be like that as well. And so that's, in a way, that's how I feel. And I feel like what we're doing here, like, is a little maybe too complicated. By the way, this didn't crash, which was nice because I left it running all the way through lunch, and I can hear my computer my fans are on quite loud. But yeah, I don't know. Is it weird to make a game in your own engine? You don't have issue with getting distracted thinking about improving the engine instead of working the game? Nah. Well, like, of course there's features here and there that I'm like, yeah, that'd be nice. But in general, not really. Like, it's like, especially today, like, I'm kind of focusing on the game, and I can do that, I think, because it really kind of feels like the engine's capable enough where it's now like I can focus on making an actual game rather than having to, like, you know, deal with the engine itself all the time, because that sucks. Like, I really don't like doing that. So it's nice to not really worry about that. Okay, so anyway, yeah, so we're generating chunks, right? Like, these are all chunks. For those of you who missed, we were basically earlier in the stream, which you can rewind, or you can watch it later. They'll stay up on YouTube. You know, we basically created these white lines are like chunk markers, so these are like boundaries of chunks. And then we have basically 9 chunks, right? And I can select them all so you can see them. But, like, you know, that's a chunk, that's a chunk, that's a chunk. They're being all kind of generated from Perlin noise, or actually simplex noise, technically. There are little gaps between them as well, which is kind of interesting. So you can see that, like, there's a gap. Yeah, we have these kind of chunks being generated, which is really cool, because that's going to mean that we can have basically an infinitely sized world. Oh yeah, Peter, sorry, I forgot that you wanted a call. Let's jump on a call. Totally forgot about that. Alright, what's up, Peter? Okay. Yep. Never mind. I don't know how that managed to happen. But whatever. Yep. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I thought it was just stream that couldn't hear me because it looks like it looked like I joined the Discord like call, and then I noticed that in OBS my volume wasn't working for my mic, but and I thought you were hearing me because I was like talking and you seemed to be replying during the call.
Oh. Okay, yeah, no,
Which
I
was
didn't hear
funny.
a single thing you said.
Yeah, but I think what happened was when I went to adjust the main speaker volume, I somehow, without noticing, hit the 48 volt like phantom power button on my interface, and it just cut out. Like obviously the mic turned off basically. So,
Nice.
that's funny.
But yeah, I'm assuming you heard what I said.
Yeah, I heard everything you said. Yeah. I was gonna say that like the replacing the scene thing's fine. My level generation stuff should basically work anywhere. Like it'll take a little bit to set up, but I might make it into a prefab to make it easier. And like it's basically mostly in a script, so like it'll be fine. But yeah, like I have noise generating terrain with a chunk system, and I'm halfway through the chunk system. Like we can get chunks generating. I just need to, replace them as the player moves. Basically, I'm up to that part, so it's almost done. And I'm gonna keep working on that. Tim and I had a bit of a chat during lunch, and I guess Tim thinks that it's like this game is just a bit, well, it's too much content, too much complexity. Like he liked Dichotomy more because it was so simple, which I guess I agree with a little bit. But also he said that like it feels like the actual game itself, running around shooting enemies, that's like any game, like that's been done a million times, and so it feels a little bit like, yes, there's a little bit of a coffee mechanic, but other than that, it just feels like a clone of every other game, that just is skinned differently ultimately. And like I think I kind of agree. I just think that maybe we're focusing a little bit too much on fleshing it out with so many features. But at the end of the day, like I feel like what's really, really the most important thing to this game is the primary mechanic, which is the fact that you are carrying a cup of coffee which can spill. And so you have to be careful, because I feel like in every other game, like if you're running around in Call of Duty or whatever, you're not thinking about like, oh, I better not move too sporadically. Like that's not even a consideration. Like you don't even think about the movement. You just make the player move the way that you want to move. But what could be cool about this game is the fact that you can't just rotate as quickly as possible. You can't just, you have to be a little bit more deliberate with your movements and calculated with your movements, and also balance that with maybe putting the coffee down if you really think that there's going to be a big engagement. So I feel like that mechanic is really important, and showing that somehow. So again, ideally, I feel like we would have this massive pot of like, a few dozen cubes in it. And then if you move too sporadically, the physics would naturally mean that they fall out. Because that obviously would mean that people could kind of, it would come with all the benefits that a physics engine has, like in terms of like, you need to keep track of momentum. You can maybe like do some cool moves where, because like you keep the momentum going somehow, you can avoid spilling, or whatever. You might have to slow down slow. Like, it naturally gets us a lot of mechanics, obviously, by just using physics. So I feel like we need to figure out a way to do that ultimately. And then the other thing really, I think, is the enemies. Like the enemies need to be better in terms of like, they need to be a little smarter, I think. So I don't know, like my plan kind of today is I would love to spend the next 8 hours or even 9 hours working on terrain generation and make it basically perfect and done, because I think I'll be able to do that in 9 hours, because the main system's there and it's going to be mostly about making it look good and stuff, and I might add like some nice water effects and whatever if I have time, but that's going to basically be today terrain. And then tomorrow I can take a look at AI and try and make the enemies actually behave a little bit in a cool way, because that might be cool. But aside from that, it's kind of like, I think what we're gonna do, maybe when Tim comes back, or I can do this myself or whatever, is I feel like we need to take control of the direction of this game and actually be like, all right, player starts intent. What does that look like? Where does the player get the coffee from? Where is the general that the player is taking the coffee to? How does he know where to take the coffee to, and what is that journey kind of like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a good plan. It's actually like part of the reason why I kind of just figured, you know what, I just have to stop tweaking the character controller
Yeah.
and just call it good and start working on other things.
Yeah.
So that they're done and they can be polished.
You really need to like have a breadth first kind of approach when it comes to a game jam.
Yeah. Yeah, because like it's a little buggy, but I'm like, bugs we can fix later. If we have time, we can fix them before we ship. You are, of course, allowed to do some
Yeah.
bug fixing afterwards,
Yeah.
as long as it doesn't change the gameplay too much.
Yeah. But it's also like it's at the end of the day, like it's not like we're going to be winning Ludum Dare or anything. Like it's not like we even care about that. It's like we're doing this because it's fun and because it obviously is very useful from a learning perspective. Like I've never really done terrain generation like this before. It's really fun to explore that. And so because of that, it's kind of like
quite a bit about like character controllers and the animation system.
well, yeah. So like it's at the end of the day, it's like a fun game is obviously good, and that should drive what we're doing here. But at the end of the day, like it should be about the journey, not the destination of like what is the final product, what is the final game. It is about the journey. So yeah, and it's good as well in this sense because obviously during dichotomy, like I spent 2 days I think out of 3 working on the engine and the asset pack system and multi-threading and all that stuff. Whereas I'm actually working on the game this time, so we have a little bit more. Technically, we have more resources, even though Tim is working more on the art because there's more art than in dichotomy, and I think he doesn't think he's going to be able to do any engine, like as in any editor stuff or scripting really. But that's okay because I think both of us will be okay. Like with that. All right.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna basically push my character controller stuff. It's obviously contained in its own scene, so shouldn't be too much of a problem. I did have to do some engine fixes, so you'll have to pull that if you're gonna try it out.
Yep.
Okay. I'm just trying to think what I should work on next. So you said you're obviously gonna finish up the terrain generation.
Yeah.
And then you're moving on to enemy AI.
Yes. I think you should do either the coffee mechanic, or like the actual like the gameplay basically, like meaning like where do you get the coffee from and where do you take the coffee to, because it would be really good to have that kind of vertical slice completed.
Yeah.
So that we can at least play through the game and then fill in the gaps rather than figure that out at the end.
I would prioritize, getting like kind of gameplay done, like with picking up the coffee and then dropping it off.
Yep.
Just so we have that, and then work on like actually losing coffee, like having it spill out and stuff like that after that.
I mean,
feel
like
it doesn't make much sense
yeah.
to have coffee
No,
spill out.
I agree. Definitely do the gameplay stuff first. But I was gonna also ask, like, because with Jolt, like, if I wanted to say add 50 little cubes, and I mean like small cubes, to a pot or a cup, like, how well do you think that would work? Because it's obviously optimized like for meters, I guess now, or at least centimeters probably.
Meters.
Yeah, like I'm just wondering, like, is it even worth trying? I guess I could just try it right now on stream and see.
Yeah.
But
Because
that would be the best thing by far, obviously, to do it that way.
Yeah. I think what might happen
Let's try it out stream.
is that because of the way, like in the physics branch, in the physics MT branch, I imagine it would be pretty performant. Because we do proper broad face layering. We don't do that in this version,
Okay,
currently.
that could be problematic.
Yeah. So I'm almost certain that it's gonna be quite a performance hog.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm watching your stream, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah. So if I just add a rigid body to this guy, dynamic. Sure. So okay, so that's a 1 by 1 meter, right? So how big
Probably,
am I
like
thinking?
0.1 meter.
0.01.
No, that's gonna crash.
Ah, is it?
Probably.
So
because it would be
0.1
too
is the
small.
minimum. Yeah, I guess
It's
that's not bad,
the
right?
minimum safest. That
So
I've
that's
found.
10 centimeters,
Yeah.
which is like big. It's bigger than a cup. Unless we blow up the units of the whole game.
I mean, I don't know that probably will work with the character controller, considering it's animated.
Yeah. All right. So let's make
Actually,
a
like, okay,
pot.
you can make it smaller. It's just you'll have to change the convex radius for the box shape in the engine code
Right.
to be smaller.
I'm making a little
But-
container. Okay. So here's my coffee, which I'm going to add a material to, of course. Sure. Okay. Save that scene. So I guess like container. I guess I'll just do this manually, right? I'll just duplicate.
I mean, yeah, shouldn't take too long. Just duplicate.
So that's 12. And then 24. Let's just do 48. Multi-select just makes this like possible,
I know,
first
right?
of all, because without it. So if I just simulate that, I mean, I don't see why that wouldn't work, right? That's only like 48.
Yeah, that's nothing.
So in that case, since Peter says it's nothing, let's
Double it.
yeah, but also now one thing we are missing is selection, like as in being able to draw a box selection. That would be
That would
nice.
be handy.
But anyway. Very tall cup of coffee here. But there's your coffee, right? Done. And we could, of course, tighten them up. Now, okay, here's something. What if I scale them down? Can I do that with... Do I have to change
can
something?
Give it a. So you would probably want to.
Individual origins.
Yeah. I don't know how well it works. It might be broken.
Pretty well. Well, that's great. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh.
I don't know. I can make this probably a lot smaller now.
Yeah. Hang on, but they're smaller than 0.1
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. They're 0.04.
Huh.
So
I guess I fixed it. 'Cause that
so what
gives
if we do
back.
0.01? Okay, that doesn't work.
Okay, so that does. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, and that's because the convex radius of the box shapes basically.
0.02 doesn't work.
bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
0.03. 0.03 works.
Okay. So 0.03 is pretty much the limit.
It seems to be, yeah.
That's 3 centimeters.
That's pretty good. Like,
Yeah.
if I tighten this a bit, like, let's really... Oh, well, actually, okay. So if I was pouring this, let's just say we're pouring this. So here's my 4 coffee. So I'm going to make a oops. I have 4 of them, right? So that's what? 4 times 3, 12. So let's go with, yeah, about... we'll go with about 50. So this is 48, right? So, and then obviously to reflect the fact that this is now a lot smaller, let's select, this is all of it, no. Let's make this a lot smaller. Now, does that thing actually, yeah, whatever. I was going to say, does that thing actually work? Because my translation, my scale gizmo disappears if I don't have it on, like the origin thing.
Yeah, that's kind of intentional because it doesn't work if you do like common origin.
Right.
Because I wasn't able to get that working, and so me and Tim basically just decided let's disable it.
That's fun. Okay. Main game mechanic basically done. This coffee cup is beautiful.
Definitely.
Coming soon to my merch store. Okay. So, make sure we don't have any leaks. Wouldn't want to lose that coffee.
No, can't lose it.
Okay. There's leaks. Actually, this might be too thin now.
Yeah, I think scale basically went to 0 on the y-axis. Well, yeah. Scale is way too thin for those. Yeah, you can see x-axis. No, that was translation actually. Yeah.
Okay. So, the bottom... Well, I guess it needs to be thicker. But
it
that's...
needs to be 0.03 or...
Oh, really? As big as the coffee?
Yes.
What if it's a mesh collider on a cup that we make?
I mean, that would be fine, because that's just like...
Check it out,
like
coffee.
a triangle.
And I guess we could add more if we wanted to, right?
Yeah.
Like, sure. Hey. Alright, so that's our coffee setup.
Nice.
Let's put that into a cup. And I'm going to make a prefab out of it. Coffee setup. Sure. Alright. So now, back to the main scene. And we could have our little coffee set up. Nice origin. But yeah. There's my coffee, and like that's a good size. I bumped into it and ruined everything. They're on the plane.
Yeah.
Because there's a big plane on the ground. But
I
yeah,
did notice that.
there is something left. And then of course, like we could just make it so that when they leak out or whatever, when they hit the floor or hit a trigger, or if they leave this trigger even, then maybe we could be like, it's gone. Therefore you lose. Oh, one's all the way over there. Oh no, that's not. That's my blood particle. Lol. But yeah, that's pretty dope. I don't know what you were talking about. With this is great. This is great coffee. Look at it. Yeah, that's fantastic. Oh, one's on the edge. And I think it looks kind of nice. I would love to disable shadows for it, but the AO looks great.
Yeah. I like it.
I'll disable the SSR. Shiny coffee. I'll disable AO for a bit. Just to see how garbage this will look. Oh, beautiful. AO off, AO on.
Oh god, that's terrible.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, wonderful. So that's like great. Now if we have an actual, so if we do, oh, but that's coffee. If we do have what's it called? Oh, this has been simulated. That's why. If we do have a mesh, like if Tim makes a mug out of this with thinner walls, will that work at all? Because that's a different type of collider, right? That's a triangle collider.
Well, it might have both, depending on. It might have a convex and a triangle, but we could just make it use only the triangle, as long as the cup itself isn't dynamic.
But like, I mean, it doesn't matter because this cup, like the thickness of these walls is fine. Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it would almost be bad if it's any smaller from a gameplay perspective. Like, you're not going to be able to, you know, you're not going to be able to see what on earth is going on and stuff.
Yeah.
But I guess, like, it would be really cool to... But how would that work? Like, if I... Because obviously I want this to be carried by the player. So therefore... How do I set that up? It's like I need a restraint or something.
No, oh god, no, actually, yeah. The way we currently carry stuff is we remove the rigid body and the collider. Because we do not have the way you would do it is with a fixed constraint. That's basically how you do parenting in physics. Problem is we don't have that.
Can we
yet.
add that easily? Probably not.
I don't know about easily.
Easily is subjective.
In theory, I could add it.
I mean, this is the primary game mechanic. So this is as important as it gets.
I'll take a quick look, because I imagine Joe probably just has an example of how to use it.
Because then we could just attach it to like the player or even a bone that Tim could make specific, like a coffee bone that Tim could make specifically like in the armature for this purpose. And then you'd have to kind of be careful. Or even, you know what would be good? He could still make a bone for this, but I feel like, because you know how the player has a very flat hat? That's almost perfect for a mug of coffee. So that would kind of be nice, considering the fact that when you're playing, you're in this perspective. So therefore, like a tiny cup here versus something sitting on top of your head, this might be a lot easier to see how much coffee you have left and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I kind of like that idea.
So in theory, that's all I have to do to get a fixed constraint.
Are you showing me something?
In Discord.
Oh, in Discord. Okay. Well, that does seem easy, and it also looks like you've already written it in our API.
I didn't. That's a Jolt example.
Huh. They also use ref.
In theory, it's that simple.
Right.
So I guess that's what I'm doing first thing when I get back.
I could also use this. Yeah, I think that's good. I could also use this as an opportunity to finally add some transparency to the engine by making the mug be like see-through, so that you can see the coffee inside it. That wouldn't be too difficult. It would just, basically defer the rendering until the very end.
Do we need to though?
Or the coffee. Well, I don't know. It might just be a fun, because we don't really have transparency at all, and we've been wanting to add it forever.
If we have time, then absolutely.
Yeah.
I think it'd be cool. If you think it's
I might do that.
we can stop in.
Well, it's more so that like this is just an excuse to finally get it into the engine properly, But yeah, of course, it will depend on time.
Yeah.
But also, like, it might be nice to only be able to look at the coffee like this, kind of like from above, because then it's kind of like you don't really know how much is left.
Yeah. So I sent you an image, basically.
Yeah, I
my
can
sort of
see.
Plan. I don't know if you like having a big arrow above the goal would be good to indicate it.
The goal. Yeah.
Well, I mean, goal being like
Yeah.
where you're delivering.
Maybe it's just I'm planning to add fog, so if
Yeah.
because we kind of need to, because at the moment obviously the horizon is weird, so fog would be kind of nice to have. But yeah, like I don't know. Like my point is, if the arrow is too far away, it's gonna be hard. You could have like a compass or like a HUD element that just says, hey, the general is somewhere that direction. Or you could maybe like the C key could bring up a compass temporarily, just so you can kind of see, like instead of your gun, you can kind of see which way you're supposed to do. It's supposed to go, and it's like a Minecraft compass. It just kind of points to the direction.
Yeah.
That could be cool. And actually, the compass is something you could get. Like basically, the start of the game could be like you know, private. Get here, pour this coffee, take that compass, deliver it, like to the general. Go. And that will all happen in that kind of like coffee tent.
Yeah.
Um.
So is Tim working on a tent?
Yeah, he will. He's still out for lunch, but because he wanted to hang back. But when he comes back, he will. I think he'll possibly start that. I think he's still kind of playing with the main character or something like that.
Yeah, because you had to fix the animation for it as well, so you don't like just pause randomly.
Yeah. Also, I believe with 0x's character controller, like it can, like if you look on my screen, I guess on the stream, hopefully it'll catch up, but you can kind of see like the you know, how high the terrain pieces are, and I'm pretty sure you can just automatically climb up on that, like as in it, because it's got this.
That's just part of the character control.
And does that just work with normal mesh colliders like this?
I mean, the player isn't a mesh collider.
I'm talking about the terrain.
Oh, is the terrain going to be a mesh collider?
Well, these are all individual entities at the moment with their own mesh colliders, yes.
That should be fine.
Okay.
I might want to look into... I'm going to take a quick look at my physics MT branch, because I'm almost certain that I had to fix some little bugger with stair walking in there, although actually maybe I didn't, because the fix was basically updating Jolt to 3.0, which we are on in this branch as well.
Right. Oh, 0x says it should just work, so that's good.
Yeah, it should just work, no problem.
That's great. And yeah, jumping and stuff like that, like I don't know, I might add that as part of when I do the physics for the terrain.
Yeah.
I might add some kind of stuff, basically.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I mean, I also think that as I said, I'll probably take a look at this tomorrow. But like the AI, I guess, like I don't know, the enemies really need to. I feel like in order to make this game good, like enemies really have to be. There has to be something to them, you know.
Yeah. Currently, they're pretty much just reskinned.
They're mindless, yeah. Which isn't great.
I tried to improve it a bit by making them stop before they crash into the player, and that didn't work.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But yeah, it would be nice to have like some slightly more intelligent AI.
Yep.
But I think that's everything that I kind of wanted to discuss.
Cool.
I'm pushed my stuff now, so
Yeah, I'll probably pull it a bit later.
yeah.
But yeah, go and get some rest.
Yeah. We'll see when I wake up. Obviously, on for 5-6 hours from now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Well, good stream, and I'll probably see you later then.
Yeah. See you later. Good night.
Good night.
Okay, yeah. So we're gonna finish up the kind of terrain stuff. And yeah, so the chunk stuff is what I meant. We're gonna finish up the chunk stuff, so being able to actually load and unload chunks. That's what we're gonna do next. But I'm just gonna go grab some more water. I'll be back soon. Alright, I'm back. Okay, so this like system that we have here with the chunks. How do we know if it's time for us to load another chunk? And is this like the correct chunk coordinate? Well, it's obviously not the correct chunk coordinate because it's negative and it can't be negative. So what I would like to do is I would like to find out, basically, and I would like to have a way to find out, thank you, Dom, for the bless you. I would like to have a way to find out, like, which actual chunk we're on, right? Because at the moment, it's kind of like, this is what we're doing, but that's clearly not really correct, because the chunk, so we have these chunks. Oh, but that's what this is supposed to be. Oh, no. Yeah, so there's two types of chunks. There's a chunk within this, but then there's also a chunk within the world. And actually, no, I believe that might be correct, because we have this many chunks, right? We start from here. This, let's create chunk markers. When do we create them? So set chunk. So this is like, let's just quickly put a breakpoint here. So we're asking for -1, -1. That's the chunk. And the chunk index is just, yeah, that's irrelevant. So this is kind of, oh, but this is, yeah, so 2, 2, 2. I hate this world centered around the origin thing, man. It's like messing me up. We honestly don't even need it though. That's the thing. Like, if we had a huge world like Minecraft, we would, because of like floating point precision. But even then, like, I don't know. Maybe I should just cut that out, because then we have to do all of these weird offsets, you know. That comment's no longer valid, really. So, where does this come from? So it's coming from us basically being like, we need to create 9 chunks, and let's start around the middle of the world. So therefore, let's go from chunk index -1 to 1. So that's where we currently are. Oh, maybe this should just be plus equals. Then. Wait, I don't think we need to do this actually. I feel like that's already good. We don't have to do that because the chunk is already basically centered, I think. So no, well that's not right. Because what should happen, guys, is technically speaking, where we spawn at the moment, which we don't really spawn, we're just there. Like, we are basically at the world origin. So this should say 0, 0. So yeah, so what it looks like is it's almost like I have to add that back in, and then I'll get what I want. Right? Ah, stupid mono. Need to stop that from happening as well. No, but then that's 3, 3. Wait. Ah, and no, well, yeah, 0, 0. Why didn't I get 0, 0 before when I commented it out? That's a bit weird, isn't it? But this, I think this is now correct. And so when I leave this boundary, I go from 0 to It was, in this case, negative, but you can see I now know where I am. So let's make this get player chunk index. So we'll keep the debug text there for now, which is this here. So now we need to potentially trigger a load, basically. So I think we should basically do this. I don't know. I don't know if this is a good idea, but my idea is basically like, we need to know what chunks we currently have loaded, right? So I think it probably makes sense for chunks to have like some kind of chunk, to be aware basically of like their chunk index in a way, right? So when we actually create the chunk, which the initial chunks that doesn't matter, but when we do, I guess, it's not generate chunk, it's like set chunk, I think. When we actually do like the set chunk, yeah, so this is the chunk. I think we should basically be like, alright, the chunk index is going to be this, right? I think. Let's just won't work. I did not touch the debugger. Okay. 2 2 3 there, so that's not right. Oh, that's the sample X. This is the sample X. Sorry, this is actually the wrong one. Yeah. I should name it something else, or at least add a comment. S is for sample. But I think, oh, I don't know. This is for sampling. Oh, but then it gets multiplied by chunk size. Yeah, but that's still for that. So is it just this? I think it's just that. I think it's just this. Would make sense because C's for chunk. Oh, you stupid mono always crashing, man. I want to just make sure that's correct, right? Yeah, the debugger is why it crashed before as well. So if we look at chunks, 0 0, yep, okay, so that looks correct. So now they line up, each chunk knows where it's at. So my plan now is basically just to like as we move, we'll write a function called process chunks. And we'll get the player chunk. And so we know that, like, the correct chunks, like, we know, we want to determine whether or not we need to load or unload any chunks. That's what we do, basically. So the way we do that is we have to go through all of the chunks we have, right? Or actually, we could even just say, let's go through all of the chunks that are around the player chunk. That's a Z, really. So we're gonna go through these. No, there's a much easier way to do this, isn't there? I think we can just do basically if chunks zero dot chunk index doesn't equal player chunk dot x minus, well, player chunk minus 1 maybe. Can we do that? Because they're vec2s, right? Yeah. So either needs load, unload, or out of bounds. Yeah, that crash happens every time you use the debugger and then when you reload the assembly. Okay, so we're at 0, 0. Yeah, and we don't need to load anything because you can see the log is empty. Then if I move into a different chunk, I don't even know where, you can see we need a load. And it stops, and it needs a load. And so the idea is, if it needs load, then we, let's make another function. Lots of functions today. Usually I like to move everything in one function, but I'm actually making functions for everything now because it's so, I need to be very careful here. Load chunks around player, and we might as well, or even around the index, we can say. And this basically will do this, right? Except in this case, it's obviously there needs to be an offset, yeah. So the index is the offset, so we can just do that, I think. Right? No. Ah, that's a float. Probably shouldn't be. Yeah, we really should be using. Do we have a vector 2i? No, I don't think we do. Yeah, we probably shouldn't be using floats here. Well, you know what? Always a first time. Let's add a vector 2i. Actually, we can probably just copy all of this. Just make it 2i. Yeah, can we just replace float with int in this file? And vector 2 with vector 2i. that's worked. Yeah, why did that not work? Can I do that, please? There you go. Otherwise it's just annoying. We won't make that. We won't do those things. And clamp needs to be done with an int. Okay, whatever, good enough. Don't know if this is needed. There's normalizing and stuff. This is mostly for just storing two numbers, really. Okay. So 2i, 2i. Chunk index is an I as well. Okay, nice. Yeah, it doesn't need flooring anymore, and but we do need to actually process these though as floats. Wait, what? There already is. Cool. So we're doing integer comparisons rather than float comparisons here, which is important. But we do need load, and then yes, that, which that's already an int, which is good. All right. So yeah, so load chunks around index. So we can just be like, yeah, you know what? Let's do. We need to check we need to do the bounds check. But we can kind of just be like, play a chunk, please. Basically. And that will load them around there because it's doing the -1. Okay, so that's great. I think the one thing I'm concerned about is the out of bounds. So how do we know the bounds, first of all? I guess we have map width chunks. Right, so as far as the chunk index goes, I think it can't be less than... So check bounds. So if well, actually, shouldn't load chunks around index do that? Maybe we don't have to check the bounds. Like, it should probably do that here, right? Yeah, and otherwise it guess it, but it will probably keep triggering it. That's the problem. Yeah, I think check bounds. If can load, if chunk bound check. I think I'll do it this way. So basically what this will do is it'll just check everything around it. So for int z equals -1, z is less than or equal to 1, z++. Actually, let's just do index.y -1. How about we do that? Because that way we don't have to do any offsetting later. Wait, why am I doing this in a for loop like a clown? All I need to do... game jams. All I have to do is check to see if this guy... if I try and go that, if that's less than chunk map width chunks divided by 2 minus that, I think that means it's invalid. And then we'll do the greater than check as well. I think that should be okay. I don't know. Well, there's probably a -1 that needs to happen somewhere. Because what's the minimum we can have here? Yeah, so it's -3 to 3 because 0 is a thing. So that's going to be -7 divided by 2, which is 3, and 2 minus 3 if that's less than 3. Oh no, maybe that will work. Greater than 3. Yeah, no, I think that's fine actually. I don't think we needed an equals 2. I might be wrong, but I guess we'll find out. For loop. Okay, so let's try this out. I'm kind of interested to see what will happen. So, apparently nothing. Oh, no, it's working. It's just off. It seems weird. And what's this? Is that the player chunk index? Because that's really weird. Oh, I forgot to do this. Did you guys watch me write that typo? Change the condition. Yeah, 0, 0. Oh, I'm still 0, 0 though. That's wrong. I'm not 0, 0 anymore. Okay, well that worked. So see how that disappeared and that shifted? And I can keep going. So that's good. That's obviously working. Now, oh, that's also working. Was it not working before? Look. This is weird. Oh, it's weird for negative. Oh, hold your horses. No, wait. Check your load of false not in true. What? I'm pretty sure this is correct. Yeah, and this also seems like it should be correct. Yeah, but that's weird that that's not. Because look, it's like it crosses here, but this is wrong because we should have a -1 present. But we don't. It's like it's working, but it's not. Ah, no, it's because it thinks we're still at 0, but we're not, see? So this boundary doesn't work for some reason. And that's actually, oh, yes, no, it's because I changed this to, this should be math floor. That's important because the negative value. Floor to int, I think. Because what will happen is, if it's 0.1, then it becomes 0 if you cast it to an int, so that's correct. But if it's -0.1, it also becomes 0. But we want -0.1 to become -1, so we need to floor it. That's why. Yeah, so now we're going to -1, and I think all the chunks are working perfectly now, which is great. The colors are changing. Oh, and also it's resetting all of them, which is unnecessary. But the colors are changing because we don't store the colors. We actually regenerate the colors. I think. Wait. Do we actually, we shouldn't regenerate the colors, should we? The height's the correct though. But the colors get instantiated once. Oh, no. It's because we move the tiles around. That's why. Yeah. I don't know if I'll keep that system. This is a bit wasteful because it actually reloads all of the tiles. But what's cool about this, I believe, is that we should basically be able to make this pretty much infinite if we want. I mean, we generate the level up front, but if we go to like map width chunks, like we could probably make this like 70. I don't know if this will work. And it'll take a while to generate the world, I guess. But, oh, and I have a lot of debug markers. Let's not do the debug markers. We don't need them anymore. That's much faster. And yeah, I mean, I should be able to keep going like forever. This is like Minecraft now. Yeah, and you can see I'm good. It's just going to keep generating the world. And it's not, it looks like it's almost changing it. It's not actually changing it. It's just that we don't have a way to set the color yet. We should probably set the color on the material, I guess. But that's also a bit weird at the moment because the material is shared by all of them. They don't have their own material, which is okay, but it just kind of means that it's tough. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to actually do that. Because I'd like to set the material, but it's just that, yeah, that is, I'm not sure how I'm going to do that. Because I don't want to actually instantiate the prefabs, but if they're different tiles, they kind of need to be. That's the problem. I'd rather like you reuse them kind of from a pool. But again, ideally they wouldn't even be entities. It's just that it's easier to make them entities. Yeah, and then we just kind of add some fog so that we don't see the end. And that's kind of it.
Hey Emily, how are you? How's your game going?
And obviously, like, the terrain is kind of the same. So it'd be nice to change it up a little. Because it's kind of boring. But, you know, we can also go into, like, level generator. And, you know, make it more ravenous or whatever. A little bit steeper, maybe. So this is kind of steeper, I think. But we could also beef up the amplitude if we wanted to. And there's a lot of stuff we could do, obviously. This is kind of a good steepness, I think, 0.8. Or 0.08. If I was really pro, I'd actually unload chunks behind you. Because you can't see them, obviously. So you kind of load them in. How long does it take to do that? Let's see. Load chunks around index. Probably very fast. Well, I don't actually know. It could be up to like a millisecond, maybe. It says 2. Is that 2 milliseconds? That is kind of slow, isn't it? Can I do 2 string? No. But that's a double. 2.3 milliseconds. It's kind of slow. I guess because we're setting so many transforms.
I did actually get one crash yesterday.
The map is, the noise values for the map are generated once at the very beginning, but the obviously like the positions are reset. The positions of chunks and all of these hexagons are set as we need them, basically. Okay, now these are all physics things as well, I believe. So what that means is I should be able to, now that I have this set up, like what do we need for this really? We just need the level generator script, which is this. So it needs the player, the blood particles not really used, and the chunk markers irrelevant, and it needs the hexagons obviously. And it needs these parameters, right? So if we hop on into Peter's world, which is I think the root motion, right? Then yeah, nice, okay. Oh, well actually I need to pull Peter's stuff. I haven't pulled it yet. Okay, lots of stuff has changed. Hopefully nothing too major. Need to do some merging. This should all be Peter's. And asset registry. I don't understand why it doesn't just auto merge this. And then also I need to pull engine because some character control issues were fixed. This is an app called Fork, which is my favorite Git client by far. Okay, I need to rebuild that. Rerun premake. Ugh, okay, so great. I broke the asset registry. Ugh. That's alright though. I should be able to fix it pretty easily. Where is it? It's here. Well, that's one of the problems anyway. No, it's in a few. It's all the scripts basically. TypeScript file is missing from a few places. Okay, so let's see. Line 21 needs that. Line, what was the other one that needed it? 1, 2, 4. Is that it? Yeah. Okay, does my scene still work? Yes. Oh no, it doesn't actually. I need to build the scripts or something, I think. I did build the scripts. Ugh, and it broke everything as usual. No, actually that looks correct. Why can't I move? Weird, but I don't care because we're abandoning that scene basically. That was just a test scene and we're moving on to this scene, which hopefully works. Yeah, it does. There's just no the terrain generation. Ah, because that used to use my code maybe. But I can kind of move here. and fall off somehow. Alright, so this actually uses the level generator, which is cool. It has these. Player should be... Where's the real player? His name is Player. So that's what should happen. He should be around the origin, which he basically is. Chunk marker. We need that just in case, because it'll crash. Sure, I don't really care. Let's try that. Alright, so we're inside the physics, which is not great. What if we just drag ourselves up? Yeah, well, we're not falling. Those cubes seem to work, but this guy... Why is that so weird? It's like it's not... It's like it's offset or something. Like, what's going on, man? The physics seems really weird. Like, it doesn't look like it's on the level. Now, that being said, though, I remember there was this weird... No, but it's not here anymore. The plane. And what's this? This looks suspicious. Oh, that's the coffee cup. So why is... Those cubes seem to work properly, I guess. But the player doesn't. They're shooting at me. Like, this is really weird. It kind of looks like it's just like offset somehow. I don't know how that's possible. But also this is weird, like this isn't rotating the player. The camera, I mean. Let's maybe delete player 2. I don't trust player 2. So weird, man. Okay, now I'm getting null reference exceptions. Where from? Level generator on update. Ah. Really? 253. Because that's supposed to be reading the player, I think. 253. Ah, the player needs a rigid body. Wait, this is rubbish. What is this? I don't think this needs to... This should not exist anymore. And really, this shouldn't either, but... Let's start with this. Okay, still errors. 238 now. Oh, this rubbish, yeah. Okay, no errors. But yeah, same situation. But it does, that kind of looks like he's walking on the level. He just can't get back up. And that should be because there should be a slope limit of 0. 1 is probably too much, but he should be able to get up now. I can't. The buffoon can't get up. Ah, but there's a step limit, not a slope limit, right? Step offset is offset. What that is basically. Yeah, it is. Okay, beautiful. So now we can actually walk up the slope, and yeah, that looks good. Right? Don't worry about the colors changing. I can't aim it. I can't like walk backwards and aim that way though, which is a little bit challenging. It'd be cool if completely useless, but it'd be cool if you had a flashlight, just for the sake of, hey, look, here's a point light with point light shadows. And there's a problem when game engine developers make games, they just drive like they make features just to show off they make gameplay features to show off engine features. I have no idea which way this spotlight's supposed to be, and for some reason I can't select it anymore. What? That's really, really weird. Let's reset the rotation. I thought it was just that way. Doesn't it point down by default? Which way is it pointing? That way? No. Ah, this way. Okay, so if we rotate it 90 degrees, and then but look at this is so weird. Yeah, that's because it didn't rotate 90 degrees. Okay. I think I'm getting somewhere. So now if my gun has this guy, I have I have a nice spotlight. I can shoot these guys. Oh, I'm out of ammo. But I can pick up this. Reminds me of Forest. In a bad way. Wait, my flashlight's gone. Oh, that's because I picked up a gun. And this one doesn't have a flashlight. That's funny. Alright, whatever. I'll leave that in for now. Alright, well, yeah, I mean, that's... So, let's go to level generator and make this a bit... What was it? 0.08 or something was a good value, right? So, let's see how this works, because this is pretty steep. But I did make it so that I can climb on this steepness as well, as you can see. So, now I'm kind of like... This is kind of cool. But this is definitely too steep. I shouldn't be able to climb. That's too steep to climb. So yeah, you can see that's too much, but I can climb these like smaller slopes, but that's too much. So I really need like a jump. I've still got that blood effect. That's funny. Those blood particles. Whoa, man. Yep, that's physics for you. Great. Good work, Jolt. My flashlight's backwards. Why? Piece of garbage. Yeah, it's kind of nice maybe to not jump, because that way you have to be strategic about where you go. No, I'm kidding, it's garbage. Alright, so what I really want to be able to do now is I need to be able to set materials. Yeah. So I need to be able to and I don't know if I can. This might require an engine feature. Maybe it doesn't though. I have a feeling it might though. What I kind of need to do is I need to have my materials, right? So I have my hexagons. I need to have my materials. But I don't know if this will work. Like, I have a feeling it doesn't. But it's okay. I can get it to work easily. Oh my gosh, it might actually work. Color me impressed, if it works. Which I'm not quite sure yet. So I basically... Here are my materials, right? I have 4 of them. They're here. And the idea is I can now... It doesn't matter which hexagon I have. I can just have one hexagon prefab. And I can apply one of these to the material in that chunk. To that entity in that chunk, basically. Programmatically. Hopefully. So let's save that. Let's try it. So let's try and make... So set chunk. Oh, not set chunk, right? Oh, no, it is set chunk, right? So if I do... Basically, I guess it would be tile.get component, static mesh component, dot material. Material, what? Is there no way to set the material? I thought that was a thing. Oh, or do you have to do it to the static mesh? No, you can always get the material. You don't seem to be able to set the material, which is fine. That's easy to add. I guess we'll have to add it though. But this, like, let me just make sure this worked though. And the way I'm gonna make sure it worked, I just wanted to make sure the editor can actually set it up properly. So what I might do is I'll do for in I equals 0, I is less than materials length I++, and I might just print out the materials I dot. Sure, let's print the color. No, that looks, yeah, I mean, those are values. That's red, that's orange, that's green, and that's blue. So, that did in fact work. Amazing. Okay, so let's add the material setting situation. Let me just save Hazel so I can close it. So the way that's going to work is, let's go to script glue. This will be easy, because obviously the C++ supports it, just not the C#. So static mesh component, we have get material. So let's just copy that, call it set material. And this is just going to get the material at the index, and it's just going to, if that's valid, obviously, it's going to do material set material to in handle at the index. Let's do that. Make sure it's not 0 maybe, but whatever. Oh, this is if it's out of range. Yes, that's not what I want to do. That. Yeah, that's it. So we obviously have to just add that into here. So that's easy as well. Done. But also, I guess, in the header. This can just be, I don't know, that can be, that doesn't have, that shouldn't be a pointer. It needs to be here because we're writing to it, but here it's just a 64-bit int. So, and now we go into the script, which we can do here. The internal calls situation. We find the one that's like get material on the static mesh component. There it is. We duplicate that, set material, void. Gonna make it match this. This can just be, so, well, we do pass it in here. I don't know why we do that. Let's just make it a ulong. So ulong, and it'll be implicitly cast to the right type. And that's done. So now we just need to make sure that static mesh component, which is in components. So we have get material, and then we'll have a public void set material int index. I guess we can make sure that it has, but has material. Does that just validate the index, or I don't know. But anyway, either way, let's just basically do internal calls set material, and then this is going to be material. We need the actual handle. Well, we'll get the material, and then material dot like handle dot. What is this? We have no way to get the actual handle. Are you joking? Why is this? This should probably be internal. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. That's funny. That should be okay, right? Ah, but it's M handle. Right? No. Ah, hang on. It's material.handle.mhandle. Okay. Done. That's it. I think that's it. So what that means is basically back in our game, when I do this, I can get the static mesh component and I can be like set material, which is not going to set it on the mesh, it's going to set it on the mesh component, which is different. Index 0, let's set it to, okay, so let's just try and set all of it to like materials 0. So that'll make it all blue, basically. Let's see if that works. Nope. No reference exception. Probably the materials on set. Because sometimes they break. That should be enough. Oof. That's the function I just added. I mean, that's just a 64-bit int, so I don't see why that wouldn't work. Isn't that weird? That should have worked. Fine, let's do a debug build, because I don't know why that didn't work. Ugh, this is gonna be so slow on debug though, but I'm guessing it will still, it's gonna crash now. But then I'll be able to debug it. I wonder what's wrong. I mean, it was clearly able to get the material, so that clearly worked. So why wouldn't it be able to get the handle? And why is a handle not just easily converted? It should be. 0x dad. Is the material table null? No. Oh, well, the material handle, it's unable to read memory. But why? So this isn't being passed correctly. That's so strange. Well, whatever. I don't have time to deal with it now, but we'll just pass it, I guess, by like as a pointer. But like, we obviously shouldn't have. Like, I don't know. I don't think we should have to. Or maybe because it's reading it as this, it's trying to. It's not like a trivial type. Maybe it should be a uint 64T. If I do that, let's maybe try that, just because that's less code to change. And it's the same thing. Let's try that. Am I sleepy? A little bit. I got up kind of early today. But I'm a little tired, but I'll come alive later. What are we working on here? Terrain generation. We basically got it working. I'm just trying to set the materials up so that we get prettier things. And we're running a debug build, that's why things are slow. Because I'm trying to add a function to the engine and something wasn't working, so this will probably work there, right? I think it's already worked, because yeah, I mean, debug builds, am I right? Yeah, that looks blue. Beautiful. Alright, so let's restart this in release mode. Yeah, I don't know. I guess if you set it to an asset handle, even though the memory is identical, it maybe mono is like, oh, that's not a trivial type or whatever. So I'm going to do some conversion, or I'm going to do something weird with it, like take its memory address instead of it. Maybe, I don't know, I'm guessing. No, this is release mode. So much faster. Oh, this is the wrong scene as well. Oh, that's why it was null at that point. That's funny. Where's... Here's Peter's. Here's the actual scene. Yeah, I mean, you can see that they're all blue now. So that's clearly working now, which is good. So... let's look at... yeah, so the idea is, and the reason why I did this is because now we can be cool with it. We can be like, well, we can, do we delete this? No, that's my beautiful island code that I need to keep for real. So yeah, so now we can be cool with it in the sense that we can get a material based on like whatever we want, really. So for starters, I could just look at like the Y translation and be like, if it's below 0, that's water. So let's kind of either flatten it out into water, or you make it like we can still kind of, I was going to flatten it, and we'll talk about that later because water is typically flat. But we'll yeah, we'll talk about that later. So let's grab this. Else let's just set it randomly now. So I don't know if that's all. I don't know if that's. I don't think it was inclusive. And if it is, I guess it will crash, or just C# exception. Are they all set? Yes, and blue is the first one. Yeah, cool. So now you can see that all the negative ones, all the negative people who don't like live, they're all blue now. Which is cool. Do you like my flashlight? But what we could have also done is easily kind of created water, in the sense that like we could have just been like, not only do I want to set it to blue, but let's actually set the translation to 0, and then that's just going to make those areas flat. Yeah, definitely. You can see how well that works. Oh, because I already set it. Yeah, so this is pretty cool now, because it looks like we have pools of water. Hey Tim, check this out. We got a lot of stuff actually. We got pools of water.
Wow.
That are kind of flat, and then we also got like the animation, and you can see he's walking on the terrain, and he can actually, there's a slope, there's a limit that's configurable to how big of a slope he can climb.
That's the character control, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
So like you can climb little like slopes like
yeah,
this.
Yeah,
And infinite terrain generation, basically.
That's sick.
So like we could keep going forever. The colors change just because they're kind of randomly generated.
Yeah.
But the
Do you want to do it with real tiles?
you
now?
can see the things.
So
There.
these are still debug.
Yeah, we can. I kind of like the debug tiles. I don't know. It's just kind of it's like low poly, but because of the little like AO between them and
Yeah.
you know all of that kind of stuff
Nice
and the
colours.
and the lighting. Oh, and I added a little shadow casting spotlight to just make it
Nice.
look kind of cool
Yeah.
to the gun. Yeah. And then obviously this still works, and I think they bleed.
What's it called? I'd be just curious. To
And I
see.
can bleed by pressing space. Space to bleed. Oh, that's cool. You could almost leave a little grenade behind you. Because see, I'm leaving these guys. A little bit laggy now. Nah, it looks pretty
Yeah,
cool.
that's sick.
No, you can't jump at the moment, but I'll... Oh, you should jump and it should do a flip. Procedurally. But yeah. But anyway, that's pretty dope. I mean, I'm in the water now. There's a lot of water.
No, that's
But also, I mean, the water at the moment isn't shiny, but I could make it like reflective, obviously.
What's it called? I'm gonna push the water texture because that's done, and I wanna see.
You wanna see what it looks like?
With the water.
Who is
'Cause I'm
doing
making,
this?
I'm making,
Where is that coming from? Yeah.
Looks like Tim does the most we decided.
What do you guys think of the game? Yeah. Well, good thing is, guys, you can see everything that I've done on stream, and it's even rewindable because it's on YouTube. So, if you missed it, just look back.
By the way, Jan,
Yes.
there's no 1440p for YouTube streams if you're on the ultra low rates.
Yes. I'm on low. So I should be 1440p unless I messed something up. I'm just gonna make a predictable thing quickly, mostly for debugging. As far as like tiles go, just because at the moment the colors are random and it's hard to see if it's actually working properly. Because obviously every time you go through a different chunk, it changes the colors. So I'm just gonna make it a little bit more predictable here. Like so. I don't know if those ranges are right. Yeah, I guess they're not bad. They're a little bit... It's mostly red, though. So maybe let's make this 0.5 and 1. So now they're kind of more height-based, as you can see. But also, I feel like we could play with it. Now that we kind of are capping 0, we could just make this a bit bigger. Yeah, and then we'll get some more... Yeah, it's kind of annoying because it does it seems to like flash for a frame when it changes the chunk. Well, that's really weird. Don't quite know why that's happening. It's not smooth, like yeah, it flashes. Why? I need to like see what the heck's going on there. Because it's... Oh, but I'm actually almost surprised that's working because it literally shifts. Oh, but it's all within a frame, so I guess that's why. Oh, it's still printing something. Still printing a lot. Oh, that's log info. Yeah, I need to see what's up with that. Oh, I can just hide that, can't I? Well, we have features in this engine. So what's that warning there? Where's that at? It actually says the stack trace for warnings. Load chunks around index. I'm printing that. Oh, that's how long it took. 3 milliseconds. Yeah, that's kind of long, man. That's 4 milliseconds, pretty much. Look, like, to be completely honest, like, this way of doing things is garbage. Like each one of these hexagons is an entity with its own rigid body and its own mesh collider. Like, I'm almost amazed this is actually working this quickly. But it's a game jam, and for prototyping, this is really all you need, you know? But yes, like it would be nicer to maybe not have that. Now, I kind of want to smooth it out a little bit, because I know I'm arbitrarily multiplying 3 somewhere. Yeah, here it is. If I just do 1, yeah, that's going to make it much flatter, I think. Maybe not. Oh, or was that not in that might have been the wrong place. Yeah, there it is, 3. This should make it much flatter. Yeah, so see, that's flatter, but now I can boost this guy by 3. And that will just give me, or is that just going to give me more variance, like in a bad way? Like, what if I make it 1? Oh, no, that kind of looks garbage. I'm just not reaching the, like the amplitude just looks way worse. Okay, let's go back to like 0.1 maybe. What if I boost the gain? Does that do anything? No. Alright. So that times 3 was actually kind of cool. Maybe we should even boost it more. I mean, that looks kind of cool, right? And if I do that, but then also, because there could be, like, I could multiply it with different areas or whatever, so it's, yeah. But like if I make that smoother, whoa, now that is smooth. That's kind of cool though. It almost looks like the shore. That's way too smooth though. That's kind of cool. And then you got kind of like islands. But like, yeah, I mean, that's probably too much water. Now, if we wanted less water, by the way, especially because it's an island, so it's going to be around there, we could just add a little bit to it. So it could be like translation.y plus equals like, I don't know, 0.5 or something. And that's going to obviously lift everything, and we should get less water. Let's try like 1.5. That's probably too much. I mean, we're still getting a lot of water. Huh. Yeah, okay. So we kind of have less water now and obviously more height. I kind of want to... love to know how tall some of these things are. Maybe that's too much. Let's just do times plus 2. And what else was I going to do? Oh, yeah, I wanted to... Well, this isn't a big deal, but I kind of wanted to make these colors a little bit more spread out. Yeah. So this is a little bit of a smoother terrain, which I don't know if I love that, because it was kind of cool before. And let's quickly, especially now for debugging for the player, let's just make the step offset at least 0.5 so that we can actually climb up on these mountains a bit better. Yeah, it's really bad that you can't aim backwards. Like, as in when you're walking backwards. Oh, I actually killed someone. This guy doesn't have a spotlight. It's kind of cool, actually. It's tough to fight them off. Man, this is kind of cool. I really like this aesthetic as well. There's something cool about it. Oh, and we could... This is actually... Like, there's no reason why... Man, why this can't be, complete, like a day-night cycle. Yeah, I did want to add jumping. And I kind of wanted to have better level gen, but I don't know, maybe this is just, you get what you get. But you need jumping, because otherwise, like, you know. What is that? Oh, that's my little piece. You have to kind of shoot them backwards. Run away. I used to be much faster than them. I feel like I'm slower than them now. The mountains slow them down a little bit, but really not that much. Oh, they're kind of shooting themselves. Oh, that's right. They shoot me. That's what all those green arrows are. Shots fired. I'm definitely dead by now. Oh, and sometimes the physics glitches out. Hi, friends. Come and get me. Yeah, swap orange and green around. Yeah, the colors aren't. They're definitely not temporary. But sure. There you go. There's your sand. It looks pretty cool. Like, I don't know. I like this. And especially, like, that's the other thing, right? So the blue material is... I could make that shiny. Because it's not at the moment. And... I mean, I don't know if that would be necessarily correct. But you can see it's kind of reflecting the environment map. And, I mean, technically, if I turn on... I don't know how good this will look. But if I turn on screen space reflections, then... Whoa! Nah, that's kind of dope though, man. That actually looks kind of sick. Oh, and that's half res. But this is full res. That is pretty cool. And now if I just made them wave a little bit, man. Tim, check this out. This actually looks sick. So I got water and I turned on screen space reflections. And so now you can actually see like stuff
That's
reflected in it.
So for me to
How
I
cool
need
does
to
that
have
look?
no roughness on a texture, right?
Well, no, you can have a bit of roughness. It depends. It'll blur the reflection a bit if it's rough.
And specular. Well, specular is not related to that at all. Right? Specular is just how much light is actually reflected.
Well, specular is not a parameter. What do you mean?
Well, like this is specular, right? This is specular reflection.
Yeah, but that's because of the roughness.
Because of the rough.
And like I guess the if it's the metal or not, it'll react differently. Actually, what if we make the water metal? Because I guess technically that might be a good thing. Because at the moment it's dielectric, but if we make it metal, it'll be a lot darker. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Look at that. It's like a full-on just reflection now. Kind of wish the chunks were a bit... We could make the chunks bigger or have more of them, but I'm afraid, like for performance sakes, because they're all entities, that's not a good thing. But yeah, that looks pretty dope. And it'd be cool if you could move a little bit, like on, like as in the water was like kind of like water. You kind of lose your blue color, but if it's reflecting the sky, I guess it look kind of cool. Here's what I wanted to do. I also was wondering if because we're using a like an actual environment map, but if I just use like, you know, something like this, I guess I'd want to match the directional light as well. You know, like, what would that look like? I guess garbage. But see, now I guess it... Does that look like water? I'd make it... I would add, like, a custom little vertex shader that just, based on the position, like, you could just add a little sine wave. And that would be kind of it. But that does not look as good, does it? I mean, I could make it darker. Because the other thing is, right? I did kind of want this to be at night. And so if you basically grab this. Let's make it a little bit more like night. We lose some detail though. And then what else was I gonna do? Yeah, like if it truly was really dark, like I wonder if we made it like super dark, right? So this is like really dark now, but we also have a directional light. So let's make the directional light really dark. Let's make the skylight, you know, a bit brighter. So this is like really dark, right? But what if we then just like what if we just add some point lights? This is almost like just me visualizing what it could look like, you know? Like I don't even know where to add these. I mean, that looks a bit weird. You got your little lights. I mean, it's cool because of the flashlight, I guess. And the lights could be like, you know, street lights or houses or like something like that. Because I'm obviously going to add some structures to this terrain. And also I think we should make the, yeah, so that's rubbish. Let me delete these stupid point lights. Maybe make this a bit brighter. I don't know. Did you guys like the environment, the HDR more? I guess it looked nicer. Well, in my opinion anyway. Because this isn't really night sky with stars like the other one. But what I was going to say was, I think like the green, that's a prefab. The green material, like we can make that rougher basically. And then there was also, like the red tones were pretty rough, weren't they? Whoops. Oh no, they were the ones that were reflective. So if we go red and orange, and just make them actually rough and get rid of these stupid things, then now, yeah, now, was that the directional light? Does that kind of look like a point light? I guess it is. Yeah, it is. Huh. So now nothing's reflective except for really the water. No, I don't know. I liked that environment map a lot more, I think. Yeah.
I pushed what's called the water push.
Okay. You want me to take a look
I
at it?
want you to take a look, yeah.
Sure. Let me just fix my skylight. Yeah, having it be a bit wavy would be really cool. Alright, water texture, eh? I guess I should probably close Hazel. Oh, actually, first let me make the main scene root. Alright.
Also, what is that is visible stuff? What is that for? On the static mesh, we now have like an is visible property, and you can just turn it off.
Yeah, that just hides it from rendering.
That's sick.
Yeah, we had that since Forest, I think.
What?
Well, because I had to add it because we needed a way to hide something. I'm pretty sure it wasn't in dichotomy. Like, I'm pretty sure it was since Forest.
But
I mean, we
it
can
was
always
never
check.
exposed to the.
It was. Because otherwise it wouldn't have. I'm pretty sure it was.
Well, it recently got moved to the properties panel because like.
Oh,
right,
yeah. I
it's
didn't.
right at
No.
the start.
I didn't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Peter probably did that like yesterday or today.
Okay.
I don't know why though. But I've been using it programmatically for the muzzle flash. Because the muzzle flash spawns a emissive mesh.
Right.
Well, it doesn't spawn it, it shows it just for like one frame. Right, I've pulled, right? So that's it. All you did was add a material,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. None
So,
of material, but like,
yeah. So a static mesh, yeah. That's the right scene. Yeah. What is this stupid? Peter loves to log, man. Peter committed so much logging that I have been searching for log.info and log.warn in Visual Studio just to get rid of it. Alright, so it's a mesh, yeah?
yeah.
Water tile. Right. Okay, so I mean, I guess,
Try just put it on your prefab just to see what it looks like.
yeah. It's not. It's called blue. Yeah, cause see, it needs some adjusting, I think.
Yeah, because all the tiles that we're using is kind of like.
Yeah, like I guess the origin. Oh, but the origin is in the same spot, so that's kind of problematic.
Yeah, it is because it should
In a
be
way.
in the center of this.
Yeah, I mean this is probably better, but yeah, I've been using that though. All right, that's fine. So let's change. I guess we'll change the prefab to be your water tile, and yeah, let's just see what that
It's
does.
just gonna be lower. It looks a lot lower.
Yeah. How can we could offset that, of course, but and it's a mesh collider, right? Yeah.
Did you update?
Is that even it?
No, that's not it.
I definitely did. Water tile.
Ah, but that's using your.
Oh, materials. I changed the material.
That's fine. just
Oh,
get rid
that
of and
sucks
that's gonna work.
though. Okay. So I guess I need to then set this to what null? I don't know if I can remove materials actually. Well, I guess if I just don't set it, they'll all be water. Because the thing is that yeah, maybe, I don't know if this will work actually. No. Because I need to set the material to set the color. So
What do you mean set the color for?
for each tile, so that I can decide which color it is. I need to set the material on it. So
Don't you just have a bunch of different prefabs?
yeah, but how do I?
You change
What if I
the
need
color.
50 water ones and one desert one for that chunk?
Right.
I can't instantiate suddenly 50 of, and then the next chunk needs the opposite, you know? So you need to be able to set them on the fly without actually changing the entity. Because I don't want to I only instantiate prefabs at the very beginning, just for all the chunks, but then they just get reused.
So what you're saying, you want a hazel
No,
material?
I don't think I need it. I think what I can do is, because it creates them initially, and I'm pretty sure, but I think it actually does some overriding though. Because I'm pretty sure this persists past play with the way that it currently works, which means I guess it wouldn't work. Yeah, I guess I do need a hazel material.
Okay, so then I'll just.
But
that just
where's
for
the
the
texture
tiles?
for this?
Well, it's embedded.
Oh, it's embedded.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll just push the textures and then you can.
I guess so. Yeah.
It's just the albedo texture, anyways.
Yeah.
The rest you can find however you like.
Yeah. I guess so. Yeah, this like direction changing situation, I don't really like it. I don't think the player should change direction. I think he should just strafe and like move backwards. There's a lot of commented out code. Root motion player. Alright, so Where's the movement stuff? What am I looking for? Oh, no, I want rotation. What I don't want is this, I think. Right. But this is just a rotation change, isn't it? But look, it doesn't move at all. So basically this rotation change is also, that's not just the rotation, that must be also responsible for moving, which is kind of annoying. But it doesn't look like it should be. Because that does look like it's just the rotation. So set rotation, yeah. So weird. Unless it's in a different place. Doesn't look like it. Getting dark, isn't it? Not anymore. The thing is, though, it's like this is using a character controller situation, so it might not actually be that simple. But I just don't know why. This. Whatever. Maybe I can just get Peter to do that. But I don't know. I don't think it should. I'd like to be able to strafe, honestly. Directional lights very dim. No, it's not bad. That's probably too bright. I should really have a little bit of roughness in that blue material. No, I don't think so. Okay. Or does that make the specular highlight too big? Oh, and I turned off the, well, I didn't turn it off, but I restarted, which means that the screen space reflections are off. So So there they are, and they're probably half res. Looks nice with the reflections. But yeah, this one's probably, directional light's too big. Let's pause. I guess I will just keep it on 0. Because this gets very big. And then that, the problem with that is it's not, yeah. And also metalness or not, like this will just keep it bluer. Like I could make it look more blue. But this will make it more reflective. Although it kind of looks like the reflection looks the same, it just looks darker. Like it reflects more of the skybox, that's for sure. Could even go, yeah, this bug. But that's probably like, that's what, halfway through metalness or whatever. SSR is off, now it's on. That looks kind of nice, that water. But yeah, if it was wavy, it'd be nice. And also, right now we can just walk on it, which is a bit weird. And that shadow's too intense because the directional light is too intense. So 0.2 was probably not bad for it. And is the directional light in the right direction? I don't think so. Because we are here. Which way is the shadow going? That way. We have a spotlight as well, which casts shadows, but maybe it is, because that's like the location of it. That's roughly right. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so Tim wanted me to take a look at his textures.
I haven't for all of them, by the way. Like I pushed it for the desert and the desert tile and the fast tile as well.
Uh-huh. Oh, actually, well that's nice, because, yeah, because I can just probably take your water and just set it.
And there is a roughness texture as well.
Yeah. Oh, I can't because of the UV. Damn it.
No, yeah, you can't. Because this wasn't on UV on roughness.
Yeah. Because that would have been really nice and easy. But anyway, I guess I'll still have to do that. And the roughness, yeah, that's probably not shiny enough.
Change the grey overall, you think?
I don't know. Well, because you need, if it's reflective, it needs to be basically like,
White almost.
well, no, it's black.
Black.
But like, so these parts will be very reflective, and this will be like very mild. But it's okay because I can multiply it.
Yeah.
So I can reduce it. Okay, so if I do that, and then, so that's the hexagon blue. I've actually updated the material now. So if I just replace the asset, oops. Yeah, the offset's a bit weird, I think. Well, some of them look right. Why are some of them bigger though? Like, that's weird, isn't it?
Some of them are like using the old prefabs.
Yeah. That's what it looks like. But no, it shouldn't be. Where's my level generator? Yeah, so that's actually correct. So why are some of them like this? And it looks like it almost changed when I like which ones were up and which ones weren't when I that looks correct.
Yeah,
Oh,
wait.
look. Wait. Yeah, that's not the same. It is. Oh, what? The whole
No, that's
everything's
the whole chunk
changing.
is changing. Yeah.
What?
There's 2 different chunks.
Very slightly though. Right?
Well, it's
Or
a different
completely.
chunk, I think, completely.
Oh no.
It just happens to be
Great.
slightly. Yeah,
Wait.
That's a bug with the chunks. Right?
How? Yeah, I guess so. But how? Because it's so. It almost looks the same, but it's not quite. Like, as in the water's in the same spot. Must be a little bug with the offsets or something. Because look, see, the water's also in the same spot here, but the levels are slightly different.
Huh.
That's really weird. But yeah, it's also really weird how these are. Let's maybe pause this. Oh, it's paused, you can't look at it. So why are some of these using the wrong... I want this middle chunk. Ah, no, I know why, Tim. It's because I'm not actually setting it. It's because I'm not actually setting it. Or, and by setting it, I mean they should all be using one of the assets. So level generator at the moment takes in these guys, and it instantiates them as if they are different. But since we're overriding the material, this can really all be instantiate hexagons 0. Basically, I think. Yep. Okay, I fixed it, Tim. Like, not the chunk weirdness, but your water is in. Let me see if I can turn on screen space reflections. I guess that's okay. You got the reflection. Doesn't. Oh, that's why the heights were different. No, they aren't. They're not different anymore. Yeah, it's because, so it was the same. It's just the height was changing, and the height was changing was because it was randomly, upon creating the level, there was a 1 in 4 chance that it would select your slightly different mesh.
Ah.
That's why.
Or what?
Now it's only using your mesh,
Ah.
but setting a different material, or
Right.
or the other one which was shorter. That's why when you went out of chunks, it was kind of like, because it assumes all the hexagons are the same shape, but
Right.
yours was different.
Mm-hmm.
And so because of that, it would interchange it, but it would not look right because it was in fact different.
Right.
I might need to fix the colliders because I don't think I'm on the ground.
Ah, yeah. Are you still using square colliders?
No,
No.
it actually probably should work because I shouldn't be like
You
so.
probably just need to
The
flip it
hexagon
around.
blue is the only prefab. Yeah, I think it's still using the old one then.
But keep
So
in
what do
mind
I
that
do? I
all
just
the
press
prefab-
cook, force cook mesh, or what?
I think so.
Because that's using your water tile.
That should, yeah.
So is that gonna work now? No, I'm still above. And I can't look at them
what does it
either.
send the material to? It's probably using the incorrect one and then sending material on one that. you
No,
can
no, no.
change it.
All of these now, all of these tiles are all hexagon blue now.
Ah,
And that's the only mesh it ever uses is your water tile mesh.
okay.
So the material, as you can see, is in fact different depending on which one it is.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the same geometry.
That's strange.
And I can't unfortunately look at the mesh colliders because the mesh ones don't show up. Only the box colliders do.
Ah.
See? So I don't know what the collider looks like for it.
But you do have 80 gigabytes worth of Joel replays.
Yeah,
to have a look
you
at.
should probably have you shut it off? Because you know in application settings. No,
Is that
in,
one out of space?
Yes. Peter sabotaged us all. In project settings, under physics, you need to make sure that capture on play is turned off. Otherwise, because we have quite a big level and lots of colliders, it apparently.
And you probably want it to be always like that, right? So always only use one mesh and then just change it.
Say that again.
So your system currently, you have one mesh that just gets added and it changes material. That's what the term is.
Yes.
The material.
I started the whole thing like ages ago when I was first just making the grid. I just made 4 different, because we didn't really have a way to set meshes on the fly like this. So I had, materials on the fly. So I had 4 different prefabs with the same mesh, just the hexagon mesh, but 4 different materials like in the prefab. And then I just instantiated which one I needed.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is that I can't, since I do all of the instantiation up front and only for the chunks that are visible, I can't go in and then suddenly decide how many of each I get, you know? So, but with this system, what I can do is if I just have one piece of geometry, I can obviously, if I have 4 materials, I can set any material to that specific geometry on that chunk. And then next chunk, when I need the same entity but a different material, I can programmatically change that. Whereas before I couldn't. And of course, if it's a prefab, you can't. Because basically what I have to do is destroy the entity and instantiate a new prefab, and that's what I'm avoiding.
Yeah. Because right now there's sections I changed it to be unlocked.
Yeah.
But are you happy about waterfall?
I think so, yeah.
And are you happy with the texture with waterfall?
Yeah. This kind of, yeah, I think it looks cool. What do you guys think, stream? Do we have, yeah, SSR's on.
You can, what's it called? Maybe just not in this scene, but just showcase what the other tiles will do.
It's a bit hard to see because it's also, we're not on the ground.
You can just tilt the camera, right?
No, this is, well, that's the limit unless I go to edit a camera and then I can kind of see a little bit more. This could be the trailer for the game that is nothing like the game because you can't actually look at it from this angle, and see this ruins it because they're not on the ground. But it's pretty cool. The reflection's nice, I think, yeah. And I guess I could make that move, but that's that's a stretch goal. Just to make it brighter. I mean, it kind of looks like nuclear waste. Oh, I'm tinting it, by the way. I was tinting it by blue. So that's what you did. But this is tinted. What engine is this? Hazel, which is my engine. You have to let go. If you do it too much, the engine crashes.
Oh, really?
There's some weird,
too many times.
There's some weird memory issue with serializing that too many times. I don't know what it is. I don't want to think about it.
I don't know. I just feel like
A little bit. Nah.
That's too much, probably.
But I don't know. It just looks like it's weird because it looks like Wait, why do all of these guys have point lights? Look.
Performance optimization.
Yes.
How is the performance, by the way?
It's okay. It's just these shouldn't be individual entities. There's no reason functionally for them. It's just I've done it that way because it's quick and easy and not custom. But yeah.
Actually, I kind of like with the blue tint on it, and a little bit of blue. I think that looks pretty cool.
Yeah. I just don't think it looks like water though. Alright. I'm gonna be right back, stream.
It's actually a tolerable texture, so if you didn't have that gap in the image,
Alright, I'm back. Sorry guys, I wasn't talking to you. That's why I didn't unmute the microphone. It's not all about you, stream. Oh, this stupid collider situation. I forgot about this. This is where I left it off. Ugh. Yeah, I need to, yeah, so there's still this weird flashing that happens, which I don't like. It's weird that it happens. Is it possible that it's doing something twice? Because it shouldn't. You should do it all within like 3 milliseconds in one swift motion. Right. Basically. Hazel's pretty good, I think. Compared to last jam, better. Because last jam I was adding half the engine. I was adding like asset packs and like the multi-threading for the runtime, kind of finishing that up. Like I spent 2 days working on Hazel because I wanted to ship the game with like a major new feature. But today this time around I basically haven't done any work on Hazel itself. Just adding minor features here and there, like as you would just expect from normal Hazel usage. So yeah, pretty good. I'm pretty happy. Now, I want to get rid of Peter's logging. But I can just do that by clearing this, right? So yeah, so the thing is, it's clearly doing it once. So then why is there like a weird flash right there? I'd love to just like screen record, I guess. Let me do that. Let me just record in OBS. I'll just record. Which way is it? I went the wrong way. Best recording. And it was recording at 60 FPS. So if we watch that video, it's a stupid MKV file, you piece of garbage. Oh, and I can't change the format because I'm live. Why can't I open the MKV video? I should be able to. Pot player. Hey, it's me. Alright, so how do I go away? How do I DNF? That's right. I don't know if I'll see it on the video. No, that's perfect. Hopefully I captured it. You guys might not even... Oh, it was definitely there. Okay, good. You guys definitely would have seen it. Oh, look. It's the materials. That's what's the weird thing is. What? The materials don't get set instantly or something. Look. So this is before the me going back. This is the first frame of... Oh, but look, they get set before the movement. Because forward that's forward. So I'm trying to unload this chunk. But what? But hang on. Why does that happen though? That's so strange. Is that always the case? Do we have another? Yeah, here's another one. Yeah. What the heck? I think I might know why though. I think it's because, like, because they're physics bodies and the physics update happens before the C# update, maybe it only sets the... It sets the but that's not what happens either. Oh, maybe it is. Because they all get reset, right? Yeah. My theory is it does the materials... It should do the materials the next frame. Kind of. Or it should do the... Because I think what's happening is it's not actually doing the translation instantly. It's changing the materials first, and then the next frame it changes the translation. And I mean, I think. But let's take a look at... That doesn't... I don't know if that makes sense though. But let's take a look at this. If we go into translation, and we just look at what set does. So it does transform component set translation. And if we go into here, into the C++, then what that does is, if it has a rigid body component, which it will get the actor and do actor set translation, which will actually set the jolt thing. But also it will mark it for synchronization. So body schedule for sync, right? So that's important because it's just adjusted that. So it hasn't actually set the transform in the transform component. Maybe we can get it to do that though. Why not set both, right? Maybe that's why. Because otherwise you can see it just does that. Why don't we just also do it here? Because I get that it's going to be synchronized, but that way we get it instantly. It's just that we're kind of overruling the authority of the physics engine if we do this. But we might need that. Let's just kind of tentatively kind of keep that there, because now that we've marked the bodies for synchronization, let's see where that synchronization actually happens. So here it is, pre-simulate. Yeah, that's going to be the next frame, but you've changed the material instantly. So it's definitely that. It's just we need to basically go through and resynchronize the bodies. We need to flush them. That's the other thing we could do. We could just resynchronize the body transforms. Yeah, that'd probably be a better idea than circumventing. Circumvent. Like from Arrested Development. I just remember that one episode of Job doing that. Like, that was so funny. Instead of circumventing the physics engine here, let's just make set translation, because it's already marked for synchronization. But I think let's actually do the synchronization. Would that be wild? Like, it would be. I think what we should do, maybe, if that's the case, because especially if it's static, right? But if that's the case, yeah. I'm surprised that Peter didn't separate this out, but whatever. That these are the explicit synchronize pending body transforms. We'll call it that. And then we'll basically, why don't we just basically ask the physics scene to do that right before rendering? Because if there's nothing there, it's not going to do anything anyway, right? So, right before rendering. So what does it do, like, the physics stuff? Inside on update, I guess, there. On no, that's like rendering. There's a C# on update that happens. Yeah, I think it's this function. On update runtime, yeah, that's it. Runtime is in not the Hazel runtime, but the fact that it's in play mode. Yeah, so you can see that we do the physics thing first, right? Physics scene simulate. So let's also, after this, basically, so before we render, and I guess before the post-update queue, let's do synchronize pending body transforms. So I think this will fix that problem. but I'm not sure.
Minute by minute we count down. We're heading for it. The turn of a page and the chapter is gone. It's gone.
Okay, so we're looking for that flashing, and I think it's gone. I don't see it flash anymore, so I did it. Yeah, it's perfect now. Excellent. Great. Okay, that's good. Because that was really annoying, that little flash. That might have even fixed the camera being weird. Something that I had earlier in like a previous stream or something.
I believe there's a lesson to be learned. Let's pay it forward. If you're playing with fire, you might get burned. Let the flames go higher.
They like shooting each other. Okay. So what's next? Jump, like lots of, could do lots of player stuff. Like as in jumping, like dashing, like whatever. Oh, I was gonna add fog. Let's quickly add fog. I don't think that'll be too difficult, and I'm probably just gonna copy the forest's fog, but tweak it a bit, because, like, why would I not do that? Is this forest though? Let's see. I don't remember where I have forest, like the hazel version. The forest hazel version. Yeah, this is it. Okay, so if I go into shaders, I should just have this in the scene composite shader, basically. So this is the scene composite shader from forest, and does it do? Yes, it does do fog. Wow, that's quite a lot of stuff. All right, so we'll copy this basically. We're gonna copy that into here. So let me just like, I don't know, look off into the horizon or something. Then I'll hit pause, and then we can check it out. Let's just like dock this here or something for now. Okay, so basically it was done like this. And where was it done? Before Bloom. Oh, but after that, yeah, I guess we can do it here. So if true, fog. Okay, so do we have the depth texture? We do. Now we need to linearize it, probably. Oh, transparent depth. I don't think we need that though. Yeah. Linearize depth. So we need that function, which we should probably have in a header, but apparently in forest it was just here, and I don't know if we have it yet, so I'm just going to paste it in. That should work, hopefully. Fog amount bloom. Nah, I don't know, man. We could just try and compile this, see what happens. If it fails, it shouldn't crash the engine. But it'll say it in the log. Yeah, it failed. Alright, does it say why? Bloom undeclared identifier. Pfft. Do you know who I am? I'm the Bloom boy. Bloom boy. Hey Tim, new studio name. Bloom Boy Studios. Or Bloom Boy Productions. I kind of like that.
How difficult would it be to rename?
I don't know. Change the C to a B or to a BB. So why is Bloom undefined? I was driving like yesterday and I drove past like this big billboard that said like it was like some art festival or something. It was called like the Art of Bloom, and I'm like, that's funny. Yeah. That's why, because I need this first. That makes sense.
Yeah, we're currently doing game dev right now.
D undeclared identifier.
Well, the engineers
Alright.
actively in development, but it's
What's that used for?
mostly on substance.
Nothing. Nice. Yeah, that's used for nothing. Wait. Yeah, that's used for nothing. Oh no, an actual Vulkan error. Oh, we're using set 2 now, where we went before. Ah, because we're using the camera now. That's why. That's because I added like a new input. So scene so what is this? The composite pass? A composite? Yeah, it's this one. So this basically now needs the camera, which is what's different about it. I think. And am I compositing it? Yeah, I am. Well, yeah, because I'm doing color mix. And there's even a fog color parameter that I was nice enough to add during forest, so that's nice. Oh, well look, there it is. There's the fog. It's working, that's nice. Alright, now let's tweak it. Okay, so first of all, like the color, but also I think we could probably get that to be a little bit further away. Fog start distance. So let's try like 3. That's not enough. And there's like some fall off or whatever, right? That's too much. I kind of want it to almost be... What is that though? What is the stupid fall off distance? Because what if I make that more than that? Yeah, so... I mean, I guess that is just like how quickly it falls off, maybe. Now, is that good in terms of like we can't see the chunks loading in? Yeah, I think it is. That's kind of cool. It'd be nice if we could just fade it out to the skybox. We can't really do that though. I don't think. Like, that's difficult. We'd have to basically reject those pixels. Either we sample from the skybox for the fog area, or we reject those pixels. I guess we could sample to the skybox. Or we reject those pixels. No, but that would be weird. Because then we'd be seeing through the ground sometimes, I think. Okay, but also we have a fog color. So maybe like we could do something that's not black. You know. That escalated quickly. Oh, I just didn't change it, I think. Yeah, so now we can't see the chunks loading, and they just kind of look... Oh, yes, we can. Yeah, the chunks are just not very far, are they? At the very edge, we can see it. I could make them a bit bigger. But on the other hand, like... Yeah. I don't know, man. What if we do make the hexagons bigger? Or is this a good size? I like the size, though. It's just the problem is, again, the way we're doing it now with the stupid thing is it's not going to be good for performance. So... That's why. I can rewrite this game later and make it better. But for now... Yeah, I mean, even this is not... We can still see it. So this is going to be like Minecraft alpha, or like whatever it's called, Minecraft in dev with nearest fog setting. Like, I'm talking like this. Oh, that's kind of cool though. It kind of looks foggy. Like actually looks foggy. Now, what I was thinking though, because at the moment it's just a flat color, we could add a little bit of spice to it by making this like slightly tinted red. That's probably too much. Nice spice. Or we could tint it blue or whatever, but the point is to make it look a bit, you know. Probably should have put this stuff on the other side of the screen so you guys could actually see, but you know, I'm not that considerate, am I? Can I actually move this as well? Do you guys like that more? So yeah, that's the fog. Again, I don't know. Could make it darker. I'm lazy, I'll just do this. Nah, I don't like that. I feel like I'd even make it brighter. Although that's a bit annoying. What if I go really bright? And like a bit orangey or something, maybe? So if we do that. Yeah. Or is that lame? On the other hand, we could make it cold. So this is us making it warm, right? But we could make it cold. I guess cold looks better, doesn't it? I just thought warm might be cool because it's kind of like... But this like just suits... This almost looks like the sky color, you know? Whereas if it was warm... So warm would be that. It just looks a bit weird. But it, I don't know. It almost looks like there's a fire though, which is kind of the point. So I don't know. Haven't decided yet. You know, you could have like a crimsonish sky thing. That looks a bit, you know. We could have it flash as well every now and then, just to simulate like as if there's gunfire or something. orange dusty look. Guess that's more yellow. Yeah, purple-ish. Could, yeah, add some blue. That's too purple, probably. Keep doing the wrong thing. That's kind of purpley. I don't know. I feel like my favorite so far, if I really had to choose, is probably this. But that just looks bland though in a way, right? 'Cause it's kind of blue. But it's also too bright, I think. Let's dial this down quite a bit. Maybe a bit. Because that looks like a thunderstorm and I kind of like that. But yeah, here it is with fog now. Oh, and screen space reflections are off. But if I turn them back on, then I get the water reflection. Wait. I fixed the colliders. Weren't the collider... Do you guys remember what I did to fix the player not being on the ground when I changed Tim's model? Because I don't remember how I fixed that. Tim, come take a look at the vibe. Alright, start it.
That's sick.
So I got fog
Water is
now.
asking for blue for sure.
You and your bloomy water. Alright, let's add a bit. Okay, guys, I'm going to do a poll now. We're going to decide. So, this is what the water looks like without bloom, which personally I think I prefer. But the cool thing is you can't see the chunks loading now because of the
Yeah,
fog.
no,
That was the really primary reason. So this is what the water looks like without bloom, right? Tim likes the water with bloom. Which, what was it? What did you want me to set it to? Like 1? Where's my...
I don't know if it's
oh,
one.
it's the
but
blue
you
material.
tinted blue like you had it tinted.
Oh, so tinted blue.
Yeah.
And then like
And then-
1.
No, that's too much.
That's too much. Is that a good amount?
Good enough to crack.
Yeah,
eggs?
see what I mean though?
Yeah.
That it's that bug. I don't know why. Because looks very strange.
Oh, that's cool. Have you little chat going?
Yeah. I usually have this up anyway, so it's a waste.
Is that
But
0.7?
yes.
Probably still too much. Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
Alright, so this is I guess I'll take a screenshot. Well, I guess I should show the whole thing though. Which would mean turning on screen space reflections. I don't know why they're off by default. Should just make them on by default considering I always use them at the moment. Okay, so let me restart it so we can see. Maybe we'll get lucky and get more water. That's pretty good. Alright, pause. Alright, so this is A, or like, I'll label them in a minute. I'm gonna go to paint. And please don't crash.
And it's in
Oh, no. Made it. It's funny because it's,
nuclear wastewater.
yeah. It's funny because it's like literally yeah. Alright, so these are the two options. Stream, watch and listen carefully. I'm not gonna repeat myself. This is A. Stupid brush size. This is A. This one here. Which one do you prefer? This water, color, and brightness, or this? And they're both like specular and stuff. I'm gonna do a poll, so you guys don't need to spam chat. But if you want to, I guess you can. Doesn't hurt anyone. A or B water?
How are people saying the
Okay, I've just started the poll. This is B, this is A. I'll try and... No, never mind. Okay, can you guys see that, or is that... I probably should have just been normal and stacked them vertically. But it's difficult to be normal. Yeah? B? A. B? A. Damn. I guess because this is just too dark and murky, but I kind of like that vibe. But doesn't this, like, it almost looks more reflective like this. Maybe I'm wrong.
But
Because, you know what I mean?
SSR
If
will
it's
be turned
dark...
off anyway,
I don't think so.
Really?
Well-
We're gonna ship with SSR.
I think so. It's never caused a crash. It might just be slow, but you can turn it off in graphic settings.
It's no launching, right?
No, I'm not signed in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the launcher. Because it's kind of dark, you know, you got a light on, and it's kind of like, why is this water glowing? So you guys who voted for A should feel bad for yourselves.
And the 27% of you who voted
I'm
for
not
B.
ending this poll until it changes tides.
Jan just announced a streamathon, or whatever it's called, right?
Oh yeah, subathon, but it's a
Subathon, but it's true.
holothon.
Holothon.
All right, and in a swift move, it turns out that what's this? This is A all along. What? Did you see that coming?
This is how the government operates, basically, in every single country.
Nah, it's alright. I got you.
I just think
I got
Oh my-
you.
Oh my goodness.
This has definitely not been tampered with.
Guys. Jan wants to ship a game that looks worse. Confirmed. Jan is sabotaging this.
Guys, this has not been tampered. It looks like A has won. Now everyone else joining is gonna be like, I'm voting for B now.
Oh, that's it. That's it all along. the long play.
Alright. So I guess we're keeping your nuclear water.
This looks nuclear water. This looks like it's actually waste. It doesn't look like
But
water. It looks like luge, Jan, like puddles.
I need to make the Okay, so what was it? 0.6? 0.5, right? President crashed and this color. Exactly.
Exactly, yeah, that was the hex.
Alright guys, well, you know what else though? You know what else some of you might not realize? Is, you know what the downside of this water is? If you don't have bloom on... Oh, it's still the same. Yeah, that's right, because it doesn't reach bloom levels of emission.
No, it doesn't.
Emission just is plus equals in the for the color as well. That's funny. But if you make the threshold for bloom less,
Which you wouldn't do in
which
a
you
chip
can't
game.
do. Oh, maybe you should though. Maybe maybe guys, maybe this is how you make it look dreamy. Look,
That's actually kind of cool. I kind of like that.
isn't that kind of cool?
But I also kind of like your depressing aesthetic of...
My depressing aesthetic.
Oh, yeah.
And then you could just dial the intensity down, so it's kind of like 0.3, but intensity is also lower. And then if you turn bloom off, it's a completely different game. But also bloom illuminates stuff in the distance, in the fog. Well, I can change that, but the fog does that.
No,
Anyway,
that's
no,
sick.
I don't think I like that.
What if the fog was a different color?
Well, I was playing with that. I think I kind of like
I
this.
really like this. I think I like this better than forest fog.
Black.
Yeah, I think this looks
It
better.
was literally 0 in forest, I think.
But I don't know, it almost looked green. Like, I don't know what
I guess I should make the orange be like sand. It almost looks green. It's a bit blue.
It looked green in forest. Then.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, I don't know, to me a little bit. Like, it wasn't a perfect black. It was...
Yeah, alright, I guess I'll end the poll. Option C, no water at all. That's funny. Okay, so... Yeah, I mean, like, with the fog... Because, I don't know, I do sometimes think it's kind of too bright. And I would prefer something darker, but then, I don't know, that doesn't look...
No, I like that.
You like that?
Yeah. But I don't know, like what you had before was fine.
Could make it a bit more
Right.
purpley. Yeah, this is what I had before.
It looks like daytime, nighttime almost. You know, there should be a day.
It's hard to
day
tell.
cycle and
Well,
there should be
that's
a
the thing. Like, you can. There's no reason why we can't do that because this is like fully. Well, like, as in we're using, obviously, this is all dynamic lighting.
Yeah.
So we could just come into, like, the directional light and just play with, like, you know, with this basically and make it a day-night cycle.
Yeah, but the fog getting darker.
Oh, we'll also have that and then have 0, for example, for night. So this is basically what night could look like. You know,
And then your torch could turn on
this
automatically.
is night. Yeah. This is
Your
with the
directional
water.
light is pointing in the
Yeah, I don't know why that happens. It's a spotlight, but yeah. So that's kind of like night. Why are these still reflective? These should not be reflective anymore. Huh, that's strange. But yeah, that's your night. And then too many enemies. And then the day. Oh, you could even. I mean, you could even be cool if you wanted to, and make like the fog start distance at night be like 1 or something, so it's like really harder to see. And actually, the way you also can ramp it up is this. If you make this like small, like, I mean, that's a little extreme maybe, but like, you know, you could do this or something. Like, this is really dark.
This is a better horror game than Forest was. And we're not
Look, you
even
can't
making a horror
see
game.
anything. It's like, are there enemies chasing me? I don't know. Am I going to die? Possibly.
There is no death, by the way.
Yeah,
right.
I know, no.
Enemies can't
And
die at
then,
all.
it's fine because you've managed to survive the night. Ignore that moon. You've managed to survive the night, and that means that to enable night mode, you quickly alt-tab to the shader, do some changes,
We're gonna
make
ship the game as the
the
editor.
directional light. Wait, didn't I set that intensity to 0? Oh.
That's what. Maybe those were shadows. Huh?
Yeah, there's maybe. Oh, maybe, I don't know. Anyway, and now it's daytime, and your light is more neutral, possibly even a bit blue, and your fog is better, but it's still foggy.
black.
Oh yeah, black. Whoops, my mistake. Hey, it's daytime. So yeah, day-night cycle done. Okay, so I would like to also, this is also tough, but I'd like to make this yellow, I think. So it's like sand. No, it's gross. It's better, I think. Basically orange. Orange is just superior, I think.
Gold.
Surprised it hasn't crashed yet. Any minute now. Oh, it better stop.
Wait,
Quit while you're
editing
ahead.
Material at all?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because it writes it to disk and then it reloads it, and somehow that causes a memory corruption error. And I don't know how, and we don't talk about it.
And it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I don't know.
By the way, you wanted like voxel death?
Oh, that old chestnut. No, I don't think we need that.
Yep.
Well, for the enemies. Yeah, we wanted that for the
For the
enemies.
enemies and for the player.
Well, no, not because the player can't die. I think. I think what we've determined
it's
is
just coffee loss.
the player's just gonna spill coffee, which is, some say, is worse than death. Especially in this game.
So it's a racist.
Yeah. Alright, you know what I should do, really? I should probably try and build this for the runtime. Do we need a sound bank? Because there's no sounds. Build asset pack. Please don't crash. Excellent, you didn't crash. Alright, we're going to try and run this in the runtime, everyone. Because I should really test that so that when it comes time to ship this game, I don't end up not being able to. So I think we can do this. I think if we do this, it should work for now, as long as I tell it the right project path to load. Which is going to be, so working directory, project directory, but the command line arguments shall be ld53.hproj. Maybe this will work. Whoops. please work? Will the game have audio? Yeah. It's dare, like normal dare, or is it dare? I think it's dare, but I just say dare. I didn't build a shader pack. I knew I forgot something. We don't really have a one-click build and deploy situation. We like pain, apparently. I was gonna add it before, but you just have to press a few buttons in the editor randomly, and then eventually, if you're lucky, if it's your lucky day, then you might just get a game. Or you might get an insert with no message. It can't find the asset pack. And that's also my bad. I think that's because we're actually manually trying to load it, which we shouldn't not be doing, but we are. So see, this is the asset pack. I think it's actually just in asset pack though, isn't it? But is that gonna try and... I did this differently. It was like project get asset directory / asset pack. That's what it should be. I don't know why it's not, because I remember writing that code a while ago. Oh, and the scene is going to load as wrong. Oh, but that didn't work. No. Yeah, this is strange. I had this set to something else. Yeah, because it hasn't set the actual project yet. What the heck? Where did I write that? I remember writing code and it's not here anymore. That's sad. Because basically right now we don't know what this is, unfortunately. Like, it's really difficult to do it this way. You basically have to do an absolute path. Or a relative path for the actual shipped version, but I'm avoiding copying engine assets by setting a working directory that isn't the game. But this doesn't work because it only works after but can't I just do... I've deserialized it. So can't I just do... I think I could. That's still a static function though. I think I can get the config. I think that's how I did it. Asset directory, but it's not quite that simple because you have to combine it with the project directory.
Okay, so I added the textures, so
Cool. I'll be sure to check that out. Maybe this will work. Why does the movement look jittery from like an hour ago? I don't know. I don't think it doesn't for me. So it might be the stream. It does drop some frames when there's like a lot of enemies. And in general, like the performance definitely needs some attention. But I don't know if there's much I can do about the performance because just the general strategy for how I'm generating the level is not ideal. Okay, that didn't work. Why not? So these are both empty. But how? What the heck? Wait, that's still wrong. Maybe that's why this doesn't actually deserialize it properly. Oh, because I'm overriding it. Ugh. Now it's better. Okay, the scene is null. But that's fine, that's because I need to load the right scene. So now we look at the asset registry. And we find our root motion or whatever it's called scene, and we load that. What happened here? We have a... Huh. That's not good news. That's a weird bug. Make sure I don't have any exceptions and stuff in a minute. Well, this definitely works. So the fact that it doesn't in the runtime is a little bit concerning, but it also might mean that I need to add stuff to my asset pack. So maybe it means that I'm asset packing again, which is upsetting.
Wait, why?
Well, it doesn't work, and I have a suspicion that maybe 0x added some animation stuff to Hazel, but didn't add it to the runtime serialization format. Which would be bad news bears. But I guess we'll see. Gotta run it in debug and see what's up. Oh, no, hang on. No, that's calling it on create method. I was gonna say maybe I just forgot to add something somewhere to the runtime, but no, this is calling on create. And I guess there's like some exception. Well, no, it's not even that there's an exception. It's just that the method itself, like, I don't know what's wrong with it, but it doesn't seem like it's working. So, level generator on create. Is there anything weird with that? I mean, yeah, like it accesses prefabs and stuff. I don't think this has anything to do with animation, though. I only built this now, but it was working in the editor, so it should have been built. No, 0x is here, hi. Yeah, I don't know. I hate these exceptions, but something's null, it looks like. Wait, this might just be a fake one though, but this looks real. Oh, but this is why I could get motion properties. That sounds like something root motion maybe, but maybe not. No, this is just actor set translation. So body, and is the body real? Oh, but the body has no motion properties, so that's upsetting. Yeah, the C# ones might not have been real exceptions. They might just have been caught. Like not actually unhandled or whatever, but just the alarm was raised anyway. But this looks like this is null. And why is that bad? Is that bad? Well, it's because I guess the assert is what's happened. That's null, yes, but also the assert checks to see is static, and I guess the motion type is static, and that's supposed to happen if it's not static. So that's a bit weird. Like, why would that be any different? So that's root motion player on update. And we're trying to set the translation. Yeah, so we're trying to update the player, trying to set the translation. But this is bad because, well, yeah, there are no motion properties, but also the player apparently is static, but it's not. Well, as in the body shouldn't be static, but it seems to be. But is this even a real body? Well, the thing is, like, it looks like it is. Like, those look like legit values. Object layer, motion type is static, though. Like, it's not like it looks like it's, you know, wrong. And the body ID is there, I guess. That's a bit suspicious. And where's the jolt body actor? Entity get UID. I mean, that looks legit. It's not like it didn't find it in the scene as well. It did, because this didn't return null. But yeah. Game settings. No. Thanks, Andre. Mr. Two. Red login console. Really? Oh, well, that's just the assert. Wait, is it even trying to set stuff on the rigid body? I thought it was a character control. I don't know. Like, I don't know what it's trying to do. I mean, it's trying to set the translation on the body. Right? But no, but really that's coming from just setting the translation. Right? So we're just calling transform component set translation, and that in that little root motion player thing. Like that is doing, oh, it's obviously setting the translation somewhere, right? I mean, we're doing it, well, it's doing it for many different things, for the gun, for the coffee, and for the pickup trigger. I guess I don't know which one it is, because it's just an entity ID, like it could be for anything. I just know it's being called from trying to update the root motion player, I think. So, like, you know, it's not necessarily to do with root motion. Or, like, it's not necessarily trying to set the player's position. It's just trying to set someone's position. Like, I mean, the NTID is this. Like, we could try and search the scene for it. Might not be there, though, because it depends, but maybe that will give us some idea. Oh, it's a child. It's the pickup trigger. So it's trying to set the pickup trigger's transform, which is a rigid body of type 0. That looks kind of static, doesn't it? Like 0, I would imagine, is static. So that's actually correct. And look, layer 3. That's what we had there as well. Like if we go into the call stack, we can see that the body is layer 3. So that looks like it. You know, it's static, which is 0, so it kind of looks legit. But then, like, if we try and set its translation... Wait, hold on. I'm a buffoon. As usual. Because, like, the thing is, we're just trying to get the motion properties and check to see if it's not null, and if so, we do this. But otherwise, I guess it's static. But the problem is that get motion properties has an assert basically saying you can't call this. And what is this? This isn't Peter's class, right? This is actual Jolt physics. So you're not supposed to call this unless it is static. So I don't understand, I guess, why we're doing this. We should probably be doing something like if static else or something, I don't know. Right? So we do that if it's static, and if it's not, we do activate body, but because the thing is, you can't do this if it's not that. And I'm running a debug build. Like, that's why the assert's going off. So I think that has something to do with it, but also, like, and it's happening again. Oh, in set rotation this time. But, like, again, I don't know why. Oh, but also I wasn't running the editor in debug. But I ran this in release and it didn't work either. So this isn't the problem, but it's a problem. That almost looked like it worked. Did we get one frame? No. Looks like init finished though. Whoa, that is a call stack right there. My gosh. Although it's recursive actually. Aha, Jolt character controller simulate. So this looks like character controller something. Update supporting contact. Wait, what was the bug? Assert. Oh, it's nans. Beautiful. Nans all day long. So what is nan? What could be nan? I mean, that's also an assert, but somehow I don't think nan is a valid value. There are a lot of asserts going off in Jolt, but they seem to be somewhat runtime only. Are we getting any frames? No. I mean, that can't be right, can it? Where is this coming from? IOV. Get closest. Everything's nan. Get closest points. In B is nan. That's why, I think. That's an output parameter, I think. So in B. So in B excluding convex radius. So it's probably this, get convex radius. Convex radius is 0. That looks fine though. What? It's in B, so it's this? Yeah, this. So this is nan. Yeah, because these vertices are nan. Because the transform is nan. And that's M transform of the... That's a member. Transform that takes a point in space of the colliding... Yeah, okay. So the 2 to 1. I mean, they're all nan. All the both transforms and... So where does this get set then? I guess it gets... It's the inverse transform in center of mass. Oh, and that's null as well. That's weird as well. So collide convex versus triangles doesn't work. But why is this not working in the editor? It has to be the blood. You didn't want it to collide with the character, so maybe instead of dealing with... I mean, I don't think so. We could try delete it though. But like, I don't see why that would be causing any problems. Because again, it works in the editor and it flows through the same code. The only difference is the data might be slightly different. But here's the blood particle. I'm going to delete it. It's right where the face cam was. And then I'm going to rebuild the asset pack. And then we'll run it. I guess in debug. And yeah, same issue. We could run it in release, but I think it crashed somewhere else. Oh, well, we rendered a frame because I think I saw the skybox or whatever that is, and we even see the little text in the bottom left. So it definitely rendered one frame, but then it's upset because of something here. Climb plenty of velocity, but see, this is in motion properties now. And apply gravity to somebody. But yeah, the fact that this doesn't work in the runtime is super annoying. Anyway, we don't have to deal with this now because again, this is kind of physicsy, so we could probably get Peter to do it. It probably would be more effective at dealing with this problem, considering he wrote the physics system. So yeah, I don't know, and the fact that it works here means it's probably something somewhat minor. It's gotta be, right? So I have faith, but it is a little bit upsetting because I would love to run it in the runtime and just see like what the performance is like and where the bottlenecks are. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know, but can never be too sure. Let's see if we can get to the edge of the world. I don't know if that's a good idea. Because there is an actual edge. I didn't actually make it infinite. I could have, but I did not. The enemies keep spawning, which is going to make this slower as well. How far away am I from the origin? So 400 meters on Z and 280 meters on X. Let's see it over here. Anyway, this is dumb. I'm gonna stop now. Yeah. Yeah, the enemy spawning now is definitely not final. Kind of hard to kill. Oh, I lost my gun. My gun's out of ammo. Guess I'm dead. No, they can't get to me. No, they just stop and then they still shoot at me. Alright. The random blood. The blood's not random. The blood is when I shoot them. That and that little blob there. Yeah, there was that one little piece of blood actually. But that's not, that might have been because I pressed spacebar maybe. Because there shouldn't be any blood at the moment, right? Oh, and they obviously, them shooting. I mean, there are, yeah, it's because he's hitting me probably. Or they're hitting each other, so there's blood. But that doesn't happen on the first frame is my point. So it shouldn't, that wouldn't cause that problem, I think. And the point is it works in the editor, so it's not, you know, it's not like that shouldn't work. Is it possible to move your character with the mouse? Well, you look with the mouse, but the character you move with the WASD keys. Yeah. So I could make the water wave a little. Kind of wanted to do that. It's really not critical though. Or maybe we should make it so that you can't go into the water. Or if you do, something happens, I don't know. I was supposed to test. Let's make the world a lot smaller, because I did want to test. Because we're probably not gonna make it infinite like that, or like infinite, quote unquote infinite. So like, if I go to the edge of the world, what happens? You guys are gonna just fall off, right? This is the edge of the world. Down I go. Oh, my coffee. Thank you. Now, Tim also had other textures that he made. Did he not? So maybe let's check that out. Where are they? Materials? No. Yes. No. Meshes, textures. Grass tile. Okay, so if we look at I guess the green, right? Hexagon green material. Let's drag in the grass albedo. Excuse me. Why does that not work? That's really weird. Okay, well that worked. That is weird. Don't really see the texture on it. Now, am I sure that... I mean, I think the only prefab we're spawning in is that first one, so as long as it's the same model. Tim, there's only one hexagon model, right?
Yeah, there used to be more.
Because I can't see your texture on this, and I'm wondering if it's properly UV unwrapped or whatever.
If it's the same hexagon, it should be as long. No, that's before the new changes. You have to pull. So I changed the texture.
Ah. Oh, okay. I was also going to say, you're wasting a lot of space here.
Yeah, I know. I realized that. But
Yeah. Okay, so I need to pull. Okay, so let's see. Oh, there we go. That just worked. Nice.
The sand texture as well.
Yeah, I know. I just haven't done it yet. That's my orange material, I believe. Oh, so that's the
Very-
prefab.
Very nice.
What's it called?
Sand or desert tile. one of those.
Cool. I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to have. I mean, it doesn't make sense, I guess, but it'd be nice to have a normal map or something on these, because then the lighting would look cool. And maybe you could make the sides something, considering you can see the sides.
Yeah. I
Back
thought
when it
about
was
but-
top down, it wasn't really.
But the reason why I kind of like, no, I don't want to do that is because you have to make them tileable. Otherwise, it's just going to look like garbage. And like, it's kind of a bit of work. to do
Right.
that. So, like,
I mean, this doesn't look bad though, because I
Yeah.
kind of like the non-textured look a little bit.
And so that's why I think if we can get away with that, I'd rather not do that because that's going to take a lot of time.
Yeah,
And there's still a lot more work.
yeah.
What would you want the red one to be?
Like
Like a rock?
snow or something, maybe.
Snow? Desert on the snow?
Well, because the thing is, like, this level generator, like, I can
Add as many, right?
spice it up. Like, if I want it to be like cliffs or something kind of tall, see, I can do that.
So maybe like a rock texture.
Yeah, but maybe a rock texture. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's good though. I need to play with this a bit more. I mean, that's a bit. This is a bit more extreme now. I don't know. Like, obviously, like, you know, level generation could spend weeks on it. Which point we pivot to the extra format of Ludum Dare. 3 weeks. But once you can jump, this might actually be nice at hills, because then you can kind of, you know,
Speaking of game loop,
yeah.
you wanted to have it done by the end of today, right?
Yeah, but I think I had a chat to Peter while you were away,
Yeah?
and we kind of decided that he would do it, like when he comes back, and I would just focus on level generation, and then if it's still not done by tomorrow morning, I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
But he should have it sorted, because that's what he's kind of going to work on.
Now, jam ends on Tuesday.
Oh, but
night,
also, yeah, Tuesday, 11 a.m.
so
for
we
us.
have the whole day tomorrow as well.
Possibly 24 hours if we just work from 11 to 11. What else was there? Peter also is going to make it so that, because currently it's actually impossible to do what we want in terms of the main game mechanic, which is.
Spilling the coffee.
Oh, did I show you the coffee?
No.
Ah,
I see.
we have a coffee. Because Peter just thought this wouldn't work, but it worked really well. Like, wouldn't work on a technical level. So check this out. This is the coffee. And then, you know, that's the coffee. And this is what we're trying not to spill.
Huh. So I
Yeah,
should make
it
a
works really well. Yes,
A circular or a square?
I think
Square. Like
maybe
this.
yeah, with a little. I mean, you could just make it in hazel, but I think the walls have to be 0.03 is the minimum. So I guess
It would be
that's
cool if
3
you could export
centimeters.
from hazel to like a GLTF. That would be cool. Because in this case, that would be useful. You don't need to explain dimensions. You just export it. Hey, Tim, this is how to make it like
yeah.
this.
Maybe. But
So thickness has to be 0.03.
you can't have it. Yeah, the walls can't be thinner, I think, than 3 centimeters. Because then
Because then it's gonna.
physics
fall out.
engine's gonna be a bit.
That's
But it looked like that's fine, because if you actually contrast this with the size of the player, like, it's actually, this is almost too small, I think. And we were thinking with Peter that it might be nice to put the coffee on the
On
top
the
of the
head,
head,
yeah, I
because
was
it's such a nice flat surface,
I
and
was
that way
thinking
you'd
that.
actually see it.
yeah, and the
So,
only
like,
thing, like pick up with
You know, there's your coffee. And see, that's kind of small. I'd almost want that bigger.
the coffee.
Maybe that's not a bad size, actually.
And like you said, it's like a platform, you know.
But unfortunately, at the moment, this is the problem.
It doesn't follow.
Well, yeah, and you can't make it follow.
Yep.
So because you need to add a constraint,
Yeah.
and so Peter's gonna basically
Add
do some
joints,
hazel
basically.
work, yeah, and make that happen.
Cool.
My plan for today, because I've finished the tiles basically. I gotta make one more. That's gonna take long. Finish the guns. And
Oh, the
do
guns.
Enemies, probably,
Yeah.
towards the end. Just get the painful
Mhm.
stuff out of it.
I think you might be able to shoot the coffee.
No, you can, yeah. Because it's a physics object.
No, I meant my coffee. Like that.
Yeah.
But you have to be at the right height.
Wait, is there a lock on? No.
Is what?
I thought that you added like aim lock on or something like that. Cause
No,
you had
no.
a ray that fell exactly on the coffee. I'm like, wait, what?
No, I don't think so. I also don't like the fact that it, like, I'd like to kind of be able to strafe. You know what I mean? So I can shoot them while, but I can't, because as soon as I press S, he does a 180.
So you want
I want him always to face forward, basically, I think.
camera.
I don't think he should. No, you can still move around, see? Maybe
Yeah.
if you want. And then when you hit WC, he just goes straight towards where you're going. So if you want, you can do that, so you can admire yourself. And the coffee. Maybe you can even zoom in and out.
You're not gonna have time to admire yourself with this.
Yeah.
cable.
Well, no, there might be some opportunities too. Uh-oh. Help me. I can't.
Tell that to them.
Anyway, and I like how my flashlight's facing backwards for some reason now. But my point is that yeah, it'd be nice so that, you know, A actually kept facing forward, so you could, you know, like, whoa. Did you see that guy float off?
Yeah.
Where did he go? There he is. Low gravity.
That's so cool.
I don't know, man. Jolt is like, look at Jolt. Like, what's happening, bro? Jolt is a bit, like, a bit of a clown at the moment. Like, I've seen weird behaviors. I've basically just been walking like a normal person, and then suddenly I'll boom, fly in the air. Like, we're talking like 2004 physics.
But it's better integrity than physics. Yeah.
Maybe, and it's also a lot faster, but that's, you know, is that a good thing? I guess so. Anyway.
Well, at the end, it's about the user.
Yeah. Yep. Alright, guys, we're gonna go for dinner. I guess I'll leave a nice... Let's take a nice screenshot for the stream. Now that we have, like, you know, kind of one. That looks kind of cool. I guess I should face. Oh, but the lighting looks cool. Okay, I like that, but this guy ruined everything for me, so I'm gonna delete him. Oh, I can't delete him. I can move him away though. I don't know which one he is, and it's not highlighting for some reason. That's a bit weird. Yeah, that's a bit broken. Crafting the perfect screenshot. It's probably the last one. I can't believe it's the last one. Alright. Where do we put him? Here. Ah, this is wrong because I'm not in the editor camera. I'm in the player camera. That's why. Okay, there's the game. Pretty nice. Alright. Let's copy it. Pop it in Photoshop. Why is this in italics? What is going on with my Photoshop as well? Oh, here we go. Yeah, why is that in italics? That does not kind of look, it looks weird. I don't know what's going on. Why is that in italics? What the heck? Hopefully this doesn't become a problem later when I actually try and do something. Okay. See you guys soon. Alright, what's up? I'm back. Let's see. How does this thing work? Sure, okay. Alright. Kodo plays, thanks for the 20 sec. It's like Peter currency. And nice spotting on Tim's stream. Saw me walk past. Yeah, dinner was great. Had some dumplings. Some Chinese dumplings this time. Alright. So I'm only gonna do like a couple hours maybe. Because it's gonna be time for me to sleep after that. You know, it's a tight schedule from dinner to sleep. Not a lot of time. But in all seriousness though, I do want to get some sleep, like a good amount of sleep tonight, like a while, because tomorrow I might, like, I'm probably going to do a 24-hour stream. Because tomorrow is obviously going to be, like, the last kind of day, the last full day. So I want to get some rest. So let's jump in. It's still running. It's still running. That's funny. My screenshot. Remember my screenshot? Okay, so what are we doing? I don't actually know. I don't remember what I wanted to do. Oh, I wanted to turn some music on. That's what I wanted to do. How many hours left? Like a day and a half. So that's what, like 36 hours? Yeah, we're about halfway through. I mean, we'll be halfway through in like a couple hours. I think. Unless I'm delirious. No, I'm right. All right. Where's my music at? Okay, music should be back. Okay, so I mean, I guess the biggest issue at the moment is probably the fact that, we just crashed. Or did we? No, we didn't crash. What the heck happened there? Some kind of freeze. Why does it keep adding 10 bodies in bulk? Destroying body? Oh, they're shooting themselves. And that's spawning particles. Yeah. Oh, okay. So we wanted jumping to be a thing. Ugh, there's so much work to do. Let's see what do you think like we could do in 2 hours really? Because that's like the time that we've got. So let's think about what we can maybe get done in that amount of time. Is Hazel available for Mac? Not yet. It does work on Linux though, and Mac. I think it has been run on Mac, and it has worked, or at least partially. But we haven't done a release on Mac yet. Oh well. Oh, the whole coffee mechanic. That's a tough one as well. It keeps freezing, which is weird. I think that's I don't know why that is, but I will say that I did leave Hazel running when we went to dinner, so let me just restart it. because it's been running non-stop for like 3 hours on that one frame. And who knows what it's done. Thanks, Learning OpenGL. I guess jumping is kind of important. Well, let's just get jumping to work. Still don't really like the movement, and I might get Peter to redo it a bit. But I guess I could probably do jumping. I thought I was spawning. Oh, is it keycode.space? Oh, that's in level generator. That's funny. So let's get rid of this because this was rubbish. This was just for testing. So we can actually get rid of this. So update move state. There is an is grounded, so maybe we could basically so I mean try. There's no rigid body. Oh, there's actually a jump with a power thing. So that does simplify things. And just like that, I can jump. I don't know why it's like jumping more than once, so. That's not enough power. That was the quickest. That was the quickest implementation of jumping I think I've ever done. Because it's just dot jump. Ah, well actually, also that only happens if I'm grounded. Let me see if this works. Yeah, it's weird that it jumps twice though. I should have done pressed maybe. That does seem to work. No, well, I can still jump more than once without actually pressing jump, which is weird. Oh yeah, I made the world super small. Forgot about that. Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness going on with the jumping, but I don't really mind it. physics in Cherno is a bit weird. Okay, so here's what I wanted to do. I basically wanted much bigger mountains and stuff, and I wanted to add snow, potentially. So, let's do this. Let's go to the level generator. I know it's a bit off screen, but I figured you guys would benefit or would want to see the screen more. But I'm just clicking on all my entities here. If you really want to see what they look like, this is them. But if we go down to frequency, let's just make that like 1 for now. So that obviously gives us more kind of diversity. What if I just make it like a lot though? I could add a bunch though, but let's just say like 10, right? No, see that? So that is kind of, it's almost like it's capped. I could multiply, I could have a multiplier for it. But basically, if we just make this frequency, sure, let's keep it at 1. That's a start. The problem now, obviously, is that it's too up and down, so we want to smooth it out. And to do that, all we really need to do is think about how we sample the noise. Because the cool thing about the noise sampling, when we generate the noise values, is that we pass in a float. So at the moment we're just doing this, right? And this is very arbitrary, but we could have a scale for it, basically, is what I'm trying to say. So if I have a scale that's like, say, 0.1, and we do this, then it's gonna like basically just spread it out over a much larger area. So I can kind of literally increase the scale, well, by decreasing, I guess, this scale. So you can see now, for example, it's a lot more kind of static. Like, this is way too much, obviously. But the peaks will go to the peaks, right? I've just enlarged like the size of the map, basically, to make it so that it's much more gradual, which is kind of cool. It's a lot more flat, but it's not really flat, like, because if I keep going, I'll keep going higher and higher. So that's kind of nice as well. That's obviously too much, but what I can also do is obviously, like, with that information, I can, like, say that is in fact flat, but I can still increase it here, if that makes sense. So if I multiply by 10 here, but multiply by 10 less, that's probably too extreme. Maybe let's do like 5. Then you can see that I get my mountain peaks, but they're a lot more like, it's not flat anymore. So it's like I've just accelerated the change. But this is still way too smooth, clearly. It's still not giving me what I want. And that was just to prove a point, but that's because this is way too low. So let's go to like 0.5, but maybe multiplied by something like 4. And so now I'll have, but you know, there's also like, what I'm doing right now is pretty basic because I'm just generating the one noise kind of texture. Well, the one noise, it's not really a texture, I'm just sampling it at the function, but I could obviously do like a few and multiply them together with certain rules, and that would make it be a lot better, but I'm not doing that. I'm keeping it simple because this is a game jam and I have other more important things to do. But this kind of looks cool. So this is good. I would just say, I'd say that's a good level maybe, but I kind of want it to be a little bit more spread out. That's too much. No, I don't like that. Let's do times 2. Yeah, that's probably a bit better, right? I am tempted to add some peaks though, because the thing is, this is not bad for a base landscape, but like it would be nice to have some like peaks, you know, and that's not that hard to do. Let me go back to having a bigger map. 70 by 70 chunks. So I'm out of ammo. Also with that though, if we do in fact stick with that, this should change as well, the colors, so that it's a bit more spread out. So sand, I mean sand's really just around the shoreline, so we probably don't need too much of that. Like that's probably a good amount. Then the rest really can be grass, and then it doesn't really make sense to have that weird red one. We could have rocks or something, but I guess that can be that, and then I guess that red hexagon material should really probably be like white snow or something. That doesn't look white at all, though. Yeah, that's supposed to be the white. Yeah, it is. What's that stupid crash? I guess that looks white. It looks kind of yellow. Because the lighting, I think, is a bit yellow. Oh, they were using like yeah, the enemies were using that as well. That's funny. Okay, let's keep it that like that then. And let's just go into the materials. They're actually here. Maybe you can actually emit a bit. That will just make it be a bit brighter, like, but very low. Because it is snow after all. It is quite reflective. Right. Yeah, that looks kind of cool, and you can actually see that a bit through the fog. Like that's obviously too much, but yeah, maybe 0.7. I mean, that's probably too much. Maybe like 0.5 actually was good. It's just a little something to make it like a little bit more kind of special and bright to be like on snow. You know. Now, clearly the snow is not too like it should be like a peak thing. So I think what I'm gonna do now is I'm actually gonna break my rule and I am gonna generate another noise texture or another noise thing. So what I'm gonna do is this is like the primary noise, but then I kind of want to do. So this is like the base terrain. And then I kind of want to do one that's like just peaks. Or like mountains, we'll call it. And I think what we'll do is we'll probably generate the same amount, but let's see. I guess, what do I want to do? The problem is it's very hard to test this. Because what I should probably do is generate some, like, I don't know if that API still works, but I actually think I can create a texture out of it. And the reason why that might be useful is just for visualizing it. I don't know if I want to test that out now though. But my idea is basically to create something that's like really quite sporadic, and will be just like a lot higher. And then if it's above a certain threshold on an area that where a mountain could work, we could replace those with that, I think. So that's kind of my thing. But I guess we could still make the mountain go from 0. Yeah, I guess we would ultimately. But like, I just don't know. If I said just play, like, you know, do something like this. I don't know. On the other hand. The problem is that I want it to be for an entire area, so I'd have to, like... No, I mean, the thing is, so if I multiply it by the noise value, right? Well, this is gonna look rubbish, but I just want to see what it looks like. Yeah, that ruins everything else. But I'll basically, like, what I kind of want to do is, so I think I still want like a fairly decent scale. So maybe that was a bit too extreme, but I can maybe boost this, but I guess the idea is I'd only do this. I'd basically, so min would be, max would be 1. So the minimum, I'm setting the minimum here to 1, so it doesn't go below 1. So it's only capable of making it higher. But then I also kind of want to because see, that's not... I mean, I guess the scale is just bad, though. But it's because I played with the frequency and stuff, but I don't know how that works, really. And so that just kind of sucks. It's hard to do. It's really hard to do without visualizing this properly. I don't know if I should bother with that. Okay, no, I think I want to give up on this. But the annoying thing is, like, I can't easily... I don't know why. It's like it doesn't let me... Oh, no, that's not bad, actually. Like, it doesn't seem to... I was going to say it doesn't seem to let me bump this up, but I think it does. No, but look, it doesn't. There's still a cap to it. I think the frequency, yeah, that's the frequency of the wave. So I really do have to just play with this, I think. But I can also play with the frequency somewhat still. And then I can just lower the scale. And so that will get me higher peaks, but a bit spread out. And if it's too much like this, then you fix it by lowering the scale to smooth it out. But I guess it's still not like necessarily that great, because even though this gets me higher, well, and I need to start doing some actual, like, let's write some code so that the player maybe gets pushed up. So when these initial chunks get done, now, how do we get the player? Get player chunk index. I should be able to get the player tile and check its transform, its translation, and then push the player above that. That's what I'm gonna do, I think. So, it's not used. Don't want the entity though. Maybe. Alright, so oh, but that's not the actual chunk though. That's the chunk index globally. I want to know something else. I want to know which actual chunk we're in. I mean, I guess I can get the chunk index of the player and then I want to do this without, like, I want to do this properly, like, without cheating, basically, and using, like, the physics raycast or something to get me the entity, because that sucks. If I get the chunk index, And then I can. So that can get me something like -3, but then I need to know where that lies within my current thing. No, I can't quite sample the noise map at that position and use that height because there's a lot of modification that happens to that to wind up with a final translation. So what I really just need is the stupid, like, I just need to know which chunk I'm in and then which tile I'm in within that thing. I mean, oh, but the chunk has a chunk index. So actually I could just search for it. Yeah, I forgot about that. So let's just go through chunk in chunks. This is a bit lazy, but gets the job done. So now I need to know where I am within that chunk. And I think I can do that by basically doing like I don't know, I should know what the offset of this is, right? Yeah, I think if I do, oh, this is tough, but if I do, because the chunk has an entity, the root entity, and that has a translation basically, and the local translation is the world translation. So so that's kind of like the offset, and actually if I do xz, nah, that kind of gets me the offset as well, because I don't care about the y. That's just the lateral, that's just like the kind of horizontal, I guess. Oh my god, time to sleep. Horizontal offset, and then I think I can just take the actual player translation, right, and subtract this offset from it, and that gets me a normalized kind of, this is like a chunk space position. And if I then take the x and divide it by, I think 2, and then divide the z by 2 times 0.86, or actually it's called z tile offset. Oh, sorry, the y. So back to 2, that is a z. Then that, I believe, gets me I think the coordinate, which if I then floor it, then now I have nice. What? What happened? Oh, I forgot to do the code. Oh, 2i. Lots of mistakes. I'm getting tired. So are you serious? So what? Now I can use this coord in that chunk? Are you joking? This looks like, I don't know, man. But if I use that within the tiles, so coord.x plus coord.y times chunk size, I think I get my entity. My gosh. What an interesting thing. I'll be surprised if that works, to be completely honest. Well, that seems to have worked. So let's just say player.translation I'm just gonna set it to be like the player tile.translation .y plus like 2, so it's 2. So it's 2 meters above the thing apparently. I'm always setting the Y to be every frame 2 meters above the current tile that we're on. Okay, well that seems to work for that. And that. And that. Why am I always on water? Yeah. I mean, seems legit. I mean, yeah, that seems to have worked somehow. Alright, so that's good, because now I can just do that, you know, once like a normal person. Here. And so basically what this does is it spawns the player actually above the terrain. Like that. Probably even do 1 meter to make it like not drop dramatically. Well, I kind of like the dramatic drop though. 1 meter. Well, that didn't work. I think 2 meters is nicer. This could be like a little rounding error. I don't really know. Don't really care. That's cool. We've got kind of like almost like biomes here. We've got some snowy mountains. But the snowy mountains, I guess they start kind of too soon. I feel like there should be more grass. There's a lot of water. That's quite a bit of grass. But I feel like we've kind of lost just normal plains, like, cause now it's very mountainous. I guess it'd be nice, like, why not set a level? Like, what's interesting is that, like, what we should do, we can generate different terrain types, you know, like, as in, you know, like height modifier, you know, water level. So water level, I don't know what that is by default. Let's take a look. But the height modifier, for example, you know, that can be this. And then height modifier can be random.float. So we had 5. So let's do like 2 plus random hazel.random.float, like times, well, 3 would make it up to 5. Let's make it like, I don't know, 7. And then the water level, what's the water level? we basically add an offset somewhere to translation y. There it is, 2. So 2 is kind of the default water level, but maybe we can make it anywhere from 0 to like 10 or something, I don't know. Like, you know, we can play with these things so that it's a little bit more random. Like as in, you know, so this can be like, this would be a lot of water. This might be too much water. This is like an ocean. Look at this. And then it's like kind of a flat landscape, I guess. I mean, this is kind of boring. But then there also might be something a little bit more fun. Or like this, like that's really steep. It's steep, but like, I guess, I guess maybe you'd want to also play with this frequency though. So frequency modifier. Could also be something that you do. And the last thing I think would be scale modifier. But also, why is it doing all of this every time we set the chunk? That's just a waste of processing. We should have done this when we do the noise values. That way everything's set. Oh well. There's a scale. Well, the scale's pretty small though. I guess we can multiply it by that and make it naturally a bit bigger. Don't know if that's a good idea. Yeah, so we can get something that's a little bit more kind of like this. And it might be, then this is very tall. This is like unplayably tall. So that means that this probably shouldn't go that high. But what I guess what I don't like is you're kind of stuck with that. That's like the whole map, you know. Oh, you can see the chunk loading there. That's alright though. You're kind of stuck with this. Like, it's not gonna change because the chunks don't change. Like, it doesn't change, which kind of sucks. Like. Because, you know, I mean, I could obviously... It's dangerous because this could be 0. So, like, if I add, like, at least a little bit to it, that'd probably be better. But it might be able to go too high, like this or whatever. But I don't know. It's a combination of all of these things, though. Oh, I can't move. That's fun. Like, this is just probably too smooth, see? So that means the scale is too low. But I did set it to that. This is like a very mountainous terrain. Quite a smooth one. But yeah, the bad thing is the lack of variation, I guess. It's just like, this is good for a base terrain. These are all good for base terrains. But it's just nice to be able to be like, but here is in the middle of this, there's a mountain. But I'm not really sure how to do that easily. And I don't want to waste too much time because I've already spent quite a bit of time on this. But you know, what happens if you get a map like this? I mean, it's fine, I guess. You can still survive, obviously. It's funny how we basically ended up making like almost hexagonal Minecraft. Definitely did not think we'd be making this. I'm out of ammo. Whoa, look at this world. Nah, that's crazy. Especially if you supposedly can't walk on water. But you can still kind of climb this because the character controller makes you kind of pop up to a ledge. I guess these are all playable technically. I mean, this one's just like so boring though. Oh, now that's unplayable though, right? I mean, there are gaps in the level because of how steep that is. Oh, here's another mega steep one. So that means the top end is probably too much. Is that the scales problem? Or the frequencies? Or the height? No, it's probably the height modifier. This is kind of tall, but still playable. I don't know, it just looks kind of uniform now. I'm just going through this to see if I can find anything that's ridiculous, but it doesn't look like it. Do you guys like the speed of this start-stop, by the way? Faster than Unity, eh? Oh, this is tall. This is tall, but not unplayable. I'm pretty sure I could probably even get to the top. Yep, challenge accepted. I mean, challenge completed. And there's my coffee. You guys can't see this, but this is coffee. Here it is. See, there's kind of like coffee on you, and it's like here, and you have to not spill it. But we kind of haven't made that exactly work yet. But that's the plan of the game. You have to deliver the coffee without spilling it. Yeah, you wouldn't tell from this game, would you? That's what it's about, but it is. And this doesn't really look like a war zone, which is what it's supposed to be. It's turning out to be a bit of a disaster. Ah. Have a look at the Ludum Dare homepage. Let's see if there's any ideas we can steal. Oh look, weapons. Tim, we needed weapons, didn't we?
Actually finishing texturing the last
Oh,
one.
cool. What do you think of these?
How's it better?
Check it out. I got different types of terrain. So you can get kind of flat terrain, you can get mountainous terrain,
Wow.
you can get, you know, anything in between really.
Can a player just walk on waters?
Yeah, at the moment, yes.
But is that what we're gonna be doing?
I don't know. I feel like we're a bit in over our heads. But you know, this is nice and simple. If you had some buildings here or something so you can deliver the coffee. Because it looks bland, but like you don't want this terrain to be, you know.
We need some kind of indication to give the
It'd be
player.
good if there was some variance as well, like meaning that like if each of these was a slightly different color. Although maybe that's fine.
It's fine, it's okay.
Yeah.
What are they expecting here? Like 3 different variants or 10 different variants? You can't tell it apart. Main thing is like consistency in the art. So 5 different colors.
And also technically if they're different materials they can't be batched together. So it's, I mean they can't be instanced.
There you go.
So
For that moment.
yeah. Oh, really? What the hell? Why does it? That's so weird.
Unless it's like a setting you have to turn on, and I just haven't bothered to check because I just assume it doesn't have.
Look at this like massive ocean. Should quickly add a boat like in Minecraft. Because this is like
I'm telling you, this is asking
this
to be
ocean
more of
is
a sandbox.
endless. Oh, where's my SSR? Bro, why are you floating after me? Tim, look at this. Look at this enemy chasing me. He's just like, I bumped him a bit and he's just like floating. Look at him. Oh my gosh.
Don't you think this is a better horror game than?
How is this a horror game?
I just feel like if you change the
Atmosphere.
fog a little bit, it's just better than Forest.
This stupid ammo counter that Peter added is reminding me of Forest a little too much.
So good.
Day 5, still no land. I'm beginning to lose hope. Good thing the terrain is practically infinite, which is great for a delivery game. I found land! I knew it was there. I knew my algorithm wouldn't fail me. My algorithm.
Ow.
Oh, and look, I made the snow kind of... I used your trick of making it a bit emissive. And it looks kind of cool, because it almost looks like...
Yeah.
See how it's kind of reflective a bit? It's like a bit bright.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
I mean, to be honest, that is our snow tile, right?
It's white. Did you make a snow tile?
No.
Oh, yeah.
That is our
Yeah.
snow tile, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
I don't need a snow tile.
Cool.
It's just
That's-
pure
that's-
white. It's nice. Because look,
One less
it looks
tile.
like snow.
Yeah, no, it's great. Do you want it? But I'm still making a rock tile, right?
I guess, yeah, I guess so.
That wouldn't take
Yeah.
Cool.
You really need a debug camera. I have a debug camera. Here it is. So I can see this is me moving. And the camera, as you can see, is independent. I can play it from this view if I want.
I love the dudes that it's.
This is just built into Hazel. Alt C gets you into debug camera.
Tomorrow when you come in,
Yeah,
I'm gonna aim to have
assuming I come in.
I'm gonna have. I'm gonna try and have some of those trees and whatnot. Would you be able to like start basically putting on trees?
I guess so.
And I guess tomorrow is probably what I'll do is actually start doing
Mm-hmm. Oh, close up. It almost looks like the camera stops right, like from this. Yeah, but it's not. It's just that I just chose a very successful angle. But it doesn't work
And if
for
you
this
went a
one.
little bit that way, you'd end
Yeah.
up in the tile. Yep.
It's okay. Good thing you didn't make it two-sided.
Oh well, there's no easy way to do it. And Hazel doesn't really support two-sided.
Is that what I don't know. I don't
What do
think.
you mean you don't know you went to let the
I don't think it does. Yeah, because you have to. That's a pipeline thing. It has to go through a different pipeline. I'm pretty sure. The fog is too much. The fog is because I need to hide the tile loading. It's not really, I wouldn't really have it like that. It's just if I don't, it's because the tile, like the way that the tiles are set up, is not ideal. It's going through the, like each tile is an entity, you know, that old thing. So my shader's still here somewhere. So like if I just hide the fog for a bit. Where's my? Then like you can see the distance is kind of short. I could make it longer at the expense of performance. Maybe the fog thing can be a performance setting. Well, let's try it. Would that even work though? I mean, I did write the code somewhat responsibly. Like as in, by that I mean, Tim's laughing in the background. By that I mean, if I change one value, it shouldn't break the algorithm. Like I should be able to customize it a little bit. Or did I? Like if I make this 5 by 5, that's not gonna work, is it? Okay, I think it is, yeah, because it takes longer. Yeah, there we go, right? That's further, right? I think that's further. But if we make it 7 by 7, that's probably gonna be too much. That's a lot of tiles. I really should make the tiles behind you not visible, but I didn't. It's gonna crash. Yeah, that's taking too long. Hey, we crashed. Why did we crash? Because we're beyond the end of the vertex buffer. That's probably because we're out of transforms. That's the transform buffer. So 3 by 3 and 5 by 5 with the player in the middle. 5 by 5 should work. It's 5 by 5. But that's still not very long. Not very far. Again, it's just because this approach sucks. And I'm well aware of that. That almost doesn't look like it's actually any bigger though. I guess it is though, yeah. Nothing to do with culling. It's just you actually don't really need culling for this. Funnily enough, like this is fine from a rendering point of view. Like from the GPU point of view, everything's beautiful. It's not GPU bound whatsoever because this is all instanced. It's the CPU is the problem because each one of these is its own entity over here in the hierarchy with a rigid body and a mesh collider on it, each individual piece, and that's just way too slow. Like, I mean, I guess if you were really good, you could maybe, but I probably wouldn't even bother batching them all into one piece of geometry because you can just instance them, and that's honestly fast enough. And you could, you know, if you put the noise, if you put the you do need to generate a collider for them. And occlusion culling, like Hazel kind of has that. But the thing is, they're all one. None of these would be occluded though. You know, it'd be difficult to get something occluded. It would just be on the other side of the mountain. You know what I mean? Like nothing here would be occluded. It's just this stuff would kind of be occluded. But what happens is Hazel does like does per pixel like. What is it called? Like depth rejection or whatever. So the point is, like, there's no overdraw anywhere in any of this. Like, literally, if this pixel of this guy is behind that, then it will never get drawn on a per pixel level, because we have a special compute shader that runs before we render anything that basically determines. Yeah, for a second. I think I'm back now. Internet just crashed for a bit. You guys hear me? I was just saying that there's a compute shader that runs in Hazel before we render anything that determines which pixels are going to make it to the final buffer. and that way we don't waste time calculating anything that doesn't need to be there. Of course, it's still like, you know, have to process all the vertices and do all this other stuff, but it's reasonably fast from the GPU side of things. But the downside really is the CPU in this case. Alright, anyway, let's do this. This is good. Let's put the fog back on. It's probably too tall as well, isn't it? Kind of reminds me of Mario. I almost kind of like how it was before I started adding this. Which I don't think it's too difficult to get to that. I think I basically just had height. The original values were like, whoops, were height on 2. Oh, actually, water level was on 2. I don't remember what height was. Height was like 5, wasn't it? Frequency modifier was just 1 probably, and scale modifier maybe was 1. Like, this was more or less the original. Was it? Maybe not. Because that doesn't quite look right. That just looks... I thought this was more or less... I guess I can go back on stream and see what I did, but don't really remember. Oh, well, I still have a ×4 here. Shouldn't that be linked to the height modifier? But also, why do we do that if we already multiply it in a different place? Then you could just increase this, you know. So, I don't know if that's necessary. Oh wow, we're in the snowy peaks here. Kinda cool. Why is there a lot of snow these days? Not anymore. See, I feel like this is just kind of lame. Like, you'd want some more hills. Maybe this is a bit better. But also, I feel like the scale modifier, right? Oh, it gets multiplied by that. Let's not do that. This is probably gonna be way too much, yeah. But that's kind of cool. Like, I feel like we just, you know, reduce it. And then you can do times 0.5 or something, or even 0.2, because it should be quite low. Yeah, it's still like way too high. And then we won't maybe do this. So we can get something pretty flat, but that's probably too flat. That's why I wanted the plus, like 0, 1. That's obviously that's a bit too extreme. Which makes me think this should be lower. That's kind of fun. Yeah, like I feel like it's better when the world is a bit smaller, you know? Like this is kind of fun. And then, yeah, this just looks better when it's more miniature, I think, like this. Right, what do you guys think? Isn't this kind of more fun? I mean, you can originally get... I mean, you can sometimes get this world. But it should be rarer to get that. You should get something a little bit more... You know... More like this, basically. So that's cool. Yeah. Good, people like that. Not doing biomes. Super flat world would suck. Yeah, it would suck, but also it might be, you know, there might be less cover, so it might be harder in a way. I don't know. Alright. That's good. I'll try and commit this. Try. I will commit this, so Peter gets it. Sure, that's... No one's pushed anything. Don't know if we need this. Why not? Do that. So these are, yeah, all the engine changes. That's all my cough.